Death Mark. Mason Dixon Tropical Mysteries. Book 2. Nick Thacker. Chapter 1. I have this idea that maybe morality is like death. We can buck and fight against it all we want, but eventually it's going to catch up with us. We're all given a specific amount of morality, a certain flavor of it that we can't change, cash in, or alter in any way. We can mask it, like our faces, but it won't do any good. At the end of the line, wherever that line is, we're as moral as we're ever going to be. We're as good or bad as we'll ever be, or as us as we ever were. Okay, enough with the philosophical bullshit. What I'm saying here is that I have no idea how the world works. I don't really care either, because I know generally how people work. I get how they tick, what they want, how they intend to get it. I'm good at that part of it. I'm not so good at the part where I have to decide what to do about it. I'm good at my gig. I tend bar at a little place I own, and I like it. I love it, actually. The old-timers take care of me, and I get to silently judge the younger idiots who come in and ask for things no bar menu should even suggest offering, like light beer. And I don't mean beer that is light, like a proper Belgian, or some of the summer Germans, or the Pilsners and IPAs that are vying for hipsters' attention out west. I mean beers that are designed to be tasteless so men, women, grandparents, and children alike can hate them equally, pretend they like them, and drink them by the bucketful just for the hell of saying they can drink a bucketful. Those beers are the types I don't want anywhere near my bar. I've got a few taps, and I keep them full of whatever I can get for a reasonable price out of Charleston. When I'm feeling fancy or festive, I might spring for something more exotic, but I don't have your typical Applebee's on a Sunday night fare of brew selections. So when these youngsters, anyone younger than me I should say, come in and try to order something like that, I just shrug and serve them whatever I've got on tap in a real beer format. Want a Coors? I'll give you whatever I've got from Revelry. Have a hankering for a Bud Light? I'll toss you the latest from Tradesman. And the guy who walked in 5 minutes ago is one of those guys. I can tell by his swagger. There's always a swagger. They come in like they're the coolest cat in town, and that I should be honored to serve them a cold one, which is guy speak for crappy beer. Sure enough, he sidles up, tucks his legs under the bar top, and gives me a nod. No smile, no greeting, no nothing. Just that nod. I nod back. What can I get you? I ask. Hey, just a cold one, he says. Of course, bartender one. This guy's zero. I pour him a legacy IPA from Revelry, wait for the head to peak above the top of the pint glass, and slide it over to him on a brand new coaster. Joey made the coasters. They've got a cute little logo of a bearded, mustached man holding a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a pint glass of beer in the other. It's mostly green, but the guy's lumberjack shirt is checkered red and black, and his mustache and beard are a dark brown. It's sort of a weird logo, but I wasn't on the design committee. The old-timers and regulars seemed to like the coasters at least, but I wasn't too thrilled that it was just another expense. You can't sell coasters after all. Joey, anyway, printed up 1 million or so of these stupid things and placed them in all sorts of strategic locations around my tiny estate. I even saw a handful of them in the bathroom, on top of one of the toilets. I mean, really. I guess it's a helpful thing, but I'd just as soon finish my drink before I expose it to the nasty shit particulates floating around in the men's room. What's this? The guy asks. Cold one, I say without missing a beat. Tastes like shit, he says. I pull it back and dump it in the sink. That one's on me then, I say. What are you looking for, specifically? He shrugs. I don't know, Miller. Coors? Bud? Any of those ring a bell? I frown. Yeah, I've heard of them. Don't have them here. He looks like he's about to pop a gasket, but to his credit, he holds it together long enough to ask the famous question. What is this? Some sort of gay bar? I honestly don't know what it is with these guys. Look, if your drink really is a Coors Light, fair enough. I won't get in your way. But if you claim to not really care about what kind of beer you're drinking, and then bitch when I pour you a craft beer from a small local business that needs your support, I have no patience for you. And if you top it off by adding some kind of color to your opinion, You're about as useful as the coaster stuck to the floor near the bathroom drain to me. Nope, I say. Just a bar. But we don't have that stuff here because it's cheaper to work with local places. I get a better deal, and they make more money. Win-win. Yeah, well, not for me. Well, I'm not sure there's anything in this world that will make you a winner at anything, pal. He looks at me then, with those eyes that would have told me I was in trouble. If I thought he was even remotely the kind of guy who could make me feel like trouble was coming. Then, as if on cue, he gets up and storms out. The little bell above the door clinks violently as the door slams shut, but only 2 or 3 regulars in the corner take notice. "Who was that?" Joey asks. He snuck up on me, delivering dinner and placing it in front of me at the bar. "Fish and chips." "Just a guy looking for a cold one." "Huh," Joey says. "Nothing here cold enough?" "Nothing but the banter, I guess. Fish and chips?" "Yeah," he says. "Thought we'd keep rolling with that English pub theme for a while longer." Joey, since I've made him manager, has done me quite a few favors. One of them is to theme different seasons. Right now, we're running with an English pub theme, complete with a few English-style ales on tap. I'm never a huge fan of English beer, but Joey's done a great job with the theming and menu design. We're a small operation, just Joey and me, but we're sort of the talk of the town if you consider the town is about 800 people. Edisto Beach, South Carolina. It's the town you run into when you're trying to run into the ocean. Joey takes the helm as planner of all things that need planning, besides the liquor selection and the mixology. I started the place because I wanted to bring back the classiness to drink making, the ology part of mixology. So many younger bartenders were throwing together fruit juices and liqueurs, mixing them with 40 crushed berries and calling it a drink. Sure, it was liquid, and sure, it might count as a drink on a beach somewhere south of the border on spring break, but in my world, it was trash. I wanted the beauty restored to the mixology world. Just like chefs breaking down barriers and expectations, I wanted drink making to be as masterfully practiced as an art form. Joey gets it, and he loves it. But we don't need 2 of me. We need me and Joey. Joey's the master of the kitchen, the private chef of the patrons we serve 6 nights a week. He's also in charge of decor, aesthetics, and generally everything else besides the liquor. He does a bang-up job, and I pay him better than anyone else in this town or Charleston. "So it's working pretty well then? The pub style?" I ask. "Sure, yeah. Everyone seems to enjoy the beers, and the drinks you've mashed up are a huge hit. I've made about 5 custom drinks to match the English theme, using English gins and Genevers, as well as a few specials, like the Cornish pasties, to round out the palate. I have to admit, they're tasty. I love creating the drinks, and I certainly like drinking them. I drink a lot, but never too much. Joey and I are the tasters, purchasers, mixologists, and bartenders, and I always harp on him that we need to know our stuff. I wouldn't trust myself without my palate. "So what's next then?" I ask him. "Like for themes?" "Sure, yeah." I give him that look he's come to understand well. "Yeah, but not really. What's really next?" He smiles. "I don't know, boss. You're kind of in charge of that, don't you think?" He's referring, of course, to our other endeavor, moonshining. Chapter 2. I'd always wanted to get into moonshining, but never had the guts. Really. I'd always heard it was a good way to get yourself killed, or great if you want to go to prison, so I never really attempted it. But the truth is, it's a misdemeanor in most places, and seen as one in all places. Most cops, trust me, I've asked them, don't really care one way or another. It's when you sell the stuff that they tend to get all bent out of shape. I have the setup all ready in the back area, near the tiny kitchen and against one of the walls. It's not much, a couple of carboys, some large fermentation buckets, and lots of plastic tubing. Joey figured out how to finagle the whole distillery apparatus onto the kitchen's water spigot using about 100 adapters, and a large electric burner serves as the heating element. I'm not interested in breaking the law, necessarily. I'm not really interested in not breaking it either. But the point isn't about the law. I want to start distilling my own stuff and eventually try to sell it in the bar. But to make sure I can actually do it, I need to practice. No point in paying massive fees and working toward a license if I don't even like the process. Hence the tiny distilling operation happening illegally in the back of my kitchen. Nothing fancy, but enough for Joey and me to get used to the process and try to produce something worth selling. Joey is excited about our little experiment, and I often find him in the back, trying out a new mash or cooking up something strange. It takes time, usually between 3 and 6 months, aging the distillate in the tiny oak barrels I bought for the purpose. So neither of us knows if our stuff is any good yet, but it's fun nonetheless. "What do you have in mind?" Joey asks. "I don't know. Maybe something similar to Scotch?" Scotch is tricky because, well, we aren't in Scotland, but the premise is simple. Make whiskey from grain, then smoke the grain over peat before distilling it. "Sounds hard," Joey says. "It adds an extra step, but..." I look up from the bar, interrupting our small talk, and notice the guy who just walked in. He's tall, maybe not as tall as me, but tall enough to be noticeable, and he carries himself the same way I do, confident. I give him a nod, but he keeps staring me down as he walks straight toward the bar. I'm not entirely sure he's going to stop, and I'm not entirely sure the bar will be able to stop him if he doesn't. Finally, he stops. He doesn't sit down, and he doesn't look away either. Joey glances at me, then shrugs. He knows the drill. Guys like this come in every now and then, thinking they're worth someone's attention. Maybe they are, but they're not worth mine. I wait for him to make the first move. Confidence like that means he's here for a reason, and that reason probably isn't drinking. He reaches into his pocket. I move my hand slightly to the left, feeling the rounded edge of the shotgun's barrel poking out from where I've mounted it just underneath the bar. I doubt I'll need it, but better to doubt and be ready than to be sure and caught off guard. His hand comes out, weaponless. He smacks his palm on the bar top and then removes it. I glance down at the hard object he left behind. A small metallic circle, embossed with some kind of design on the top. I look back up at him. "What's that supposed to be?" The man doesn't respond at first. He's waiting, testing, trying to figure out if I know more than I let on. "You don't know what this is?" the man asks. "If it's money, it's not going to work in here. Not sure I've ever seen that currency. It's not money." "Okay, well, your round metal circle isn't going to get you any beer." "I don't want beer." I notice a few old-timers shifting around in their chairs, but Joey is over by the door, helping a couple of patrons. "Listen, pal, I'm not sure what you're trying to play here, but I've got paying customers using real money to take care of." The man nods. "Go ahead, I'll wait." I sigh. "All right, here's how it's going to go down. If you're waiting for me to suddenly remember where I've seen that little thing, you're going to be waiting a long time. If you're waiting for me to have time to chat and maybe play Antique Roadshow with you, bar closes at 2. That's in," I check my watch, "about 5 hours." He shakes his head. "I want to know what you think of this." "I don't think anything about it. It's a coin, probably from some other country. Why should it mean something to me?" I shuffle away, grabbing the 2 beers I just poured and the old-fashioned My Way I mixed, placing them onto a serving tray. I swing around the end of the bar and walk them to the customers who ordered them. I take another couple's order and start walking back to the bar. "Look like your other little coin?" I stop in the middle of the bar, studying the man. I'm positive I've never seen him before, yet he looks familiar, maybe in that looks like a lot of other people kind of way. "I know you," I ask. He shakes his head. "No, but you're going to." "Why's that?" "This coin was found in a dead man's pocket 3 days ago." Chapter 3. I pour myself a glass of bourbon, Michter's. The amber liquid swirls in the glass as I sit down at the bar stool next to the guy. He's all business, his posture stiff and eyes alert. "What'll you have?" I ask. "Just water," he replies, voice clipped. That's when I know. Government guy. Paid detective sort. They never drink on the job. The bartender slides him a glass of water. He takes a sip, eyes scanning the room. "Rough day?" I prod. He grunts. "You could say that." I take a swig of bourbon, savoring the burn. "Want to talk about it?" His eyes narrow. "Not particularly." The silence stretches. I drum my fingers on the bar, waiting. These types always crack eventually. Sure enough, he sighs. Look, I'm just trying to do my job. You seen anything unusual around here lately? I shrug. Define unusual. He leans in, voice low. People who don't belong, suspicious activity. You know the drill. I laugh. Buddy, in this town, that describes just about everyone. He doesn't smile, just nods and stands up. Thanks for your time. You FBI? I ask. He shakes his head. DEA. I see. Well, I'm sorry I can't help with your investigation. Why's that? Because I don't know what that little thing is. You don't? Joey's eyes meet mine from behind the bar. He's busy pouring for a few customers who just walked in. From what I overhear, they're here on vacation. Nice folks older than me, with a son about half my age. They order some mixed drinks, and the son gets a beer. I don't, like I said. Got it. DEA man pulls out a little notebook and starts writing in it. You actually use those things? What are you, some 1950s detective? No, he says, DEA. Right. So DEA, how many of your questions am I going to have to answer before you let me and my patrons be? He swivels around to face me after scratching in the words, doesn't know, coin. Well, I want to know what you know about this coin, or I don't know anything about that, or any other coin you might have seen. I've seen lots of coins. This is a bar. You know that, right? He sighs. Look, man, I've got a family. I've got friends, believe it or not, and a life. I don't want to be here any more than you do, but I was told by a co-worker you were the guy to talk to about this thing. I frown. What co-worker? I can't say, he replies, his face a mask of practiced neutrality. Of course you can't, I answer, frustration edging into my voice. What can you tell me? Anything actually useful? Jeff hesitates, then leans in slightly. This was found on some dead guy 3 days ago. I raise an eyebrow. 3 days ago the guy became dead, or 3 days ago you found it on a guy who was already dead. There's a difference, you know. Does it matter? He counters, clearly annoyed. Not sure, I say, swirling the bourbon in my glass. Does it? Jeff sighs. He was on his way to a strip club in Charleston when it happened. Okay, so he was hoping to score with the ladies, I say, trying to piece together the scenario. It was a gay strip club for men, Jeff clarifies, his tone flat. So he was hoping to score with the guys. I'm growing impatient, and I can tell he is too. The dance of vague information is wearing thin. Look, pal, you got a name? Or should I just keep calling you pal? It's getting old fast. He hesitates for a moment, then relents. Jeff, you can call me Jeff. Right, Jeff. Look, Jeff, I've got a business to run, and I too have a life. Tell me who your friend is, or tell me why they think I should know what this stupid little coin is in my bar. They think it's a copy. A copy of what? A copy of your coin. I turn and frown at him. Who the hell is this guy? Jeff. Jeff, who? Why is he here? I don't have any coins like that. He sighs again, and it feels like a contest of who can sigh more. I'm not sure who's winning. I was told you had a little operation, something like this, months back. Tell me who told you that. Can't do that, he says. But they told me your operation was successful. Then you got out, went clean. Okay, so if I'm out of this operation, why would I know about this other coin? I ask, leaning back on my bar stool and eyeing Jeff skeptically. Jeff leans in, lowering his voice. Maybe they're paying homage to you, you know? Like honoring your legacy by minting another coin, something to track. I hold up a hand, cutting him off mid-sentence. Hold on a second there, Jeff. Let's get something straight. I'm not doing this thing you say I used to do, so that means I don't know about anyone else doing this thing either. You're barking up the wrong tree here. I pause, considering my next move. Maybe if you tell me I'm a suspect, I might be more inclined to go along with this story of yours. Give me a reason to care. Jeff raises an eyebrow, clearly not expecting this turn in the conversation. Just then, another bourbon appears in front of me as if by magic. I nod appreciatively at Joey, who slipped it over with his usual discretion, then look back at Jeff, waiting for his response. After a moment of consideration, Jeff sighs and says, Okay, You want to play it that way? Fine. You're a suspect. I can't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Well, shit, that was easy. Fine, I'm a suspect. But for what exactly? Killing this mystery guy you keep dancing around? Yeah, for that, Jeff confirms, his face serious. I take a sip of my fresh bourbon, savoring the burn as I contemplate this new development. The plot, as they say, thickens. Okay, fine. Who's the guy? He looks at me, no doubt ready to analyze my reaction and scribble it in his tiny notebook with his tiny pencil. You Mason Dixon? One and only. Okay, Dixon. The man we found dead was identified as your father. Chapter 4. My father? Dead? The news hits me like a sucker punch, leaving me momentarily breathless. I run the sentence through my mind again, trying to make sense of it. The man we found was identified as your father. It seems impossible, surreal. How was he identified, I ask, my voice steadier than I feel. Jeff leans forward, his eyes fixed on mine. Found an ID in his wallet, also had some neighbors and acquaintances confirm. Yeah, I say, unable to keep the bitterness from my tone. Probably too hard to drive all the way down here and just ask me yourself. You know, his son. Jeff shifts uncomfortably in his seat. Like I said, he continues, his voice taking on a defensive edge. You're a suspect, so we needed to watch you, see if you made another move? I feel a flicker of anger at his words. And, I prompt, my eyebrow raised in challenge. Jeff hesitates for a moment before answering. So far, the alibi's strong. I nod slowly, processing this information. The reality of the situation is starting to sink in, along with a growing sense of unease. My father is dead, and somehow I'm caught up in the middle of it all. Got it, I say. So, you've got a wallet, just one you found on your dead guy, and a few neighbors who say it's him. Sounds like a strong case you're building there, Jeff. Jeff glares at me. There's still a dead guy, and it's still a homicide, with a coin in his pocket that links your past to this guy who we're saying is your father. I chew the inside of my lip before responding, taking a moment to consider the implications of Jeff's words. The weight of the situation settles over me like a heavy blanket. Yeah, I say finally, my voice carrying a hint of resignation. It does sound a lot like I should be your first suspect. Hell, if I were in your shoes, I'd probably be looking at me too. Jeff leans forward, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. So you'll come up to the office with me? Answer some questions? We could really use your cooperation on this. I can't help but let out a dry chuckle. I'm already answering your questions, Jeff. Right here, right now. What makes you think I'd be any more forthcoming in some sterile interrogation room? I take a sip of my bourbon, savoring the burn. Besides, I've got a bar to run. Can't just up and leave on a whim, even for a nice guy like you. Jeff's face tightens with frustration, but I can see he's trying to maintain his composure. This isn't just any case, Mason. It's your father we're talking about. So you say, I reply, my tone measured. But until I see some concrete proof, all I've got is your word and a mysterious coin. That's not exactly enough to make me drop everything and follow you downtown. Jeff looks around. He spots Joey, then turns back to me, lowering his voice. I mean questions. I want to ask about what exactly you did back in the day. He flips through pages of his tiny notebook. Back in the day, about 7 months ago. 7 months ago, I know exactly what he's talking about, and I know exactly who told him about me. I shake my head, smiling ruefully. The irony isn't lost on me. This is too much. The past I thought I'd left behind is creeping back into my life like an unwelcome shadow. 7 months ago was Hannah, beautiful, fierce Hannah, the woman who made me question everything I knew, everything I was. She waltzed into my life and turned it upside down, showing me a different path, a way out of the darkness I'd been living in. 7 months ago, I saw my father for the last time. We stood there, air thick with tension and unspoken words. I remember the disappointment in his eyes, the set of his jaw as I told him I was done. Done with the family business, done with the lies, the danger, all of it. I walked out of the life we'd built together for the last time. Or so I thought. Fate, it seems, has other plans. The pieces are falling into place now, forming a picture I'm not sure I want to see. But I can't look away. Not anymore. The past is catching up, and I have a feeling this is just the beginning of a long, complicated journey back into the world I thought I'd left behind. You the only one who knows, so I ask? About the dead, your father, or about your past? My past, Jeff nods. Yeah, pretty sure. I haven't told anyone, if that's what you're asking. Okay, fine, good. Keep it that way. Here's how it's going to work. Unless you're arresting me, I need to finish up around here. Check in with my barman. I can head up tomorrow, first thing. He seems pleased with this, then he writes down an address, tears it off a page, and slides it over to me. First thing, so 7 a.m.? I laugh. Are you nuts? I run a bar, man. I don't even hit the sack until 4 a.m. most nights. I'll be there first thing, my time. 10, maybe 10:30 if it's a busy night. His nostrils flare a bit, but he knows there's not much else he can do, unless he wants to arrest me. Fine. Fine, I say. See you tomorrow, Jeff. Chapter 5. I'm running late, but I kind of knew I would be. I knew the moment I told Jeff I'd be there around 10 a.m. that it was an optimistic estimate at best. The night at the bar had been busier than usual, with a rowdy bachelor party keeping us on our toes until well past closing time. By the time I'd finished cleaning up and crawled into bed, the sun was already peeking through my curtains. The car ride is uneventful, but the morning traffic in Charleston is as predictable as it is frustrating. I weave through the congested streets, my mind still foggy from lack of sleep and the lingering effects of last night's bourbon. The weight of why I'm here today, my father's death, the mysterious coin, the resurfacing of a past I thought I'd left behind, sits heavy in my gut. And I get to Jeff's office a little after 10 in the morning, actually more like 10:20. The nondescript government building looms before me, all gray concrete and tinted windows. It's a far cry from the warm, inviting atmosphere of my bar. For a moment, I consider turning around and heading back to familiar territory. Downtown Charleston isn't known for ample parking, so I circle the block for a few minutes before a spot finally opens up. Some businessman on his way to an early lunch, I suppose. As I parallel park, I catch sight of my reflection in the rearview mirror. The face staring back at me looks tired, wary, and older than I remember. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever awaits me inside. It's time to face the music, to confront the ghosts of my past and the very real consequences of my father's death. I park, walk into the building at the address Jeff gave me, and I'm immediately struck by how plain it is. Dark gray marble walls shoot straight up, forming the exterior facade, and a single narrow hallway leads to a set of recessed stairs. This isn't a police station, I realize, or a private detective firm. Police stations look like police stations. They don't bother hiding what they are. They're all about presence and authority, with their bold signage, squad cars parked out front, and the constant buzz of activity. You can practically smell the coffee and donuts from the street. PI firms, on the other hand, love to hide in plain sight. From the street, they might look like a simple bookstore or a women's apparel shop. But inside, you'd find a mahogany desk and maybe even a secretary if the firm is big enough. They're all about that noir aesthetic. Venetian blinds, a ceiling fan lazily spinning overhead, and maybe a half-empty bottle of whiskey tucked away in a drawer. The point is, a PI firm has to strike a balance between telling its clients they understand subtlety while still not looking shady. Like a high roller's gambling den, it's got to give off that vibe of, we're worth your money, but we're still a secret. They want to appear professional enough to justify their fees, but mysterious enough to handle your dirty laundry. This place doesn't give off any of that. There's no attempt at camouflage, no air of intrigue. It's just there, unremarkable, forgettable. My first impression? Rented space. The kind of place you'd use if you didn't want to leave a trace, or if you were setting up shop temporarily. It's the architectural equivalent of a burner phone. As I climb the stairs, my unease grows. What kind of operation is Jeff running here? And more importantly, what have I walked into? Whoever I'm meeting here isn't in it for business. They're here to meet me, plan something, then move on. They need a room or two, and they don't much care what it looks like. It's the kind of place you go when you don't want to be found, When you're planning something off the books, the thought sends a chill down my spine. I walk up the concrete stairs and catch a faint whiff of urine. The building isn't in a bad part of downtown Charleston, but even the best spots aren't safe from the street folks. Given the plain exterior, it wouldn't surprise me if homeless people camp out here overnight. The peeling paint and graffiti-covered walls only add to the sense of neglect and secrecy. At the top of the stairs is a single door. I think about knocking but change my mind and reach for the handle. My hand hovers for a moment, hesitating. What's waiting for me on the other side? Before I can turn it, though, the door starts moving on its own. Someone is already opening it from the other side. I take a step back and instinctively feel for the 9mm I've tucked into my belt. The cool metal against my skin is oddly comforting. I don't expect to need it. No one schedules a meeting just to kill you. But I never like being unprepared. Old habits die hard, and in my former line of work, being unprepared could mean the difference between life and death. The door swings open with a rusty creak, and Jeff's bloated face pops out. His eyes dart left and right, scanning the stairwell before settling on me. There's a tension in his posture that wasn't there at the bar, and it sets me further on edge. What's got him so wound up? "You're late," he says. "I'm here," I answer. He snorts or maybe coughs, I'm not sure. He jerks his head, motioning for me to follow him inside, so I do. No handshake, no pleasantries, no introduction. It's a stark contrast to the polite facade he put on at the bar, and I can feel the tension in the air. He doesn't even offer me coffee, which ticks me off. He knows this is early for me, and isn't he supposed to be playing the part of a detective? Who doesn't offer coffee in the morning? It's like he's deliberately trying to keep me off balance, uncomfortable. Maybe that's his strategy. The place is dark, and what little light there is doesn't do much. It's a far cry from the polished, sterile interrogation rooms you see in movies. This feels more like a forgotten storage room, hastily repurposed. A couch sits in one corner with a blanket and pillow on it, suggesting Jeff's been spending more than a few late nights here. A card table is set up on the opposite side, its surface covered in scattered papers and files. There's a mini fridge and a small TV, probably from the last century, collecting dust nearby. The whole setup screams temporary, like they're expecting to pack up and move at a moment's notice. I take it all in, noting every detail. The sparse furnishings, the makeshift office space, the lingering smell of stale coffee and takeout food. It's clear this investigation isn't exactly top priority for the department, or maybe they're trying to keep it under wraps. Either way, it doesn't bode well for getting straight answers about my father's death. Jeff gestures toward one of the rickety chairs at the card table. "Have a seat," he says, his tone brusque. I comply, the chair creaking ominously under my weight. As I settle in, I can't help but wonder what I've gotten myself into. This is going to be a long day. "What is this place?" I ask. Jeff grunts and continues down the hallway. There are 3 doors, one at the end and one on each side. He approaches the far door and knocks twice. "Yeah," a gruff voice responds from within. Jeff opens the door and bright yellow light floods out, illuminating the main room. I can now see the full extent of the space's neglect. The carpet is worn and stained, with threadbare patches scattered throughout. The walls are marked and dingy, bearing the scars of years of use and abuse. It's clear that whoever occupied this place last left in a hurry, and the current inhabitants haven't bothered to tidy up. Jeff holds the door open, gesturing for me to enter. I step inside, expecting him to follow. Instead, I hear the ominous click of the door shutting behind me, followed by the unmistakable sound of the lock engaging. A chill runs down my spine as I realize I'm now trapped in this unfamiliar room with unknown company. The yellow light, harsh and unforgiving, reveals a Spartan office setup. A metal desk dominates the center of the room, flanked by mismatched chairs. File cabinets line one wall, their drawers slightly ajar, hinting at hastily accessed documents. The air is thick with the smell of stale cigarette smoke and cheap coffee. As my eyes adjust to the brightness, I notice a figure seated behind the desk. The person's features are obscured by shadows cast by a desk lamp, but I can make out the outline of broad shoulders and a stern posture. I brace myself for whatever is about to unfold. Great, I think. Locked in a dingy apartment. But I'm not too worried about being locked in. My attention is on the two men already sitting in the room. Chapter 6. I sit on the other side of the power table. It's a normal table, of course, but the location of this particular table makes it what I call a power table. Situated inside a cell of a room, inside a crypt of a building, inside a maze of a city, I'm at the mercy of whoever's opposite me. And at the moment, the guy across from me does nothing to lessen that impression. "Where are you headed, Dixon?" the man asks. I cock an eyebrow. He waits. Power? I sigh. God, you guys and your tables, your ties and your shitty black coffee. Still, he waits. Fine, I say. You want to know where I'm headed? Nowhere. I'm sitting right here, doing nothing but answering your questions. Are you? Am I what? Are you answering our questions? The second guy leans forward, judging by his expression and his clenched fists, smashed up against his jowls. He's trying his best to play bad cop. Listen, Dixon, he says, his voice completely destroying any chance of being intimidating. If you don't like the coffee, you don't have to drink it. The room is barren, just plain drywall walls the color of steel, and a steel table the color of drywall. The chairs are purposefully uncomfortable. I notice within 10 seconds of sitting that it's designed a few inches too low. I have to sidle up to the damn thing so far my chest hurts just to get my elbows high enough to lay them on top. But their chairs, I now notice, aren't placed too low. Power chairs. The coffee's fine. Fabulous, actually, I say. I like it like I like my women. Bland. With that perfect amount of je ne sais quoi that makes you wonder where the hell you found it. The good cop, the one doing most of the interrogating, glances at his buddy. No words exchanged. But I'll play along since I know I've done nothing to warrant being here. Maybe you'll believe me, feel horrible for it, and throw yourselves off a bridge for putting me through this. Good cop narrows his eyes, fat, pudgy things barely poking through the rest of his face. I take a second to marvel. I'm not sure which one of these guys is fatter. I purse my lips, really trying to figure it out, when good cop snaps his fingers. Okay, Dixon, he grunts, so tell us. Well, let's see, I say. You've told me absolutely nothing. Because, just guessing here, that's what you've seen on TV. The whole good cop, bad cop routine, done up real nice in a place that actually looks like a station. You've got the table, the chairs, the fat guy who just wants to get home to his dull wife, still not sure which one of you that is, and all the little details in place for a real intimidation session. Bad cop, the guy on the left, fidgets. He's considering it, I think. He thinks I'm right. Or he's just fat. I'm no expert, but I've observed plenty of people in my day, and the ones who range from overweight to obese always seem to have a hard time getting comfortable. I don't know why. I've always been skinny, even skeletal, as my old man once lovingly said, but I tend to believe it. So this guy's either acting fat or acting like he's considering my train of thought. Never one to need much encouragement to keep talking, I continue. Last night I was in my bar. The night before, I was in my apartment. The night before that, my bar again. Before that, look, you get the point, right? I work 6 days a week, and on the 7th, I'm still working. Shopping for the bar, pricing and planning for kitchen stuff, ordering supplies. Joey helps with it, that's what I pay him for, but it's my bar. So you brought me here because you think I know something about this dead guy you think is my old man? But I can assure you, I do not. Well, we're after assurances, Dixon, bad cop says. What assurances do you have? Besides a rock-solid alibi? You got anyone to corroborate that? I do, Joey. No, I say without hesitation. Didn't think to put someone in place for the arbitrary, unknown to me window of time you're referring to. So, what assurances then? Good cop asks. Well, for one, you're bullshitting me. You've been doing it since the moment you sent in that sorry excuse for a hired PI, and you kept it up. Admittedly, nice work, when I got here. I waved my hand around, drawing attention to the perfect replica of a stereotypical interrogation room. This is grand, really, but it's nonsense. What the hell am I really here for, boys? Again, an expressionless glance between them. Explain. No. Explain, Dixon. No, asshole. Bad cop sighs. I was wrong. He's the good cop, I guess. He breaks first. Fine, Dixon. You're right. We're not a PI firm. Nothing like it. Got that. Thanks. The other guy jumps in. But I assure you, we're on the same side. Now you're giving assurances. We are. Just trust us. You've given me plenty of reason to trust you so far. Thanks. I'm not sure if my tone makes it clear that statement's full of bull, but I go on anyway. So I trust you. You're the pinnacle of trustworthy. Stand up guys, both of you. Bad cop shakes his head. Just briefly. Just slightly. But it's there, and I catch it. I almost frown, but I hold back. I don't want to give anything away like he just did, but mostly I don't know what that headshake means. Anyway, I know this isn't a police station, and there's no PI firm in this part of the country, much less Charleston, big enough to justify a place like this. So who are you? It's an appeal to their ethos. They tell me who they are, and maybe I'll be willing to help with this dead guy situation. Why are you ignoring the fact that your father is dead? I'm not. It's just not a fact. It's not? I haven't seen the body with my own eyes. So no, it's not a fact. We have verified reports. From who, I ask. My old man knew about 4 people, and 2 of them are long dead. The 3rd is me, and the 4th? Shit. They've got me, I know it. The 4th is who, Mr. Dixon? I sigh again. Fine. Resigned to my fate, I look both of them in the eye. The 4th is my brother. Chapter 7. Your brother? The officer asks, his eyebrows raised in genuine curiosity. The question's sincerity gives me a glimmer of hope. A wave of relief washes over me as I realize he's not involved in this mess. Yeah, I reply, my voice barely above a whisper. The officer leans forward, his elbows resting on the cold metal table. His eyes search mine, looking for any sign of deception. You want to tell us about him? He probes gently. I swallow hard, considering my options. The weight of the situation presses down on me, but I know I can't betray my brother's trust. My loyalty to him is unwavering. Nope, I respond firmly, crossing my arms over my chest. The finality in my tone makes it clear that this line of questioning is over. Fine, continue, the good cop says, leaning back in his chair. So no one knows your old man? I shake my head, feeling the tension in my shoulders. Not really, no. Not enough to make me think they could accurately determine whether your dead guy is him. My father wasn't exactly a social butterfly. Right, the good cop, a heavy-set man with a sheen of sweat on his forehead, says. He exchanges a glance with his partner. So you don't believe us? I take a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. The fluorescent lights flicker overhead, casting harsh shadows across the bare walls. Guys, I say, my voice echoing slightly in the small room. Cut the bullshit. Have you ever been in a room like this? A real interrogation room? One meant for suspects or even witnesses? The bad cop sniffs, his thin lips curling into a sneer. He leans forward, his chair creaking under his weight. The smell of stale coffee and cigarettes wafts across the table. What are you implying? He asks, his voice low and menacing. I hold his gaze, refusing to be intimidated. I'm implying that this feels more like a high school principal's office than a police interrogation room, I say firmly. If you really had evidence that the dead man was my father, we wouldn't be having this conversation here. The detective's eyes narrow, but I continue undeterred. It's nothing like a real interrogation room. First off, the chairs in those are comfortable. They spend hours in there, so why not have decent chairs? And they're all the same. None of this mismatched kids' table at Thanksgiving crap you've stuck me in. Bad cop sniffs again, his nostrils flaring slightly. I press on, gesturing around the room. And don't get me started on the walls. You know that every room in every station in literally every city around the world has finished walls? Just slap some spackle and paint on them? It costs $30. And this table? I rap my knuckles on the cheap surface. Is there a special fake bad guy IKEA you know about? At this, bad cop actually laughs. It's a quick snort, really, but he cuts it off almost immediately. his face quickly returning to its stern expression. The momentary break in his tough facade doesn't escape my notice, and I feel a small surge of confidence. Maybe I can get through this after all. So don't try to convince me you're anything but some guys who found another guy and want to figure out why he's dead and who he is, I say, feeling bolder now. The pause on both sides of the table tells me everything I need to know. I'm right. They need me for something, and my old man may not be dead. I'm not sure if I'm relieved or something else. The uncertainty gnaws at me, a mix of hope and dread churning in my stomach. Fine, Dixon, you're right, good cop finally admits, breaking the tense silence. I am, I ask, slightly taken aback by their sudden candidness. Good cop nods, his expression a mixture of resignation and determination. But that's all you're getting for now. We still want to know why this guy's dead and why your little token was found in his pocket. The atmosphere in the room shifts. I can sense their desperation, their need for information. It's clear they're at a dead end, and I'm their only lead. I consider my options, wondering how much I should reveal and what I might gain from this situation. The mention of my token sends a chill down my spine. How did it end up with a dead man? The questions multiply in my mind, each one more perplexing than the last. I throw my head back, staring at the ceiling, leaning into the sharp metal of the chair. The realization hits me. So that's what this is about. I figured, I say, my voice echoing in the tense silence. I figured it was about the token. The detective leans forward, his eyes narrowing. The mark, you mean? Right, yeah, I reply, my mind racing to keep up. Whatever you want to call it, he interrupts, his tone sharp. It's yours, right? I'm already shaking my head before he finishes the question. No, it's not, guys. Sorry to disappoint. I try to keep my voice steady despite the growing unease in my gut. It's not mine. The other detective chimes in, her voice laden with skepticism. But you admit you know what it is. I feel the weight of their stares, the pressure mounting. I don't admit that at all, I respond, carefully choosing my words. The room seems to close in around me as I struggle to maintain my composure, knowing that every word, every gesture is being scrutinized. You admit you've used something like this mark in your line of work? Bartending, I ask. Yeah, coins come into the bar all the time. Money, people spend it, and I take it. We're talking about a mark, Mason, says the man across from me. I shake my head, feeling a mix of confusion and wariness. What makes you think I know anything about this stuff? There's a tension in the air, a sense that we're approaching something significant. I can feel it in my gut that we're close to the big reveal, the connection, the real reason I'm sitting here. It's becoming clear why this entire story was spun and thrown at me, despite the lazy, unconvincing delivery. As I watch the man's face, studying his expression, I know I'm right. He's about to drop the bombshell, the piece of information that ties everything together. I brace myself, waiting for the other shoe to drop, wondering how I fit into this puzzle and what consequences might follow once the truth is out in the open. We believe this mark was meant to pull you in, to get you back in the game. Chapter 8. You think this mark was meant for me? I ask, my voice trembling slightly as I struggle to process this new information. The shock must be evident on my face because the guy on the left shifts uncomfortably in his chair. He shakes his head, his expression a mix of frustration and something that looks almost like pity. No, not like that. It's not about you. They wanted your father dead, and now he is. But they're taunting you, trying to lure you in. I nod slowly, my mind racing as I try to make sense of his words. In truth, I have no idea what they're talking about. The mention of my father's death sends a chill down my spine, but I can't shake the feeling that there's more to this story than they're letting on. My eyes dart around the tiny room once more, taking in every detail, the cheap furniture, the bare walls, the flickering fluorescent light overhead. None of it screams official investigation. If this is supposed to be a police station's interrogation room, it's a poor imitation. And if it's part of a large private investigation firm, they seriously need to hire a designer. The stark contrast between the gravity of their claims and the amateurish setting only adds to my confusion and suspicion. I can't help but wonder what game these people are really playing, and why they've chosen to involve me in it. As I sit there, trying to maintain a facade of understanding, I'm acutely aware that I'm walking a tightrope between revealing my ignorance and potentially stumbling into something far more dangerous than I could have imagined. So what are they trying to lure me into, I ask, my voice tinged with skepticism. By killing my dad. Seems a bit over the top. I watch their reactions carefully, searching for any telltale signs of deception or hidden agendas. The fluorescent lights overhead buzz faintly, casting harsh shadows across their faces. We agree, Mason, Bad Cop says, leaning forward. His eyes lock onto mine, and I can see a mix of frustration and determination in them. That's why you're here. We think it's a bit much, and that your father's death was an unfortunate side effect. Collateral damage. The words collateral damage hang in the air, heavy and ominous. I feel a chill run down my spine as I process the implications. My mind races, trying to connect the dots between this mysterious mark, my father's alleged death, and whatever game they believe I'm being pulled back into. Collateral damage, I repeat slowly, tasting the bitterness of the phrase. You're saying someone out there is willing to kill just to get my attention? Why me? What makes you think I'm involved in anything worth that kind of extreme measure? I lean back in my uncomfortable chair, crossing my arms defensively. The room suddenly feels smaller, more claustrophobic. The weight of unseen eyes watching our every move presses down on me. No, I snap. It wouldn't be collateral damage unless it didn't mean anything. A bomb blowing up and taking out a cafe with a woman and her child dying, that's collateral damage. Hell, there was a movie about it. Good Cop nods. Right, yes, we know. Sorry, a poor choice of words. I raise an eyebrow, feeling a mix of skepticism and curiosity. What we mean, he continues, leaning forward with a serious expression, is that your father was targeted, but only to get to you. He was killed because they wanted you back in the game. I can't help but scoff at this. I'm just a bartender now, boys, I say, trying to maintain an air of nonchalance despite the growing tension in my chest. The other detective, who's been mostly silent until now, chimes in. Right, and I'm just a PI. I turn my gaze to him, staring him down with an intensity I know few can match. This is the pivotal moment in any investigation, the point where the real truth starts tumbling out on both sides. I realize that I need to start coming clean, at least admitting to these grunts that I am, in fact, exactly who they think I am. As I consider my next move, I weigh the pros and cons carefully. They've already shown their hand, proving they know I'm not just a bartender. Coming clean doesn't cost me anything at this point. In fact, it might even work in my favor. If I give them a little, perhaps they'll return the favor and reveal more of what they know. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what's to come. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead, casting harsh shadows across the room. The air feels thick with anticipation as I prepare to speak, knowing that my next words could change the course of this entire situation. The silence stretches for a moment longer as I gather my thoughts. I can see the detectives leaning forward slightly, their eyes fixed on me, waiting for my response. I decide to start with a calculated admission. All right, I say, my voice steady and controlled. You're not entirely wrong. I do know more about this mark than I've let on. I watch their reactions carefully, noting the subtle shift in their postures. The good cop's eyebrows raise slightly, while the bad cop's eyes narrow, a mixture of suspicion and triumph in his gaze. But, I continue, holding up a hand to forestall their questions, that doesn't mean I'm responsible for whatever happened to your dead guy, and it certainly doesn't mean I'm back in any game. I lean back in my chair, the metal cool against my back. So now that I've shown a little good faith, why don't you tell me what you really know? Because I'm starting to think you're as in the dark about this as I am. The tension in the room ratchets up a notch. I can almost see the gears turning in their heads as they decide how much to reveal. The ball is in their court now, and I wait, my heart pounding beneath my calm exterior to see how they'll play it. I'm a bartender, I repeat, but I'm certainly not a detective. As your previous exploits have proven, Good Cop says. Bad Cop flashes him a glance, but it's already too late. You've been spying on me then, I ask? It's our job. If it's happening in the city, We're supposed to know about it. Okay, that definitely sounds like something a PI would say. You joking? Yeah. I look at bad cop. If anyone's going to come clean, it's him. Who you working for? I ask. He shrugs. Some guy. Don't worry about it yet. Fine, but you have to give me something. Fine. Good cop starts talking almost immediately. The guy that offed your old man, he's the one we're after. Name's Rockford Elizondo. We want him taken out, and we need it done quick. By Sunday. Rockford Elizondo? Yeah, Mexican father, but his mother is East Coast born and bred. Attended a fancy Ivy League school or something like that. Name checks out, I say, shrugging. So you thought you should ask me, because I'm a bartender. Something like that, yeah, the guy says. Bad cop shakes his head. No, we figured you'd want a chance at this guy who offed your father. I frown, pausing to feign interest in the question. No, I say. I'm good. Thanks, though. I stand to leave, and the two men at the table stand with me. I laugh. That how this is going to play out? Two grunts beating me with a stick until I agree? The man now standing directly in front of me, bad cop, glares. We didn't bring any sticks. Shame, I say. You're going to need more than a couple of fists to fight me off. I may be old, but I ain't dumb. You think I came in here thinking I'd walk out without a fight? Good cop jumps in. We don't need sticks or fists. Man, where you been? Business happens different these days. You should know that, barman. He enunciates the last word by smacking a folder down on the table. The hollow steel rings, the slap reverberating against the walls, the sharp noise dying quickly. Still, it's effective. I hadn't even noticed he'd been holding a folder, and the sound of it hitting the table makes me jump. What's this? I ask. Money? You trying to buy me? Good cop shakes his head. Good one, because my old man tried for years, and I doubt you two have enough to afford me. Open it, bad cop says. Chapter 9. I do. The folder is a typical office issue, light beige and thin, barely cardstock. Nothing on the front of it, not even a brand marking or logo. I reach for it, feeling the smooth outside of the cover before I flip it open. Page 1 is a picture. Grainy, pixelated, and taken at night with what had to be the worst camera ever designed. I can barely see what it's supposed to depict, but when I do, I pull my hand back. My bar. It's without a doubt my little space downtown, Edisto Beach, South Carolina. On the Strip, which is a generous term, but it's mine. What's this all about? I ask. This your place? I nod. Well, it's going to be our place if you don't help us out. I smack my lips. Right. Well, bad news, boys. The place ain't for sale, and I ain't rich. I'm still paying it off. Good cop nods, then flips over the first page picture and lets me read the second. I read what I can, but there's a lot of legal mumbo-jumbo. I've never been a fan of lawyers, mostly because I can't stand the way they write. Just walk up to me and tell me what the hell you're talking about in plain English, you know? So I'm not entirely sure what this page is trying to tell me, but I get the gist from the top few lines that Mason Dixon, hereafter referred to as seller, will be selling his bar and all remaining debt on the property to some bank in Charleston. I look up at my new friends. This supposed to be real? Bad cop shrugs. If you want it to be. I don't, I'm pretty sure. I pause. Yeah, now that I've thought about it, I really would prefer to keep my bar. That's what we figured too. He reaches down and grabs the paper out of the open folder. But the thing is, my boss really wants this job done, and he says you're the guy for it. My turn to shrug. So we had this contract written up. It's not really worth anything, as you know, since there are lawyers and signatures needed. But, and this might make a difference, our lawyer is pretty good friends with the guy who'd signed this contract. Who, me? I rack my brain, trying to figure out if I know any lawyers. I've made it a point in my almost 49 years of life to avoid the legal profession, so I figure I'm safe. No, Dixon, good cop says. The guy at your bank who'd signed this. But you'd still need your signature? Yeah, we know, but we're pretty good at getting what we want. I let out a long sigh. Right, okay, I got it. You're like the mafia or something, and you're going to break my legs if I don't do what you want. And then, if I still don't do what you want, You'll take my bar away from me. Both men across the table nod in unison. Got it. My mind races. I try to figure out if they've forgotten something, if I have anything on them, or if there's a back door, some way to maneuver out of this mess I've gotten myself into. So you'll do it? I frown. Do what? Kill Elizondo, the guy who murdered my old man? Another nod. That's the thing, boys, I say. I don't really like my old man. I'm not saying I like him better dead, but I'm not sure I want to take on a project like this when you don't seem like trustworthy individuals. The bigger man, bad cop, sniffs. Dixon, we already explained. You explained nothing. You just threatened to take my bar. You know it's not that hard to find another bar, right? We know, but there's that whole part about breaking your legs, remember? I nod. Yeah, sure, right. I take a deep breath. Whatever they're threatening me with is serious, judging by the looks on their faces in the folder in front of me. This isn't just some half-assed attempt to scare me. They've thought this through. They've hired a guy to pose as a detective, and they've even gone to the trouble to print out a whole folder of documents and bankish type statements. No one prints anything these days. These guys mean business. Look, I say, I want my lawyer to look at these documents. That cool with you? No. Right, figured. Okay, well, in that case, I'd like to look at them. Is that okay? No. Well then. Seems like you've wasted a lot of time and dead trees printing it all out then. You've also made quite an offer, gentlemen, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to. We'll pay you. I cock my head. I don't necessarily like this, but they've suddenly started speaking my language. Yeah? What are we talking? We'll cover your expenses as long as they're reasonable, and we get to decide if they're reasonable. Bad cop jumps in. And then there's a finder's fee. For finding the guy, I ask. For finding the guy and taking him out? 10%. 10% of what? 10% of what he stole from us, good cop answers. I nod. That's fair. What, did he steal from you? 32 million. I choke. Dollars? No, Dixon. Pickles. Yes, dollars. 32 million. That's 320,000 as a finder's fee. Glad to see you can do math. You in? I'm not convinced this is legitimate, but I also know that just about all of what I do outside of tending bar is not legitimate. I've never been one to abide by the law, but I also know I need confirmation on the mark. I need to know the mark is worth being marked. Call me soft-hearted, but I don't kill innocent people. Good cop pushes the documents toward me. Listen, Dixon, he says, these documents are real. You can look at them all you want, but we're not leaving this room until we've got a verbal confirmation from you. You help us get this guy, we leave you. And your bar. Alone. That seems reasonable, but I hate when people try to tell me what to do. It's just disrespectful. Can you ask nicely? Come again. No, I don't think you misheard me. There are two of you, after all. Put your heads together and figure it out. You want us to ask nicely. Is that so much to ask? My old man just died, so maybe it's the least you can do? The two grunts look at each other. Apparently my attitude is new to them, then turn back to me. Bad cop notes. Yeah, okay, fine. Will you please help us find Elizondo by Sunday? And take him out? Good cop adds. I wait, basking in the moment. A small victory. I learned long ago to stop and appreciate those little wins. They're, when you think about it, everything. I cross my arms. Fine. Chapter 10. They want us to do what? Joey asks. Joey's my right-hand man, the manager of my bar, the head chef, and the guy I trust with just about everything. He knows my secrets, and so far he's proven himself worthy of keeping them. They don't want us to do anything, I answer. They want me to find some guy. Some guy who killed your old man, Joey says. Calm down. Yeah, something like that. Some guy, Rockford Elizondo, who murdered my old man. Did you see him? I shake my head and pour myself a drink. No sense reaching for the cheaper stuff. I grab a bottle of Jefferson's Ocean, number 11, a bourbon that tastes like it's made for a king, at a peasant's price. A peasant who makes a shit ton of money a year. Ocean's a bourbon I've coveted for a long time. It took me a while to get into it, with its polished logo, simple and corporate, the name itself, and the kitschy novelty on its little stretchy band label, aged at sea, with the barrels sloshing around on deck in the sunlight and moonlight for a year. Supposedly, the bourbon takes in more of the wood's flavors of vanilla and oak at a faster rate. Ostensibly, I put off tasting it for years, never one to fall for marketers' and advertisers' scams. Or at least, I didn't want to think I'd fallen for them. But Joey brought a bottle back from Charleston a few months ago and offered me a sample. The bottle wasn't cheap, so I wasn't impressed. But after the first sniff, the first taste, and the second sniff, I started to change my mind. Deep, rich vanilla, just enough caramel, and the right amount of oak to make the drink smooth but not cloying. It had a bite that matched its alcohol content, and overall, I felt like I was drinking something that deserved its reputation. Jefferson's Ocean, in my opinion, is a fantastic purchase, so we started stocking it behind the bar. It fits in well with the English pub theme we're running, even though it's not technically English, and most English hard liquor aged at sea is rum. I splash a few fingers into a rocks glass, drop in a huge sphere of ice, and swirl it after giving it a respectful sniff. When it's cooled enough, I bring it to my lips and think about our next move. No, but I'm going to find the guy, I say. Don't, Joey says, matching my movements with his own glass of bourbon. Bullet, another popular mix-worthy bourbon, we keep stocked. Why? Because they're obviously playing you. How so? Did you see the body? Your dad's, I mean. Well, no, but that doesn't mean anything. He stares me down, or up, since I'm a bit taller than him. Really? No, I admit. It shouldn't. They want something from me, and that's to take out their mark. Another guy, one they claim killed my old man. But what if he didn't? What if he didn't? It doesn't change anything. They're claiming they have something on me, enough to take the bar. Joey smiles. But did they threaten to break your legs? I laugh. You know, it did come up. He takes another sip and I follow. The whiskey is good and it gets better the cooler, and more diluted it becomes. So they want you to take out their guy. I nod. Any idea who it is? This Rockford Elizondo gentleman? I nod again. Really? Yep. They told me who he is, where he is, and when it needs to be done by. Joey's eyes widen. Christ, Mason, they're not asking you to take him out. They're telling you. This is a planned hit, and you're the unlucky SOB who has to do it. I sigh, then down the rest of the bourbon. Yeah, I say. I know. That's why I'm doing it myself this time. Without you. Joey laughs again, then refills my drink. Bullshit. I glare at him. Seriously, Dixon, no way I'm out on this one. You haven't been in the game since... Well, don't say it. Fine, but you've been out since then, and you know you're getting soft. I'm... like hell I am. If you were better at this, your mark would already be dead. I'm not sure what to say to that. I can't tell if he's right or just trying to piss me off. I decide to drink another shot of bourbon, but cut him off when he tries to top me off again. It is a workday after all. The bar's opening in a few hours. There's no way I could have known. Maybe, Joey says. Maybe not. Point is, your old man's dead, and they want you to find his killer. They're probably into something big, and they either can't be bothered or don't have the manpower to off him themselves. They're smart enough to know they need plausible deniability, and they have the added benefit of knowing the old dead guy's son is an assassin. Don't call me that. I hate that word. Whatever, you're a dealer of vigilante justice. You make me sound old. No, you sound old. I glare at him again while doing a walkthrough of the bar area and prepping the few liqueurs we keep on hand. It's a quick job since I make sure the bar's in perfect shape every night after close. Joey's picked up the habit too, so when he's closing without me, I know I'll come in the next morning to a beautiful, fully stocked bar. I'm helping you. You have to run the bar, Joey. No, we don't. It's the middle of the week. No one but a few oldies will care if we're closed, and we can buy them off pretty easily. He's talking about the little BOGO cards he printed up, discounts or buy one, get one free coupons that offer a free meal, a discounted drink, or something else valuable to our regulars. Besides those cards, our regulars think I'm quite the fisherman. Joey has a sign he hangs on the door whenever we're out that says we've gone fishing. The ruse works, I always assume, because Joey cooks the best damn catfish this side of the Mississippi. And any place on the other side of the river doesn't have catfish worth talking about. He's mean with a spatula, and he knows it. He turned my little bar into a full-fledged restaurant, complete with fancy-looking menus and often shifting delicacies, like imported lobster and English beers. He's a true asset to my business, but he's also a true asset to my extracurricular business. I sigh. He's right, and he knows it. He'll help me no matter what I try to do to keep him away. I've learned the hard way to keep him close and let him be part of the team. As much as I hate to admit it, he'll be an asset to me there too. Fine, but I'm not going to let you. I'll help however I can. No constraints this time. You'll help however I tell you? I'll quit. You can cook the catfish yourself. He's smiling, and even though I know the threat's empty, I hesitate. Yeah, okay, fine. I need help. Just don't get killed. Sounds like good advice, he says. Want to head out on the water and make a plan? Chapter 11. Joey and I spend the rest of the night like we always do, cooking up fish and serving drinks. He mans the griddle and takes care of the house, while I make sure our patrons at the bar aren't going thirsty. I think a lot about the offer. Not much of an offer, really. They're twisting my arm, forcing me into it. They know I can do the job, and they know I won't have a choice now that I know about my old man. And then there's the money. It's a lot of money. I don't typically see that kind of money come through my bar in an entire year, and I definitely could use it. I've made some headway on buying the place outright, but there's still a ways to go, and there are things I want to do with the place, all of which cost money. Or rather, there are things Joey wants to do with the place. He's already fixed the lights, something that always bugged him. They were either too bright, too dim, or something. He's a Goldilocks about the aesthetic stuff, and I don't care much as long as it's cheap. So he found some inexpensive LED lighting fixtures online that are dimmable, wired them up, and even recessed them into the fixture sockets that had been there before. Then, as if to rub in how much younger he is than I am, he even got a little app for his smartphone to control them. When the bar opens, the lights turn on. When it gets dark out and the guests' palates shift from fish and chips to bourbon, the lights dim just a bit. I have to admit he's done a bang-up job, but I refuse to let him know. He always smiles at me, big and dumb, whenever the lights change according to the mood of the room, which always seems to be a mood I'm not tuned into. He waits for me to see him, with that big dumb grin on his face, and then he breaks out into laughter. See? Much better, ain't it, boss? He asks. I don't see any difference. I try to make my response crustier every time, but I know he sees right through it. I like the lighting, and I like that he's making improvements, large and small. I really like that he cares about it all. It's like having another me walking around with a different skill set and personality, but caring about it just as much as I do. I always give him a hard time, but I try to make him know he's a valuable asset and good friend to me. One way I show that is by giving him access to the Wassamasaw, the 131-foot yacht that Hannah Rayburn gave me. We're on it now, heading out into the bay, just past the last buoys and before the breaks start. During the hotter months, there are windsurfers and paddleboarders out on the surf, and you can see the cruise ships heading to and from the Bahamas on the horizon. Now that it's cooler, the wind picks up, and only the diehards are out on the water. Most of the traffic is sailboats and catamarans, each vying for control of their own narrow slice of the vast expanse. I love being on the boat. She's been completely refinished, from the carpet to the furniture, thanks to a generous clause in the Federal Bureau of Investigation's operating agreement, or at least thanks to a friend of mine who works there. I still don't know if it's common practice at the FBI to let their case victims keep huge boats after a traumatizing incident, but I don't ask questions, and I don't care to know the truth. The boat is mine, and that's that. I have the papers for it, the registration and license, and a dock for it 2 blocks away from my bar. If anyone loves the boat more than I do, it's Joey. He and his new girlfriend from the city come out and sleep on it, even while it's docked. I let him take it out a few times as well. But there's hardly a time when I'm not also available for a quick jaunt up and down the bay. Hey boss, you got dinner plans? Joey calls up into the bridge. He and his girlfriend, Shalise with an S, are cozied up on the couch in the adjacent room, the long dining and entertainment lounge. Joey has already made his way through half a bottle of one of the more expensive bourbons I keep stocked. Chalice a bottle of red. Me? You're the chef. Joey laughs. Well, yeah, but I'm probably a little too buzzed to cook. There's fish in the fridge. You can just grill it. Oh, I say. That right? I have your permission to cook you dinner? I've already planned on grilling fish, and I've already told Joey and Chalice that, but it's funnier to give him crap for it. Unless you want to risk me falling overboard. I stare him down from my chair in the cabin. I might take my chances. Shalise laughs. I would. Joey returns, slowly so he won't fall, to his chair, pouring himself another generous splash of whiskey, then sipping it as he closes his eyes. I stand in the doorway, watching, to be young again. What? Shalise asks, her bright smile lighting up her face. You wishing you weren't so old and worn out? I shoot her a glance, trying to feign anger. It's impossible. She's absolutely gorgeous, yet still has the youthful cuteness of a college schoolgirl. She's African-American, with long, skinny legs and wiry arms, but in a lithe and fit way. I can't remember how she and Joey met, but they've been inseparable for the past few months. Not any more than you're wishing you weren't named after a cup. She frowns. Shalise, chalice. It means cup. It's chalice with an S, she says, and it's pronounced Shalise. Not my fault your parents can't pronounce cup. What kind of dancer did you say you were, by the way? She scowls. I told you about 50 times, Mason. I teach ballet. To children. Yeah? I ask. That what they're calling it these days? I know she has a sense of humor, so I'm not too worried about her feelings, but I still don't want to come across like a jerk, so I let up. Dinner's ready in half an hour, I say. Shalise nods and Joey rolls his head side to side and then back and forth. I take that as confirmation that he's heard me, then retreat to the small kitchen to start dinner. Chapter 12. Dinner was good, but nothing special. I secretly wish Joey had sobered up enough to cook it, as he's a master, even when it's something as simple as fish on the grill. We share a bottle of wine I dig out of a cabinet, and the three of us park ourselves up on the deck chairs, waiting for the sunset. Sunsets on the Wasamasaw have become a new favorite of mine. I've spent many evenings up here, alone with Joey, or with Joey and Chalice. Since Hannah, I haven't dated or seen anyone. Sometimes I think it'd be nice to hang out with a woman closer to my age, but Joey and Shalise are good company. Still, they're together. And even though it's my boat, there are times I feel like the third wheel. They've bunked up in one of the guest rooms, which are big enough for 2 people and their luggage. Joey has a few clothes in the closet and some hygiene stuff in the bathroom, ready to go in case we decide on a spontaneous trip. He's my only friend, but he's a damn good one. Always ready for anything, whenever I give the word. His background in the Navy doesn't hurt either. He's a scrapper, figuring things out on his own. No family that he talks about, and I don't ask. Shalise probably knows more about him than I do. But I know one thing for sure. I can trust him, and I can count on him to pull through. It's no different now. I'm going to find the guy who killed my old man, and I know Joey will help. I couldn't stop him from getting involved, even if I wanted to. I know this is what he's about to bring up as soon as he turns to look at me from his chair on the top deck. Finally sober enough to chat, I ask. He smiles. Yeah, and I was waiting for Chalice to head down to the room. Chalice had gone down to shower or do whatever women do after dinner. It gives Joey and me a chance to talk about the situation. She'll eventually find out what we're up to, but no need to get her wound up before we've even started. Well, what are you thinking? He shrugs. You still going through with it? Damn right I am. The guy killed my old man and It's not about that, Joey interrupts. I frown. What do you mean? I know you, Dixon. It ain't about your old man. He pauses, sniffs, then takes a pull from the cigar he's been cradling. I mean it is, but it's not really. I look him up and down. He knows me better than anyone, maybe better than Hannah did, but that doesn't mean he can read my mind. What do you think it's about then? They want you to take this guy out. Sure, he offed your dad, but they know you're still their best option for getting their mark. Yeah, and, he continues, it means they're paying you. I chuckle. When were you going to tell me, and what's my cut? This time I laugh out loud. Your cut? You think just because you're a mediocre sidekick, you get more than your current share? My current share is a manager's salary and some perks. I laugh again, looking out at the sunset over the Atlantic and taking a puff from my cigar. I'm not much of a cigar smoker, but I can appreciate them. Joey picked these up in Charleston, and I have to admit the kid's got decent taste. Mild, sweet, and very aromatic. Right up my alley. Your manager's salary is a very generous salary, kid. And those perks you're talking about? Wining and dining on the fanciest yacht from here to Boston Harbor? You think that's just a little bonus? This baby costs money to run. Joey smiles. I'm messing with you, but seriously, you wouldn't be as gung-ho about this if it was just your father's death motivating you. You might look around, poke into some undercurrents in Charleston, maybe even call in some professional help. But you wouldn't take it on by yourself, and you wouldn't be in such a rush to get it done. I glance at the stairs, listening to see if Shalise is coming back yet. All I hear is the splash of waves against the hull and the distant crash of water on the beach. We're only about a quarter-mile out, far enough for decent fishing, but close enough to get back to the bar in a hurry if we need to. Fine, I say, turning back to Joey. You caught me. He smiles. I knew it. So, what's the payout? 10%, typical. Okay, so this guy stole money from them, and they want it back. 10% makes sense. But 10% of what? I wait for him to take a sip from his scotch. It's expensive, and I bought it, so planning for him to spit it out isn't my smartest decision, but it'll be funny. 3.2, I say. His eyes widen for a second, then narrow as he thinks about it. 3.2 million. As if reading my mind, he looks me in the eye, carefully swallows every drop of whiskey, and then takes a deep, long puff from his cigar. Come on, Joey, that's a lot of money. He laughs. Sure it is. Your payout's $320,000? Yep. Damn, that is a lot of money. I figure we can still split it 50-50, get you some nice wallpaper for the bar, and like hell we will. What, you don't like wallpaper? 50-50. He laughs. More like 80-20 if you're good. You mean like if I save your ass like last time? I blow out a puff of smoke. Yeah, like last time. He immediately reaches out his hand. Deal, boss. Only this time you let me in on the action. Joey, I say, let's hope there won't be any action. As soon as the words escape my lips, the sound of a large boat motor rips through the serenity of the orange-cast sunset. Chapter 13. The boat is smaller than mine, but certainly faster because of its compact size. Even with just one of their twin engines running, they could easily outpace me in a race, and I'm acutely aware of this fact. We're not going to outrun them, I say, my voice tense with concern. Why would we? Joey asks, his tone betraying a mix of confusion and curiosity. Because they're not our friends, I respond grimly, my eyes fixed on the approaching vessel. How can you... Joey begins to question, but his words abruptly trail off as realization dawns on his face. His eyes widen, and his mouth hangs open as he finally sees what I've been watching. The approaching boat's menacing demeanor becomes unmistakable, and a palpable sense of danger settles over us like a heavy fog. At the bow of the boat, standing on the rounded covered section on top, is a man, his legs firmly planted at shoulder-width apart, one hand gripping the deck rail of the speeding motorboat. The wind whips at his clothing, but he remains steadfast, his stance exuding a threatening confidence. In his other hand, he clutches an assault rifle, its metal gleaming ominously in the sunlight. The boat draws nearer, its engine roaring like an angry beast. Waves crash against its hull, spraying mist into the air. The man's face becomes clearer now, revealing a grim determination that sends chills down our spines. His finger rests on the trigger of the weapon, ready to unleash a hail of bullets at a moment's notice. Joey and I exchange a terrified glance, our hearts pounding in unison. The gravity of our situation hits us like a physical blow. We're exposed, vulnerable, with nowhere to hide from the impending threat. "Shit," Joey whispers, his voice barely audible over the approaching boat's engine. The single word encapsulates our shared fear and the dire predicament we now face. Time seems to slow as we brace ourselves for whatever comes next, our minds racing to find a way out of this nightmare scenario. "Shit's right," I mutter. "What's the—" "You and Chalice get below decks, stay out of sight, and wait for—" "What's going on?" Chalice's voice cuts through the night air, rising above the increasing roar of the approaching watercraft. The moonlight glints off the choppy waves, casting eerie shadows across the deck. "Shit, again," I say, my heart racing as I scan the horizon. The distant lights of the oncoming boat grow brighter with each passing second. "You two need to stay down. No sense letting them know there are three of us here. They're here to talk to me." Chalice opens her mouth to protest, but I cut her off with a sharp gesture. "No arguments," I insist, my voice firm but tinged with urgency. "My boat, my rules." We assess our limited options. The approaching vessel is closing in fast, its engine drowning out the gentle lapping of waves against our hull. I glance frantically around, looking for any possible hiding spots. "We can't get below decks without being spotted," I mutter, frustration evident in my tone. The open layout of the boat suddenly feels like a trap, leaving us exposed and vulnerable. Time is running out, and we need to make a decision fast before our unwelcome visitors arrive. He's right. "True, okay, just stay up here. It'll give you a perch to listen from, and if you're careful about it, maybe even a good line of sight onto their—" My world suddenly lights up with the brightness of a million suns. "Damn it!" I shout. They've opened fire with a massive light, one of those Coast Guard quality million candle power bulbs that can be focused on a target from over 100 feet away. And they're not even close to 100 feet away. The blinding light sears our retinas, making it impossible to see clearly. My eyes water and sting, and I blink rapidly, trying to adjust to the sudden brightness. "What the hell?" Joey exclaims next to me, his voice a mixture of fear and confusion. I can hear the panic rising in his tone, and I know he's as startled as I am. Suddenly, a voice booms from a speaker system on the smaller craft, its volume amplified to an almost painful level. "Don't move," it commands, the authority in its tone leaving no room for argument. "We see you, all three of you. Do not attempt to escape. We need to talk." I can feel Chalice's presence on my other side, her breathing quick and shallow. She lets out a nervous chuckle, her sarcasm barely masking her fear. "Yeah," she says, her voice dripping with skepticism. "Sounds like that's all they want to do." We stand frozen, hearts pounding, unsure of what to do next as the craft hovers menacingly above us. Its intentions unclear, but its power undeniable. "Never know," I say. "They might just need to chat with me about something." I meet Joey's eyes. "Don't tell her," I silently plead. He nods. I turn back to Chalice. "Stay up here just like they said. Don't let Joey do anything stupid." She nods. "Want me to call the cops? Or Coast Guard?" "Can't get cell service out here," I answer as I step onto the first stair. "And there isn't a radio on the top deck to get the Coast Guard. Just hang tight, stay cool." I walk down the stairs onto the main deck, my mind racing as I consider my options. I'm wondering if there's enough time to dash to my cabin and retrieve one of the firearms I keep on board. The collection ranges from compact .380s to my dependable .45 caliber Glock, each offering its own advantages in a situation like this. But reality quickly sets in. I know there's no time for such a detour. The intruders are already in the final stages of their approach, preparing to board our vessel. My eyes are drawn to the figure standing at the bow of their boat, his posture resembling that of a pirate from some old tale. The way he's positioned, I can tell he's more than ready to open fire at the slightest provocation. Accepting the gravity of the situation, I make my way to the port side of our boat. With deliberate movements, I position myself at the railing, raising my hands in a clear gesture of surrender. "Keep 'em up, Dixon," the armed man calls out, his voice carrying easily across the water. There's a hint of mockery in his tone as he continues. "Don't worry about helping us board. We'll take care of that on our own." I remain still, my hands held high, as I watch them prepare to make the transition from their vessel to ours. The gentle lapping of waves against the hulls serves as an eerie backdrop to this unfolding drama on the open water. He's right. Almost immediately after he says it, I see two more men throw ropes over to the Wasamasaw from the smaller boat. It's unnamed, unmarked, and painted black. Great. They're in the business of staying out of sight. I wonder if they're pirates, but it seems unlikely. Pirates today are smarter than people think, targeting ships carrying valuable cargo, not small yachts like mine. These men aren't here to loot my boat or hold me hostage. They're here for something else entirely. I can sense it in the tense atmosphere, in the way their eyes dart around, searching for something specific. It's probably related to the complex operation I've unwittingly found myself caught up in. "Hello, Mason," a gruff voice says, breaking the silence. I turn slowly, my hands still raised above my head, and look at the man who's boarded my vessel. He's short, squat even, but built like a bowling ball of pure muscle. His presence exudes danger and authority. "What do you want?" I ask, trying to keep my voice steady despite the fear creeping up my spine. The man's eyes narrow as he responds, "I need to know that you're not going to make a move on Rockford Elizondo." "I'm not," I reply quickly, hoping my answer will satisfy him and end this tense encounter. "Good," the man says, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I guess we're done here." I frown, confusion replacing fear for a moment. "Really?" I can't help but ask, skepticism evident in my tone. He smiles fully now, but it's a predatory grin that sends chills down my spine. "No, asshole. We're only getting started. You know how these things work. You've been in the business a long time, Dixon. You and your old man." "What do you know about my old man?" "That doesn't matter now," the man says. "I'm employed by the guy you're supposed to be trying to kill. He's very interested in not getting killed. So you kill me, and he's safe. That it?" The man shakes his head. "No, Dixon, it's not that simple. Again, you know how this stuff works." I shake my head. "No, I guess it's been too long. Why don't we have a drink, talk about it like gentlemen?" He smiles. "Thank you, Dixon. I thought you'd never ask." He motions with his pistol for me to start walking. "I'll follow you. Hope you have something worth drinking in there." Chapter 14. Naturally, he went for the Johnny Walker Blue, the overrated scotch I keep on display in the lighted liquor cabinet. It's more for show. I'm not really a scotch guy, and I'm definitely not a showy fellow. So having anything in my liquor cabinet that costs more than a Benjamin means it's either got to be really good or was a really nice gift. My JW Blue, as it turns out, falls into the latter category, a gift from someone I can't even remember, given when my late wife passed away. That's the thing about gifts. The ones you remember aren't the most expensive, but the most meaningful. I'd have remembered the hell out of someone who'd gotten me her favorite drink rather than their own. If they'd known me better, they'd have opted for a bourbon, a rye, or just plain old American whiskey. But Scotch has a certain je ne sais quoi. It says, "I bought you an expensive gift because I want you to remember me," rather than, "I bought this because I know you." Whatever, regardless of the history behind the bottles in my liquor cabinets, the good-sized one here, the tiny one back at my apartment, and the massive, impressive one at my bar. I don't like schmucks drinking my stuff, especially if they're not paying for it. "That's a $150 bottle of scotch, my friend," I say to the newcomer on my boat. The squat man looks at it as he pours two glasses, then lifts one to examine it in the light. "It is fascinating, isn't it?" he asks. "How they can charge so much for swill like this." "It's just blended," I say, "but it's a well-known distillery. They can get away with it." He scoffs, setting the bottle back on the shelf, but at an angle, with the label facing the wrong direction. I make a mental note to fix that later before it drives me nuts. I can fetch about $30 a pour at my bar for that. For this, it's not a common request, and by pricing it high, I turn their attention to the lower-priced and better options. He nods in approval. What do you want? I ask. He sniffs, then smacks the scotch in his mouth after sipping a finger of it. At least he seems to know his whiskey. I wonder if he's a real drinker or if it's just for show. I normally don't drink on the job, Dixon, he says, taking another smaller sip. But considering the company, I figured I could indulge a bit. Keep drinking. Have all you want, I say. He laughs. That would make it easier for you to get rid of me, wouldn't it? How else can I get rid of you? I shoot back. I'm normally pretty good at boozing up my clientele, but something tells me you're not going to fall for any tricks. Good, he says. We're on the same page. What do you want? I ask again. I want you to back off, Elizondo, he says. I am off. I haven't done anything. Don't really have plans to. Correct, he replies. And I thought we could talk about the logistics of keeping it that way, like gentlemen. I take a sip. Well, listen, Franson, he says. Jacob Franson. Okay, Mr. Franson, I say. You're here because you want me to not kill some guy, but there are people who do want me to kill that same guy, and they're willing to pay $300,000, he says, cutting me off. Yes, I know. It's a lot of money. You offering me that much to not kill him? He shakes his head, smiling. No, I'm afraid not. My boss doesn't have the resources to pay off all the other men who want him dead. Right, I say. So you understand my conundrum. On one hand, I stand to make a lot of money. On the other hand, Franson leans forward, his legs parting to make room for his round gut. On the other hand, he says, you stand to not die. I lean my head back. Why does this shit always happen to me? Everything about Franson tells me he's serious. He's a player, maybe a major one, or at least working for someone who is. His boss, the man I've been instructed to kill, is now threatening me not to kill him. Crazy world. You're going to kill me? If you don't comply, yes. But everyone dies. He laughs. Sure, Dixon, everyone dies. But my boss was very clear about the time frame. Yeah, I say. Sunday. I keep hearing that. What's Sunday and why is it so damn important to Rockford Elizondo? He shakes his head. Listen, Dixon, the only thing you need to worry about is making sure Elizondo stays alive until Monday morning. That's it. Great. I'll make sure to cross Kill Rockford off my planner. Franson laughs again. That's just it, he says. Elizondo figured it'd make more sense to have you on our side. I squint. What are you talking about, Franson? I'm talking about making sure my boss doesn't die. Yeah, we already talked about that. No, he says. We talked about you not killing him. Now we're talking about making sure no one kills him before Sunday. Wait, you want me to protect him? He nods. My boss is convinced you're the right guy for the job. But the other guys are threatening to take my bar away if I don't kill him, and we're threatening to kill you if Elizondo dies. Shit. Between a rock and a hard place, I think. But I'd rather be between a rock and a hard place. I can't think of anything else to say. Shit! Franson nods. That's about it. Yes, it's a shit deal, but it's the deal. He downs the rest of his glass and sets it on the edge of the bar. No coaster. I'll have to clean up the condensation ring after he leaves. I don't like that deal, I say. That's cute, Dixon. Sorry it doesn't fit your agenda. Hate to break it to you, but that's the deal. Keep my boss alive, and we keep you alive. I clench my fists. No, I won't. The punch hits faster than I expect, and it hurts a lot more than I expect. The guy is pure muscle, I guess, and he's certainly in shape enough to move quickly. I lick my lip and feel the swelling begin. I'm on the floor somehow. The punch and the whiskey combined, maybe. Or he's just that strong and knows how to throw a punch. I crawl toward the chair next to me, trying to pull myself up. You son of a... The next hit is a kick to the gut. I hear the air rush out of me as I crumple to the carpet. Shit, I think again. This is not going well. Dixon, Franson says, not even winded. I didn't want to have to repeat myself, but this is something you'll learn. He steps over me, reaches for the scotch on the table, and downs the rest of it. I don't like to repeat myself, especially when I know the person understands me just fine. So when I do repeat myself, it costs. I look up, still struggling to breathe. It costs a lot, Dixon. He swings his foot back and aims it right at the same spot. The oof that escapes my lips is nothing compared to the pain of everything inside me trying to escape at once. I want to vomit, scream, and crawl away all at the same time. Instead, I just lie there pitiful, staring up at the bowling ball of a man who single-handedly destroyed me. It's going to cost you, Dixon, but consider yourself lucky. We're only going to take some collateral this time. Next time, it'll be their lives. I don't have time to contemplate or understand what he means before his foot winds up again. This time it lands just under my eye, sending me rolling backward into the chair. I manage half a roll before everything goes black. Chapter 15. I groan, my body stiff and aching. As I try to move, another groan escapes my lips, louder this time. Damn it, I'm getting old, I mutter to myself, feeling every year in my bones. My neck throbs with a dull, persistent ache, a familiar discomfort, but one that seems more intense than usual. Cautiously, I attempt to turn my head to the side. Instantly, a sharp, searing pain shoots down my spine like lightning. I can't help but yell out, a string of curses following as the agony overwhelms me. My hands, thankfully, are still functional. I bring them up to my neck, fingers probing and massaging, trying to work out the knots and tension. But as I knead the muscles, I realize the pain runs much deeper than what a simple massage can alleviate. A flicker of fear runs through me. Could my neck be broken? Panic rising, I start to writhe on the carpet, my movements desperate and uncoordinated. Slowly, painfully, I manage to shift my body into a sitting position. The change in posture sends new waves of discomfort through me, but as I take stock of my situation, I realize with relief that I'm not actually broken, just in severe, mind-numbing pain. I take deep breaths, trying to center myself and assess the damage. The room spins slightly as I look around, my vision blurry from the intensity of the pain. I wonder what happened to put me in this state, my mind foggy and struggling to piece together recent events. I stand, steadying myself by gripping the chair. The living room around me looks as it did. 2 empty glasses of scotch on the bar, the liquor cabinet closed, but the bottle still sitting at the wrong angle, its label turned away. Then the memories come flooding back, hitting me like a tidal wave. The weight of recent events crashes down upon me, making every movement a struggle. I want to hustle, to move quickly across the deck, but I find that I can't. My body feels heavy, uncooperative, as if I'm wading through thick molasses. I can barely move at all, each step a monumental effort. Shuffling toward the door leading below decks, I grip the railing tightly, my knuckles turning white from the effort. I pull myself up slowly, carefully, each stair feeling like a mountain to climb. The journey that would normally take seconds stretches into what feels like an eternity. My breath comes in short, labored gasps as I finally reach the top deck. The familiar sight of the 3 deck chairs and the table sitting under the awning comes into view, but something is off. The scene is incomplete, missing a crucial element. As my eyes scan the area, they finally land on Joey. He's sitting in one of the chairs, his posture tense and rigid. But what strikes me most is that he's alone. The absence of Chalice is glaringly obvious, leaving a void that seems to echo across the deck. The empty space where she should be speaks volumes, raising a multitude of questions that I'm not sure I'm ready to face. The silence on the deck is deafening, broken only by the gentle lapping of waves against the hull and the distant cry of a seagull. Joey's solitary figure against the backdrop of the vast ocean only emphasizes the gravity of our situation, leaving me with a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. "Joey," I call, "you all right?" No response. Shit. I shuffle over, still slow, trying not to aggravate my aches and pains. "Joey!" I call again, louder this time. "Wake up!" He's face down on the deck, his face pressed into the hard floor. I try bending down, but my back won't let me. Instead, I just stand there, hovering over him, useless. Finally, he stirs. "Joey, where's Chalice?" His girlfriend's name jolts him awake. His eyes shoot open and he groans, grabbing the side of his head. "They knocked me out," he whispers. Yeah, I say. Me too. Someone else came aboard, came up here right after you, and that other guy went down below. They they forced me up against the railing and took Shalise. I curse. Any idea where they went? He shakes his head. How long ago? I ask. I don't know how long I've been out, but I figure Joey's been conscious more recently than me. Not sure, he says, his voice weak. I just remember them grabbing her. She screamed and I tried to fight back. You were unarmed. Yeah, well, screw that. I wasn't going to let them just... He stops, his voice cracking. He doesn't need to finish the sentence. I know exactly what he means. You okay? I ask. I think so. Shook up, but not injured. You, on the other hand? I'll be fine, I answer. Don't worry about me. Listen, Joey. We're going to find them, he says, cutting me off. We're going to kill them, Mason. I'm going to personally rip that asshole's... I know, I say, trying to calm him. I know. We'll get her back. They took her for collateral. Joey stares at me like I'm speaking another language. The hell's that supposed to mean? I shuffle closer to him, holding on to the rail to steady myself. The wind feels nice, but nothing else does. The whole night is ruined, and it's my fault. This is my fault, I say. My problem. You don't have to. I'm doing whatever it takes to get her back, Dixon. Just try and stop me. I'm not going to try and stop you, Joey, I shoot back. I'm just saying this because it's true, and I need to get it out. Go ahead then. This is my fault, okay? Mine. Don't forget that. Whatever happens, this is my fault. He nods, then stares out over the water. Okay? Yeah, Dixon. But I can tell he's not done. He wants to scream, and honestly, I want him to. I want to scream too. But that's not Joey's style, and it's not mine either. What we need is to plan. We need to figure out our next move and get going. He also needs to come to grips with what he's feeling about Shalise. She isn't in immediate danger, but I haven't told him why they took her yet. Joey likely doesn't know the details behind their motives. Joey, I ask, you good? He nods. I guess. We need to talk, make a plan. Yeah, and I need to tell you why they took her. He turns sharply to me, his glare full of fury. They took her because she was here, Mason, because we're a mess, and she walked right into it. I shake my head. No, man, that's not it. I'm a mess, and you're part of it. Yeah, she was in the wrong place at the very wrong time, but this isn't her fault or yours. I know that, Dixon. Get to the point. Okay, fine. The point is, they took her as collateral. She's a hostage, Dixon. No, I say, shaking my head. She's not. Not in the usual sense. I mean, yes, in a way, but they're not going to use her to negotiate with us. How do you figure that? Because they've already negotiated, down below in the cabin. He waits, his patience wearing thin. They want their boss kept alive. They needed assurance, so they came here. To me, not to you, not to Shalise. Like I said, she was just in the wrong. Doesn't matter, Dixon, he snaps, his eyes wild with anger. They took her. You get that? It doesn't matter why. She's gone. It does matter, I say, forcing myself to stay calm. It matters because as long as their boss stays alive, she stays alive. Yeah? And do you have any idea who their boss is? I nod. I do, I say quietly. It's Rockford Elizondo. Chapter 16. We make it back to the dock and part ways in record time. Joey doesn't say a word, and I have nothing to offer that would make this situation any better. The entire ride is silent, except for the squawking seagulls trailing us and the other yachters disembarking from their own excursions. Our cars are waiting, and Joey heads to his without a goodbye. I know he's going back to the bar, probably to clean up for tomorrow. He'll likely down a small bottle of something strong too, and I can't blame him for that. I go back to my apartment, still shaken and unsure of what my next move should be. Whatever it is, Joey will be in on it. He'll grieve for a day, maybe longer, then he'll be ready for action. He'll be ready for revenge. Joey's not a hothead, but he's not completely cool and level-headed either when things go south. He's like me that way, ready to rush in and get things done, consequences be damned. But Joey's no good to me or Shalise if he's dead, so I need to figure out how to keep him from doing anything reckless. I hate planning. It always seems pointless since plans change no matter how well you think them out. Joey's usually all for a solid plan, but I know with Chalice involved, he'll be more of a loose cannon this time. I'm the loose cannon, and we only need one. Whatever I can do to rein him in is a good idea. But like me, Joey's stubborn. With his Navy background and his adult life spent figuring things out solo, he'll be hard-nosed about any backseat plan I come up with. If I play offense, he'll refuse to play defense, which means I need to call in some heavy hitters. If I can make Joey think we're going on the attack but have someone else running point, we can fall back and handle the behind-the-scenes stuff. Support, recon, whatever's needed. I pick up my outweighted cell phone and dial the number. It's late, but the person I'm calling doesn't keep normal hours. Or conduct normal business, for that matter. It rings twice before the man on the other end answers. Dixon? Hey, Truman. Shit, man, he says, and I can hear the smile in his voice. It's been too long since we last saw each other, right after a close call with Hannah. His FBI team spent a night on the Wasamasso as a thank you, and I told Truman then we should hang out more. But neither of us is great at keeping in touch. It's been radio silence since he stepped off the boat that morning. Yeah, I say, sorry. I'm bad about this. No worries, he says. Good to hear your voice. What's up? Truman probably knows I'm not calling to catch up, and I definitely wouldn't call on a weeknight if that's all it was. He likely picks up on that from my voice. There's a situation, I say. You gotta be kidding me, Truman replies. Again? Truman, I need your help. I hear him sigh and then silence. I'm after someone. He killed my old man, and someone wants me to retaliate. There's a finder's fee. Another sigh, but this time Truman speaks after it. Look, Mason, besides the very obvious and blatant illegalities here, this is your business, right? He's not talking about my bar. Right, yeah, but now you're in over your head. Something like that, yeah. Not surprised, Dixon. And may I remind you that I work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation? The government, Mason. I'm not sure if that's a watch what you say or don't say anything at all. So I do what I think is best. I say it. Truman, listen, someone else is in the game, and they want assurance I won't move on their boss. Christ, Dixon, they've got something on you then? Both sides have something on me. Yeah? Truman asks. What's that? My bar on one side. Great. That's just great. And Joey's girlfriend on the other. What? Truman's voice shoots up through the speaker. Yeah, I say. I told you, It's not you who's in trouble, Dixon. Hell, this is your life, pal. It ain't the first scrape you've been in, and against your better judgment, it won't be your last. It's not you who's in danger, it's this girl, and Joey. I let out a long sigh. I don't usually feel sorry for myself, but right now I can't help it. I know. Mason, I can't help you. I know you can't, Just what, Dixon? You thought that by calling me and spilling it over the phone, you'd bind me to some agreement? Some rule about negligence that'd force my hand? I wasn't expecting this. But if our roles were reversed, I guess I'd be reacting the same way. That's the thing with you, Mason, Truman continues. You don't think there are consequences for what you do. I feel my blood heating up, but I've got better things to do than get pissed at him. Stop, Truman, just stop. I called because I wanted your advice. You want my advice? My advice is the same as it always is. Get away. Run away from this madness and stop acting like a vigilante idiot. I'm not a vigilante idiot. Save it, Dixon. You and I both know that what you do is generally a good thing, but it's dangerous as hell. I have no idea how you haven't left a trail of innocent dead people behind you, but I guarantee it's not skill. It's luck, and you're a lucky son of a bitch. But your luck's changed, Mason. You've had your last battle. Truman, I don't need this, right? No shit, you don't need this, but you called anyway. What did you expect? That I'd drop everything and come running? I'm neck deep in a counterfeit operation in Puerto Rico, and we can't even decide on jurisdiction, Dixon. He pauses, but I know he's far from finished. Besides all that, what do you expect me to do? This is an illegal operation, no matter how you slice it. If I come in, guns blazing, you're going to jail. For a long time. I know that, Truman. I'm just trying to see what you would do. I would go to the police. There's no way in hell I'm doing that. I know, but you asked for my advice. This isn't something you can fix on your own. The police can't help you either, but at least it'll take some liability off your head. I'm not going to the police. Another sigh. I can't help you, Dixon. I wish I could, but I can't. I can't give you information, and even if I could, I wouldn't. I won't get sucked into this. Yeah, I say. I know. I'm not asking you to. For the record, I don't want your hands getting dirty. I just wish. I know, Dixon. It's like when you're a kid and get in trouble at school. You want your best friend there with you because getting in trouble alone sucks. Yeah, I say. That's about it. Well, I might be the closest thing to a best friend you have, Dixon, but I'm not getting in trouble with you on this one. I know, don't worry about it. Listen, Dixon, Truman says, I really wish there was something I could do, but there isn't. Get out of this mess and we'll grab a beer. Until then, pour yourself a stiff drink, get on that fancy boat of yours and head toward Africa. Don't stop until you get there. You got it, Truman, I say. Thanks. He hangs up and I know he's sincere. He can't get involved, and no matter how much I want him to, I can't drag him into this. This is my mess, I think, and I have to clean it up. Chapter 17. The bar feels different this morning, even though I know it's exactly the same. It's the same place I started, the same place I renovated, and the same place Joey and I have served countless beers and poured innumerable old-fashions over the years. Yet somehow, it's different today. There's a haze lingering in the air, hanging like dead weight. The familiar scent of stale beer and whiskey is tinged with something unfamiliar, something unsettling. The wooden bar top, usually gleaming under the soft overhead lights, seems dull and lifeless. Even the bottles lining the back wall appear to have lost their usual sparkle. As I move behind the bar, my feet drag slightly on the well-worn floorboards. The creak of the wood seems louder than usual, echoing in the empty space. The stools sit vacant, awaiting the day's patrons. But they too seem to sense the change in atmosphere. I can't shake the feeling that something significant has shifted, though nothing tangible has changed. It's as if the very soul of the place has been altered overnight, leaving me standing in a familiar yet foreign landscape. The weight of this inexplicable transformation presses down on me, making each movement feel heavier, each breath a little more labored. Joey is silent, still, and I'm not trying to get him to talk. He's thinking, and I don't need to ask him about what. I'm thinking too, and even though I know there's no way I can figure it all out, not thinking isn't going to make the clock stop. We have until Sunday to find this guy, Rockford Elizondo, and kill him. Or not kill him, depending on which side I decide we're on. My dad is dead, apparently killed by this man. People who want Elizondo dead are threatening me with my bar, holding it over me to get me to off him. They're even offering to pay me a lot of money to do it. On the other hand, Elizondo's men want to make sure I don't move on him. To enforce that, they're threatening at least Chalice's life, and probably mine and Joey's as well. They can try to kill me all they want, but there's nothing I can do to protect Chalice from here. So I'm in a bit of a conundrum, a rock in a hard place, up shit creek without... Yo, Joey says. I look over. What's up? You okay? You need any... I'm fine, Mason, he says. Just got off the phone with our distributor. I cock an eyebrow. Which one? The big one in Charleston. We work with about 5 main distributors, all of whom offer something we like at the right price. As usual, no one offers everything at a reasonable price. So one of the many things Joey and I split duties on is ordering and restocking the liquors behind the bar from our approved vendors list. The vendor we do the most business with in Charleston is Jonathan Fry, a somewhat naive yet likable chap who gives us a great deal on rum and other Caribbean imports, bitters, liqueurs, fruits, and that sort of thing. Jonathan's enthusiasm for his products is contagious, and he often regales us with stories about the origins of the spirits he sells. His connections in the Caribbean allow us to source some truly unique and exotic ingredients that set our cocktails apart from other bars in the area. We appreciate Jonathan's reliability and the personal touch he brings to our business relationship. He's always eager to introduce us to new products and often provides samples for us to experiment with before making larger orders. This collaborative approach helps us stay innovative and keeps our drink menu fresh and exciting for our customers. While Jonathan specializes in Caribbean imports, we rely on our other distributors for different aspects of our inventory. One vendor excels in providing us with top-shelf whiskeys and bourbons, while another is our go-to for craft beers and artisanal spirits. By carefully managing our relationships with these various suppliers, we ensure that our bar is always well-stocked with a diverse array of high-quality beverages to satisfy our patrons' tastes. "What did he say?" I ask. Joey's obviously trying to keep his mind off the obvious, at least until he's ready to move and make a plan, and he's chosen to do so by throwing himself into his day job. I'm fine with that, even though I know we're running out of time. "Normal delivery for the smaller stuff," he says. "Bitters and pineapples are coming up tomorrow, but the rum's a bit behind." "Why's that?" "Storms, I guess," Joey says. "Lots of big distributors coming up from the Caribbean this weekend, apparently, trying to unload before the storm hits, so the harbor will be packed with them. He said it'll be Sunday before the ship arrives." "Before the ship arrives," Joey says. "Yeah." Then he pauses, looks at me. "Why? Before the ship arrives?" "Yes, Mason, that's what I said. What of it?" I think back to the encounter I had with the first guys who brought me in, Jeff and his two cohorts. They told me the man's name, Rockford Elizondo, but not much else that was useful. They told me he was somewhere in Charleston and what he did for a living. Shipping. He's in the shipping business. I replay the conversation in my mind, trying to extract any additional details I might have overlooked. Jeff's face looms in my memory, his expression serious as he briefed me on the target. His cohort stands silently behind him, their presence adding weight to the importance of the mission. The name Rockford Elizondo echoes in my thoughts. It's a distinctive name, one that should be easy to track. But beyond that, the information is frustratingly vague. Charleston is a sizable city, and somewhere in Charleston gives me little to work with. I focus on the one concrete piece of information they provided, his occupation, shipping. It's a broad term, encompassing everything from small package delivery to international freight. I wonder what specific aspect of shipping Elizondo is involved in. Does he own a company? Work for a large corporation? Or is he involved in something more clandestine, using shipping as a cover? The lack of details gnaws at me. I need more to go on, more threads to pull. But for now, this is what I have to work with. A name, a city, and a profession. It's not much, but it's a starting point. I begin to formulate a plan, knowing that each step I take in Charleston might bring me closer to unraveling the mystery surrounding Rockford Elizondo and his shipping empire. "Joey, I think one of those is our ship." Joey frowns. "What are you talking about?" It's all starting to make sense now. I'm not just pulled into this because Elizondo, a wealthy shipper from Charleston, killed my dad. It's not even because I'm the type of person who could eliminate Elizondo without leaving a trace. The truth is more complex and unsettling. They've targeted me because, without my knowledge, I've become deeply entangled in their intricate plan. Every move I've made, every decision I've taken, has unwittingly drawn me further into their web. It's as if I've been a pawn in their game all along, only now realizing the true nature of the board. Elizondo is a shipper, but I'm beginning to suspect that his cargo is far from ordinary. A growing unease settles in my stomach as I piece together the clues. The secrecy, the danger, the high stakes. It all points to something illicit and potentially devastating. I have a sinking feeling that I know exactly what he's shipping, and the realization sends a chill down my spine. Whatever it is, it's big enough to kill for, and I'm now caught in the crosshairs of this dangerous operation. "Joey, pull up something about Elizondo." "What? Why?" "Just do it, Joey." "He's not exactly. I mean, I already have." "You have?" I ask. "Well, sure, boss. I came in and did it last night, after—" Joey trails off, leaving the painful events of yesterday unspoken. I realize I've underestimated Joey. He's already in motion, executing a plan while I assumed he needed time to rest and grieve. Instead, he's been hard at work, showing resilience I hadn't anticipated. You didn't find anything? I press, hoping for some lead. Nothing useful. A LinkedIn profile that hasn't been... Joey begins, but I cut him off. A what? Joey smiles patiently. LinkedIn. It's like Facebook for... What's Facebook again? Is that the networking site? Like for business people? I interrupt, feeling hopelessly out of touch. No, Joey says, shaking his head. You're thinking of LinkedIn. Oh, I say, thoroughly confused and a bit embarrassed. So what's Facebook? It's like, you know what? Never mind, Joey says, clearly deciding it's not worth the explanation. Back to Elizondo. I nod, grateful to return to the matter at hand, though I make a mental note to brush up on my social media knowledge later. For now, we have more pressing concerns, and I'm thankful for Joey's focus and dedication. Right, okay, sure, I say, as I move chairs around and sweep beneath tables. It's good to have Joey talking, if only to drown out the monotony of the cleaning tasks. And, I have to admit, it's good to hear his voice again. Joey continues, his words filling the air as I work. So he's got an old profile, if it's even him, and then a page on the fishing company's website. But I have a feeling it's outdated. I'm digging deeper, trying to find any recent activity or mentions of him online. I pause my sweeping for a moment, leaning on the broom handle. That's a good start. What else can we do to get more current information? Joey's fingers tap rapidly on his phone screen. I'm thinking we could check local news sites, maybe even reach out to some of his old colleagues if we can find them. There might be some industry forums or groups where his name could pop up. As I resume my cleaning, I consider our next steps. We should probably make a list of all the places he's likely to frequent. You know, favorite restaurants, bars, that sort of thing. Maybe we can stake them out or ask around discreetly. Good idea, Joey nods, his eyes still glued to his phone. I'll start compiling that list while you finish up here. We can go over it together once you're done. The conversation energizes me, making the cleaning task feel less tedious. We're making progress, slowly but surely, and working together feels right. It's almost like old times, except now we're dealing with something far more serious than our usual teenage adventures. Why do you have that feeling, I ask? Because there was a note at the top of the page that says, last updated September 14, 1998. 1998, I ask, incredulous. I didn't even know the internet was around back then. I'm surprised you know it's around now, Joey responds. I shoot him a Clint Eastwood stare, then turn back to the broom. Chapter 18. So there's nothing useful online, I say. Yet the guys in Charleston, and the guys from the boat last night, seem to assume I knew exactly who Elizondo was. But you don't. But I don't, I answer. You were on to something, though, Joey says. What was that? Well, I just remember them saying he was a shipper from Charleston. I didn't think much of it, but maybe this is a stretch. Maybe he's got a big shipment coming in on Sunday. Which is why they'd want this all wrapped up by then. Right, I say. I don't think it's a long shot at all. You said it yourself. They thought you'd know exactly who this guy is. Or at least they implied it. If they were really that dead set on getting him killed, they could have at least made sure you knew who he was. Yeah, I say. Sorry, I guess I didn't think to ask. We can figure it out, though, Joey says. If they were that sure, it shouldn't be hard to find him. He pulls out his phone again. Actually, hang on a sec. I watch him flip through the screen on his smartphone, then press on something. He holds the phone up to his ear. Yeah, hey, it's Joey again, I hear him say. I frown. Yeah, no problem. Hey, would you mind doing me a favor? My eyes widen. Joey, I say. Don't. I'm not sure who he's talking to or what he's about to disclose, but I can't risk getting anyone else involved. Joey laughs and holds up an index finger at me as he continues. Yeah, of course. We'll have to grab a drink sometime when I'm up there. Anyway, listen, I'm wondering if you can give me any information about your suppliers? Joey makes a face, then his expression softens. Oh, no, man. No way. You're still our guy. Has nothing to do with that, and you shouldn't worry about it. I know we can't buy direct anyway. I just want to know someone's name if possible, Or, actually, if you know a name. I watched Joey's face, silently wishing he'd hang up the phone and also hoping he'd put it on speaker so I can hear. Rockford Elizondo. That ring a bell? Joey listens for a minute. That's the one. You sure? He nods. Dude, thank you. That's great. Yeah, why don't you come down? You said you're driving anyway? Another nod, then Joey thanks him again and hangs up. What was that? I ask. That was our supplier, Charleston. Frey? Joey nods. I was just talking to him earlier, like I said, and he knows a bunch of the guys in the area who ship in weekly and monthly. Figured it wouldn't hurt to ask. I can tell Joey is getting excited about whatever he's just found out, so I don't interrupt him. He's stopping by to grab a drink since he was already on the highway. I wait, but Joey has turned away, wiping down his side of the bar and moving toward the tables. I raise an eyebrow. You gonna tell me, or do I have to guess? He grins. He knows he's in. Wait, what? What do you mean he's in? Joey sighs. I didn't tell him anything, obviously. You heard the call. He just... Joey, I say, feeling myself grow very serious. Joey, this isn't something we're bringing anyone in on. No, I know that, boss, he says. I may have told him before about the boat and how I frown. He and I are sort of friends. Whenever I'm up in Charleston, we try to grab a beer. I've told him about your boat and how we're always out on it and stuff. He's a good guy, asks a lot of questions and stuff. I like that. But you didn't say anything about the boat this time, Joey, I say. Why the hell would he assume we're heading out on it again? Well, I might have told him once or twice that we've been unavailable when he's wanted to meet up, and he's, I guess, jumped to conclusions. He's jumped to conclusions? I'm starting to get pissed, and Joey's calm, careless demeanor isn't helping. Joey, what we do, what happens outside of this bar, is classified. I know that, and I've told him nothing. But what was I supposed to say when he wanted to meet up or drop off a delivery, and neither of us was here? You're supposed to tell him we're not here, Joey. It's not that difficult. Right, but it's happened more than once. And he's inquisitive, and he doesn't really have a life. No kids, no wife. It always felt like he wanted to hang out. Maybe figure out why you and I were always going out on these little excursions. I glare at him. So you felt sorry for him? He shrugs. I don't know what the big deal is. I didn't tell him anything, and he's a cool guy anyway. Joey, listen to yourself. We can't let him help us. Hell, how could he even help us? I'm not saying he could, Joey answers. I'm just saying he might know something or get us information. He's connected, and it sounds like our guys in Frey's world too, so it's a good relationship to have. I don't like relationships. Clearly. I'm grumpy, but I still don't want someone digging around my business. Either one of my businesses. As usual, though, I trust Joey's gut almost as much as I trust my own. So if Joey is vouching for this distributor, I can at least give him the benefit of the doubt. Joey wouldn't have told him about any of our adventures together, and... Joey, I say. He turns quickly. What's up? You told him we went on adventures together. No, I didn't really have any other way of explaining. You realize how that sounds, don't you? He laughs. Oh, come on, old man. He doesn't think we're together. He laughs again. No, I guarantee you he doesn't think that. He knows I'm not gay. Why? Because Chalice and I have gotten a beer with him. He's met her. But I never told him you weren't. He shrugs. Right, I say. Thanks for that. You got it, boss. He pauses, silently considering something. Hey, listen, I mentioned Chalice and I know it's hard for me to think clearly. I'm sorry for bringing Frey into this, no matter how little he's actually going to know. I guess I was being rash, trying to get as much on our side as possible. I immediately forget about being mad at Joey for pulling Frey into this. I know exactly how Joey feels, and I know exactly what I would have done in his situation. Joey, I say, I'm with you, man. I get it. You don't owe me an apology. I'm the one that got us into this mess, remember? And I'm the one who's going to get us out of it. If you and Frey want to help, that's fine by me. He looks out the small window for a moment, then back at me. You sure about that? Dead sure, Joey. Sounds good, boss. Let's feel him out. See if we think he can be helpful at all. And if he's interested, he might just want a free ride on the boat. But if he's gunning for some action and he understands the risks, he could be an asset. I know an innocent civilian just gunning for some action would never be anything more than a major liability in any situation, but I nod along anyway. Sounds good to me. When's he going to be here? Chapter 19. I'd met Jonathan Frey a couple of times, though nothing about him struck me as particularly memorable, so I almost don't recognize him when he walks in. But after he looks both ways as soon as he enters the front door, like he's about to cross a busy street, I know it's him. The two things I do remember about him are that he looks far younger than he actually is and has this nervous tick or something about him. He's on edge, jittery. Even as he strolls over to my empty bar, he's looking around, not in a taking it all in sort of way, like a tourist, but like he's expecting something to jump out at him. Hey, he stutters. I glare at Joey. This is the guy you thought might be able to help us, I think. He can't even get a single word out without losing his mind. I wonder if he's a sociopath. Sometimes these types seem almost normal, almost balanced, then lose it. Maybe he's one of those. Hey, Frey, Joey says, a huge smile on his face. How you been? Yeah, hey, Joey, Frey says, his voice almost a whisper. I'm good. This guy a junkie or something, I think. I reach out my hand. Good to see you again, chap. Chap? Apparently I have a nervous tick of my own, calling weird people weird things I'd never call anyone else. Oh yeah, hey there, Mason, he says, sounding almost Canadian, really digging into those A sounds. How are you? I'm good, thanks for asking. Can I pour you a drink? He frowns like I've just asked if I could sleep with his sister. After far too many seconds, his face softens and he looks me in the eye. Oh, thanks. Yeah, maybe a beer. I sigh. Any particular kind of beer? Just, something lighter? Lighter than what? He seems to pick up on my growing impatience, suddenly snapping to attention and sliding into a bar stool. Sorry, you know what? I'll have a bourbon. I cock my head. Okay, this is a change of pace. The guy just won a couple of points in my book. I nod, turn around, and grab an interesting choice. A 291 distilled raw spirit from Colorado Springs that I've aged myself in a small barrel. I pour 3 glasses over our standard large cubes and push Frey's toward him. He takes a long, slow sip. He examines the color, then sniffs it. Whatever preconceived notions I had about him quickly vanish. Still, I wonder what's making him so nervous. Sorry, he says. Joey and I look at him simultaneously. I know I sound nervous. It's just that. I look over at Joey. What did you tell this guy? I think. He shrugs in response. Speak your mind, Frey, I say. We don't bite. He takes a long, deep breath. It's just that I couldn't help but jump to some conclusions. For the 1,000th time that day, I glare at Joey. I stare bullets through him. Again, he just shrugs like it's no big deal. What sort of conclusions are we talking about, Mr. Frey? Jonathan Frey takes another sip of whiskey, swallows, then visibly steels himself. For a moment, I lose sight of the small, timid man in front of me, and instead see an experienced, been around the block a few times kind of guy. He looks from me to Joey, then back to me. You kill people for a living? I laugh out loud. What? What the hell? Where'd that come from? Look, he says, I really don't care one way or another. I just want to know. For the first time since I met him, I don't know what to say. Of all the things I expected from meeting Jonathan Frey, one of our most loyal distributors, being completely taken aback was not one of them. No, I say. Come on, he says, his voice growing more confident. You can tell me. I've heard things up in the city. Heard things? Like what? Like, rumors. Rumors. Like there's a place down south you can send people to, get gone. Get gone? Joey laughs. What is that? Some sort of turn-of-the-century phrase? Frey shrugs, helps himself to another glass of the 291 and grins. How should I know? He pours the drink, then looks up at us with an odd crooked smile. I'm just a distributor. Then why the hell are you digging around in my business? Hey, brother, he says. Joey called me, remember? You want to know more about this Rockford Elizondo situation? I nod, then put my hand over his drink before he can take another sip. What do you mean, situation? I mean it's a situation. Every distributor on the East Coast knows about it. Shipping tycoon, works for one of the major importers, but he's in with some bad dudes. I remove my hand and let him take a quick drink. And you think we're those bad dudes? His eyes widen a bit as he swallows. Then he smiles and shakes his head. No, not that. Sorry, no offense. You guys just don't have, oomph. And what's that supposed to mean, Joey asks. I got oomph. Yeah, I add. Joey's the oomfiest guy around. He's like an oompa loompa. Everyone looks at me like I'm an idiot. Was that a dad joke? Joey asks. Frey chuckles. You guys are great. Chill. Unlike a lot of my clients. No purchasing crap to deal with. And Joey's always open to a recommendation. He leans back a bit, feeling more in his element. And I do know my way around the industry, so I like giving helpful recommendations. He pauses for a moment, then remembers his point. It's just that you guys seem to be a bit smaller of an operation. Just two people, right? Nothing fancy. I like that, actually. Keeps things simple. I lean in, letting my gut press against the bar, pushing my face right up into Frey's comfort zone. It's no man's land for a bartender. You never get into someone's face like that, and you never let anyone get into yours unless you mean business. Frey, I whisper. We're the only three people in the bar, probably the only three people alive in a half-mile radius, since my place isn't exactly in the heart of town. But the whisper adds to the effect. Listen, man, I like you. Always have. Joey's got a bit more of a hankering for you for some reason, and I respect that. And we're just going to leave it here. We need some information. Because of our situation. Is your situation that you need to kill Elizondo? Chapter 20. I push up from leaning over the bar and cross my arms. All right, champ. Who told you that? And why in the world do you think we're out for blood? I ask, my voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and irritation. He smiles again, maintaining that look of a deer in the headlights, unsure of his next move, but still confident that he's where he needs to be. His eyes dart around the dimly lit bar, taking in the worn wood surfaces and the faint smell of stale beer. Look, he says, his voice lowering as he leans in closer. I don't. Honestly, it's a guess. He pauses, running a hand through his hair nervously. I don't know how these things work, but think about how it looks to the rest of us. He takes a deep breath before continuing, his words coming out faster now. The guys up in the city are saying things like, there's a guy for that, and they'll take care of that. And then they talk about someone down south who does stuff for them, I guess. His eyes meet mine, searching for a reaction. It's all very hush-hush, you know? Makes people wonder what's really going on down here. Who? I don't know. Guys who know people like Elizondo, and guys I prefer not to know. They're everywhere up there. They practically run the importing business, especially for the spirits industry. So you know or don't know some of these guys, Joey asks, leaning forward with intense curiosity. And they're talking about someone down south of Charleston who can get things done? He nods slowly, his eyes darting around as if checking for eavesdroppers. Things like what? Joey presses, his voice barely above a whisper. Well, put the pieces together, man, he replies, his tone serious. You remember that car bombing a year ago? I know exactly what he's talking about. My mind flashes back to the incident. Yeah, I think. The one up on the highway. The memory of sirens and smoke fills my head. I sniff, trying to appear nonchalant. I thought it was a car fire, just an accident. Well, whatever it was, the police never did a thorough investigation, he explains, his voice low and conspiratorial. Just enough to figure out who the guy was. The talk around the city is that it was some rich schmuck, a guy who lived up in Jersey somewhere and came down to Charleston to get his fill of some less than reputable entertainment. Frey's being unnecessarily kind. The schmuck he's referring to was worse than dirt, a true son of a bitch, the kind with money and a sick desire to spend it in despicable ways. And his preferred flavor of entertainment was underage children, specifically boys. He'd sidled up to the bar one night, flashed the mark, a small coin at me, and told me he'd come for what he deserved. Then he'd ordered a shot, an Irish car bomb. I smile. It usually isn't that easy. Typically, the marks are a little more subtle. They either don't have as much money as the schmuck, or they just care more about not leaving a trail. Either way, I take care of them and get them all exactly what they deserve. Joey has been helping me out for years now. He's a capable soldier, a fine strategic thinker, and, best of all, he has character. He feels the same way I do when these assholes come knocking. We share a mutual understanding of the gravity of our work and the necessity of our actions. These individuals who seek our services are often desperate, cornered, or simply evil. They come to us as a last resort, knowing full well the finality of their decision. We don't judge, we simply provide a service. But make no mistake, we believe wholeheartedly that they deserve their fate, and we're the ones equipped to deliver it. Our methods are precise, our execution flawless. We leave no trace, no evidence that could lead back to us or our clients. It's a dark business, but someone has to do it. And in this world of shadows and secrets, we've carved out our niche. They deserve to die, and I'm the man to help them with it. It's not just a job, it's a calling. Every life we end is a statement, a judgment passed on those who've crossed lines that can't be uncrossed. In this game, there are no second chances, no redemption arcs, just cold, hard finality. It's not personal, and it's not a pleasure. It's just a chore that needs doing, like cleaning the bar after a hard day's work or taking out the trash. I'm good at it, and I like the feeling of taking care of something that's usually too high level for the local police, but still under the radar of the feds. Still, I always think we're subtle. Sure, there are the few times when the smoking hull of a vehicle is a bit difficult to hide, but most of the time, Joey or I can dispose of the bodies in a discreet, simple, and cost-effective way. And it has the added benefit of fitting the circle of life. I call it fish baiting. To fish bait a dead mark, we bleach the body to remove anything that could chemically trace back to us, then cart it out to the water on a tiny fishing boat. We dump it by the breakers using a couple of cinder blocks and a lot of heavy-gauge fishing line. The process is meticulous and requires patience. We carefully select remote locations along the coastline where the currents are strong, ensuring that evidence is quickly swept away. The smell of salt water and bleach mingles in the air as we work, creating a pungent reminder of our grim task. Joey often jokes that we're just feeding the fishes, but I prefer to think of it as returning organic matter to the ecosystem. It's a twisted form of recycling, I suppose. Sometimes, as we're out on the water under the cover of darkness, I wonder about the lives we're disposing of, but I push those thoughts away quickly. In this line of work, it's best not to dwell on such things. We're just cleaning up messes like janitors of the underworld, keeping the balance in our own perverse way. Most of the time, they're dead already. I focus back on Frey, who's busy pouring himself another glass. This time I join him while Joey watches. "So," I say to Frey, "whatever happened to the investigation?" He winks. "Seems like the police lost interest when they figured out who the guy was. There wasn't anyone losing their mind over a dead schmuck, so I guess they buried it." They buried it because they knew who he was, I think. They knew they were better off without a guy like that running around. "And the world's a better place without him around," Joey adds, his voice carrying a hint of satisfaction. "Seems like the world's been getting a lot better lately," Frey says, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "You being poetic or cryptic?" I ask, raising an eyebrow at Frey's ambiguous statement. "Yes," Frey replies with a mischievous grin, clearly enjoying the confusion he's causing. I sigh, feeling my patience wearing thin. "Frey, we really do need to know about Elizondo," I press, trying to steer the conversation back to the matter at hand. "Why?" Frey counters, his eyes narrowing slightly as he studies my face. "Because I'm asking nicely," I respond, injecting a note of urgency into my voice. I lean forward, hoping to convey the importance of the information we're seeking. I'm not trying to threaten him. That would just feed his suspicions and put him on the defensive. but I'm starting to get tired of the games. You don't have to tell me your business, Frey says, but I do want to know what you want to know about him. He's one of my best suppliers. Always on time, always trustworthy. If anything happened to him, we're trying to make sure nothing does happen to him, Frey. Joey shoots me a glance. I nod once. Why? Someone else have it out for him? Something like that. What do you know about him? His shipping schedule, routes, daily routine. Shit, man, Frey says. He's not my wife. I don't know what he does day to day, but he's coming in Friday. I nearly drop my glass. He's coming in tomorrow? Frey nods. Yeah, he has a shipment coming in Sunday that I was going to intercept and help with. He told me he's bringing me 40 barrels that I wanted to try packaging myself. I got set up with a... Frey, I say, cutting him off. Why is he coming in a day early? I thought the shipment was scheduled for Sunday. It was, Frey says, nodding. But haven't you been watching the weather? Chapter 21. Frey is reverting back to his edgy, nervous self the more he tells us. Joey and I lean in, ratcheting up the tension in the room, and it must be making Frey feel like he's on the hot seat. So, there's a hurricane? Joey asks. Frey laughs, a nervous, hiccupy sort of thing. Yeah, about 4 of them. You guys seriously don't watch the news? We both shake our heads, but Joey answers. Doesn't really affect us much. People are in a good mood. They come here to celebrate. World goes to hell in a handbasket. They come here to commiserate. I beam. That's something I told Joey verbatim the day he started working for me. It's true. People need their vices more than ever when they're celebrating, but they're just as loyal when times are tough. Alcohol and hospitality aren't fickle masters like some industry pundits would have you believe. Both are in steady demand. I see it firsthand, and I know it'll take more than a slight recession to drive people away from their nightly haunts. Well, you boys are missing out, Frey says. Cat 4, Joanna, is making her way here by way of the Bahamas, and it's expected to be a Category 5 by landfall. It'll back off some, but it's going to be a doozy. And then there are a couple of big tropical storms spinning up down in the Caribbean. It's anyone's guess where those will end up. This is typical talk for the season. Hurricanes and tropical depressions are common, but they usually stay south of us. Locals always talk about the big one, like it's only a matter of time, but the truth is, we're relatively safe from anything devastating. It's going to get bad here, Joey asks. Well, Frey says, probably not terrible. Nothing we haven't seen before. But for the shippers, I nod. This is starting to make sense. It's heading straight across their main shipping lanes. The bigger guys can wait it out farther east, but the smaller vessels and mid-sized lines, they've got no choice but to speed up and try to beat it. I nod again. They'll try to tie up somewhere in the bay or down in the sticks. It's common practice to bed down for a hurricane by anchoring in a sheltered spot. The natural rise and fall of the sea won't hurt a boat. It's the battering winds and rain that do the damage. During hurricane season, it's not uncommon to see small sailboats and catamarans tucked away in the mangroves or backwaters. Right, Frey says, but if Elizondo's ship does that, they could be marooned out there for a week, maybe 2. So he's hustling in, trying to beat it. That's the idea. At least they'll be docked, so when it hits, they can't blame the shipper for missing his target. Whether they'll unload everything in time, though. What's on the boat, Frey? Joey asks. Usual fare. Like I said, I'm waiting on 40 barrels so I can... 40 barrels of what? Oh, rum. What else is on the ship? Frey frowns, thinking. It's a typical run, I guess. I usually get rum. That's their main import. But I've seen tequila, Caribbean whiskeys, lots of wine, that sort of thing. Always alcohol? Joey asks. That's what he does. He's a shipper for a company that deals in spirits and fine wines, specifically from the Caribbean. I'm processing everything carefully, translating every word into an understanding of the situation. Rockford Elizondo is a shipper, either the captain or someone high-ranking. Frey makes it sound like Elizondo himself is going to be on this boat when it arrives, loaded with barrels and bottles of alcohol, and it's coming in a day early. Joey, I say, we need to get up there. He nods, then turns to the back bar and grabs a bottle of Bourbon. He pours a shot, neat, and downs it in one gulp. Yeah, boss, he says. I agree. Frey looks at us both. Okay, boys, he says. I've said my piece, and I have my opinions. Now it's time for you guys to return the favor. What's going on? I'm not sure I want to bring him in, but it probably won't hurt to let him know the basics. I glance at Joey for confirmation, but he's shrugging like an idiot. Fine, I say, making the call. You've been helpful, Frey. Thanks for that. We never would have known the boat was coming in early, and that could be life or death. Glad we know now. I'll drink to that. I raise my glass and we all clink them together over the bar. We're trying to track down this Elizondo character because we think he's in trouble. Frey raises an eyebrow, clearly trying to piece things together, like why we know about Elizondo's trouble and what a bartender and his cook think they're going to do about it. I don't want to give him any room for wild-ass assumptions, so I just tell him. We think he's been targeted and his life's in danger. Frey nods. Right, so why not go to the cops? Joey jumps in. Well, for one, we can't prove anything, and if we tried, it'd look pretty bad. We'd be under just as much scrutiny. And what else? For two, I add, we were sort of told not to go to the cops. Frey laughs. You guys probably know the same guys I know. Yeah, I say. We know the same guys you said you didn't know. I don't know them, he says. More like know of them. Anything about these guys neither of us know you'd want to tell us? Joey asks. Frey thinks for a moment, nursing his melting ice cube, then looks up. They've been trying to build a small importing empire for a while. Importing? Yeah, liquors and stuff they can't easily make here without a ton of regulation and oversight. Which would explain why they'd want Elizondo dead, Joey adds. Chapter 22. Sort of, I say. It would be helpful not to have someone as distinguished as Elizondo hanging around, hogging all the attention in new business, but it doesn't make sense just to off him. It's way too difficult logistically. Joey looks straight at me, his eyes narrowing with a glint of something I can't quite place. Unless you get someone else to do it, he suggests, his voice low and measured. I shrug, feeling a chill run down my spine despite the warmth of the room. Well, yeah, that makes it logistically easier. Their hands stay clean. But it still doesn't add up, I counter, trying to keep my voice steady. What's the payoff? Why can't someone else, equally as knowledgeable and experienced as Elizondo, just come down here and take his place? It's a big company. Why Elizondo specifically? Frey looks at both of us, his expression a mix of disbelief and amusement. You guys really don't watch the news, do you? He asks, shaking his head slightly. I frown, feeling a twinge of annoyance. I have a feeling you're about to tell us something you should have told us 10 minutes ago, I say, my voice tinged with impatience. Sorry, Frey apologizes, looking a bit sheepish. I didn't know if it was relevant then. It's just, well, it's kind of a big deal around here. What is it? I press, leaning forward slightly. Frey takes a deep breath before continuing. Well, Rockford Elizondo's kind of been a media darling lately, you know? He's become this poster child for small business success in our area. The guy's a well-known philanthropist, always donating to local causes and showing up at community events. And while he's undeniably rich and out of reach for most of us regular folks, the media has been painting him as sort of an everyman, someone who understands the struggles of the average person. And he's a shipper? I ask, my eyebrows raising in surprise. Well, yeah, Frey says, nodding emphatically. That's the thing that's got everyone talking. He's currently a shipper, but that's not how he started out. Everyone thought he was just another business guy. You know the type. Fancy parents, fancy education, fancy everything. We're talking private schools, Ivy League college, summers in the Hamptons, the whole 9 yards. Basically, the kind of background that's supposed to be a ticket to the top, doing whatever you want in the business world. So it's weird that he chooses shipping, Joey remarks, leaning back in his chair. Not exactly a sexy career path, is it? Frey shakes his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. No, not really, he replies. But that's part of his appeal, I think. He's thorough, you know, studious, smart, and he seems to have good intentions. It's refreshing in this day and age. I can't help but chime in, curiosity getting the better of me. I'll bet he's good-looking too, I say, raising an eyebrow. Frey makes a face that clearly says, Yeah, pretty much. His eyes twinkle with amusement as he continues. So he didn't just choose shipping on a whim. He's making a calculated move, if you ask me. Making a move? I lean forward, intrigued. What do you mean by that? Well, Frey begins, settling into his explanation. The local news did a piece on him a few years back, really hyping him up. Turns out he bought a country club not too far from here. But that's not the interesting part. They gave him a lot of credit for how he went about it. He pauses for effect, and I find myself hanging on his every word. Get this, Frey continues. He bought the place, sure, but only after working there for a full year. Spent a month as a groundskeeper, getting his hands dirty and learning the ropes from the ground up. Then he put in a few months at the pro shop, familiarizing himself with the clientele and the day-to-day operations. And for the last few months, he was shadowing the managers, absorbing every aspect of running the place. I whistle, impressed. That's some dedication, I say. Seems like he really likes to understand things from the inside out. Frey nods emphatically. Exactly. That's why I think this shipping venture isn't just a random choice. He's probably got some grand plan we can't see yet. It'll be interesting to watch how it unfolds. So he could learn the ropes, I say. Exactly. Wow, Joey says. I didn't know anyone was that patient. Well, money wasn't an issue with him, Frey says, but it's a pretty ingenious, if labor-intensive way to ensure you're getting a good investment and to truly understand the business. I'll say, so he's in shipping now, I ask, and that means he's making a move? Well, that in his announcement a few months ago. I raise an eyebrow. He tells everyone he is going down to Jamaica to source rum for a new venture, and that he will be coming back full of ideas and a new vision for the enterprise. Wow, I say, so he's coming back soon. Yeah, he's due to arrive any day now. But that's not even the most interesting part, Frey explains. He purchased the ship outright before leaving and made sure everyone he works with, including me, knew he was starting a new venture. He wants our loyalty to be with him, not his previous distribution company. My God, Joey exclaims. The guy's been orchestrating a brand new distribution chain? Publicly? Frey nods. In a way, yes. Most of the fanfare has been heavily publicized. As I mentioned earlier, he's quite the media darling, so the press and public are eagerly consuming every bit of information they can get their hands on. However, those of us who truly care about the industry and its future, like myself, are largely kept in the dark about the specifics. We're aware that he's leaving for a period of time and will be returning with a new product line and a freshly established company. There's an incredible amount of anticipation and speculation swirling around regarding what exactly he's planning and how it might potentially revolutionize or disrupt the industry as we know it. As Frey speaks, the pieces of this complex puzzle finally begin to fall into place in my mind. A sudden realization washes over me, and I now understand why the team up in Charleston thought I didn't require any additional information beyond what they'd already provided. They must have assumed that I was already well-versed in all of these developments. After all, it is my industry we're talking about. The irony of my ignorance in this matter isn't lost on me, and I feel a mix of embarrassment and intrigue as I contemplate the implications of what I'm learning. I look at Frey and Joey. So you're telling me Rockford Elizondo is coming back to Charleston in a day, loaded with brand new product, a brand new company, and that he owns all of it outright? Frey nods. Yep, exactly. And if I were going to target someone's business for a hostile takeover, that'd be the one. You got that right, Joey says, and I think we're about to be dealing with a very hostile takeover. Chapter 23. Listen, Jonathan Frey says, I really appreciate you guys letting me help you. You're not helping us out, I snap. You're just along for the ride, like we discussed. He nods, but I can see the smile still plastered on his face. What we've discussed is simple. We need to get to that ship, if only to follow it and help guide it in. Joey and Frey spend about an hour figuring things out. The ship will either have a state-of-the-art navigation system or, if it's an older vessel, which is likely, they'd be lucky to even have a mechanical barometer. Either way, my boat does have top-of-the-line nav and comm systems, and Joey and I joke that if a nuclear submarine decided to park off the coast of South Carolina, we'd be the first to know. Elizondo's vessel is a handy-size, a small freighter capable of carrying an impressive amount of cargo, but probably running light on this trip. Their captain might know this area well, or they might not. We plan to go find out. If we leave early afternoon, we estimate we'll intercept them sometime late evening or just after midnight. There are a lot of guesses, which stresses Joey out. But I remind him of my mantra. Plans are made to be changed because they always change. Joey believes that since the mantra is true, we should overplan. But I always win and force his hand. We'll go in like we always do, ready for anything, expecting nothing. It's a dangerous game, but there's not much about this that isn't dangerous. The biggest wild card is Frey. Jonathan Frey insists on helping, and we eventually agree to let him come aboard and play navigator while we figure out our next move. Joey argues that if nothing else, he'd be someone to talk to. I don't like having another life to worry about, but I make it clear to Frey that he isn't here to help us fight if things go sideways. His job is to keep our drinks full, provide assistance when necessary, and above all, stay out of the way. He agrees too quickly, and I can tell he thinks it's all just a speech to make him feel important. He probably assumes we're heading out into a literal storm to shake a fist at life, have a bit of an adventure, then head back, drink, and laugh about it. I don't tell him about Hannah, and Joey doesn't tell him about Shalise. Joey hides it well, but I can see the guilt pressing down on him. It's like a weight on his chest, heavy and suffocating. It reminds me of how they used to execute people by placing rocks on their chest, one at a time, until they couldn't breathe anymore. Guilt is like that, crushing, relentless. I don't talk about my past, not even with Joey. He's asked, but I've never told him about my late wife or any of the women who came and went before or after her. I keep my family history to myself, and Joey respects that. I hope Frey will too. Frey is back to his nervous self, though in a more giddy way. He's practically bouncing as he walks onto the Wasamasaw and steps onto the deck. My reminder that he's just along for the ride seems to have no effect on his excitement. I step into the bridge and start her up, while Joey unties the moorings and prepares for the journey. We've had the boat in a yard, but the plan is to return to Hannah's old place after this excursion, if the weather allows. It's a larger private dock, far enough from any civilization that we could camp out there for as long as needed. The bar is closed again. The old regulars will be upset, but they'll get over it, and the others will just head to Charleston or down to Harbor Island if they need to fix that badly. We'll reopen soon enough, and they'll all come back to cash in their free drink coupons. Even those who haven't gotten one from Joey will get a free drink anyway. When Joey is ready and Frey has poured us all around, I aim the Wasamasaw toward the horizon and set her on autopilot. I lock the speed at 13 knots, hoping to get a good distance into open water before we really open her up. The sky doesn't show any signs of the massive storm brewing. I may not have an eye for the weather, but it feels like a beautiful, calm night. I wonder how many other vessels are unknowingly heading straight into the mouth of a Category 5 hurricane at this very moment. As I join Frey and Joey on deck, drink in hand, I sip the poorly made whiskey smash and glance around. "Beautiful, isn't it?" I say to no one in particular. "Sure is, boss," Joey replies. "Can't believe we're out here on business again. I'd love to just sail sometime." "You got that right. I promise we will too. A nice long trip. You, me, and—" I stop myself before I say her name. "I know," Joey says softly. I nod. "I know." I don't know what to say next that won't feel insensitive, and staying silent feels just as wrong. I'm thankful when my phone starts ringing. I pull it out of my pocket, wondering how long we'll have cell service, and answer. "Hello?" I answer. "Dixon?" the voice on the other end asks. "Yeah," I say, my tone gruff. I already have a feeling I know who's calling. "What's up?" "What's your location?" "Who the hell is this?" "Dixon, we need to know where you are. Right now." I take a deep breath. Frey and Joey are staring at me, but I walk toward the steep stairs that lead to the upper deck and climb them. "I don't have to tell you anything. You one of the grunts I met up in Charleston?" Silence. "That's what I thought. Why the hell are you calling me? And why in the world do you think I'm going to just broadcast my location? It's not like—" "We've been tracking your boat, Dixon," the voice says. "We just want verification that you're on it. Doesn't matter anyway." "And why not?" I ask. "We're calling you off." I frown. "Excuse me?" "You heard me, Dixon. We're calling you off. You're no longer needed. I appreciate you coming all the way up here, but—" "Bullshit," I say. "You're not calling anything off. I know what this is about, and you're not backing down. You want this guy taken out." "Dixon, I'm warning you. You just don't need me to do it anymore." "Why is that?" I push, forcing my mind to process the information. "The pieces are there. They just need to be rearranged. The first thing to consider is what's changed." "It's the weather, isn't it?" I ask. "You're speeding things up, and since Elizondo's ship has been rerouted to stay ahead of the storm, you don't think you need me anymore." There's a longer pause this time. "We have an asset nearby." "Yes." They've got someone closer to Elizondo, I realize, and they're speeding up the timeline. If I'm not the guy taking out Elizondo, that means someone else is. And if Elizondo's people find out, they'll be coming after me next. Shit. "No," I say. I'm sorry. Dixon, this isn't a—" "Yeah, I know. Not a democracy," or whatever line you were about to throw at me. "Not up for discussion. But here's the thing. I agree. It's not a democracy, and it's not up for discussion. But it's my call. You pull your people off Elizondo, or I'll—" The call cuts off. I curse loudly. Whether they hung up on me or were too far out for cell service doesn't matter. I'm screwed. I rush back down the stairs where Joey and Frey are still waiting. "What's up?" Joey asks. "We're hosed. They're sending in another guy." "Another guy for what?" "To nab Elizondo." Joey's face shifts as he processes what I've just said. "They've got someone closer to him now," he says, "because he changed his course to beat the storm." I nod. "Well, that really screws with our plan." Frey doesn't say a word, but he's visibly more nervous now, and the drink in his hand doesn't seem to be helping. "What do you want to do?" Joey asks. I shake my head. "Shit, I don't know. They're not going to believe we're backing down. That means they're probably expecting us to get involved, even if we arrive after their guys finish the job." "So we need more guns," Joey says. "And more people." "Right, but we don't know anyone. And even if we did, we'd miss our window if we had to go back to get them." "Exactly. And we don't have time to go back for more guns. We've got what we've got." I nod in agreement. Frey is rocking back and forth on his heels, glancing around at the boat and the sea surrounding it. "Frey," I call out. "You all right?" He looks up, wide-eyed as ever, and nods slowly. Yeah, I guess. Crazy. Just crazy." "What is?" "It's, you guys, it's all real. I had a feeling you were in on something. I mean, I always had my suspicions, but—" "Frey," I say, waiting for him to meet my gaze, "listen to me. You're in this with us now. I don't want you getting killed any more than I want me getting killed. That means we need to work together, and you need to do exactly what we tell you to do." He nods again. "Good. You ever shot a gun?" Another nod. "Well, that's good news, but here's the thing. I don't want you shooting any guns. You're here to provide support, like steering our little getaway boat when the time comes." The sharp crack of gunfire cuts through the air, and before I can even look up to see where it came from, Joey's already moving. Chapter 24. "Get down!" he yells. "Move inside now!" I jump down the steps and whirl left into the main cabin. A flurry of shots ricochets off something on my boat, but a few rounds land in the wall next to my head. "You've got to be kidding me!" I scream. "I just had her cleaned and fixed up." I catch a glimpse of the shooter as I dive to the carpeted floor between Joey and Frey. A speedboat, long and thin, cuts through the water about a quarter-mile out. I hadn't noticed that the wind had picked up, and the gentle lapping of waves against the Wasamasaw's hull has grown louder, masking the boat's approach. They're still a long way out, which means their first set of rounds was nothing but a lucky shot. Any luckier, and one would have landed in the back of my skull. But they're only getting closer. The second stream of bullets soars toward us, but either lands short in the water or flies over the boat. I hear no sounds of impact, and I figure the shooter is off target thanks to the same waves that made them hard to hear. The boat's engine roars into my consciousness. It's loud, far louder than it should be if they were creeping closer at normal speed. That's when I realize they're certainly not creeping toward us at all. They're barreling toward us, and they aren't slowing down. "They're going to hit, Dixon," Frey says. "I can see that." I turn to Joey, still lying on the floor next to me. "You have a piece?" He doesn't, but he's closest to the case I brought along. There's another small armory in my room below decks, but I'm not about to run out and get shot at. Joey crawls over to the couch and grabs the case. It's already unlocked, so he opens the lid and pulls out two 9mm handguns. There's a third inside, but I'm glad he doesn't offer it to Frey. I grab the pistol and check it, knowing it's already loaded, but going through the motions out of habit. Joey does the same, and when I feel ready, I pop up onto my knees. I fire off 3 quick shots, only one landing anywhere near the boat. Thankfully, the man standing and firing at us ducks out of the way instinctively. "Now's our chance," I yell. "Keep him down." "What about if they hit us?" Joey asks, still aiming at the boat, waiting for the man to rise again. "It's a suicide mission if they do," I reply. "We're bigger. We go down. They definitely go down." I don't wait for his response. I duck and run out the door, heading for the stairs at the stern of the Wasamasaw. I can hear the other boat's engine, still right on target, still threatening to collide. They haven't slowed down. Joey fires 2 shots, but I've already reached the stairs that lead to the engine deck and the door to the cabins below. It would have been faster to run through the main living and dining room to the spiral staircase, but I want to stay behind the railing and out of sight as much as possible. I push the door open and run down the hallway to the master suite at the end, my bedroom oasis on the seas. It's a fantastic room, completely consuming the bow of the ship, with wide stretching windows scattered around the front just above the waterline. A king bed sits in the center of the room, with plenty of space on either side to walk to the closet or restroom. A small office, just a computer and a desk bolted to the wall, has been installed at the back of the room by the previous owner, where I now stand. No door separates it from the master bedroom, but a spiral staircase sits next to the desk, leading up into the bridge. I love how spacious the room feels, and I love that the entire bridge and captain's quarters, including the office, can be completely shut off from the rest of the boat. It's a secure space with plenty of room to move around. I've never shopped for a yacht before, so I have little to compare it to, but I'm sure I got a hell of a deal, and I have no complaints about the layout. The gun safe I'm aiming for is in the corner of the small closet, almost completely filling the space inside. I'm not much of a closet guy, so I figure a hidden gun safe is a better thing to have in there than clothes anyway. I reach the closet in 2 strides, but before I can swing the sliding door open, I feel the Wasamasaw lurch sideways in the water. I nearly lose my balance but catch myself by pushing against the wall. I hear the roar of the speedboat's engine, followed by the crack of a few rounds being fired, and immediately afterward, the deep thuds of bullets hitting my boat. They buzzed us. They turned at the last second, not wanting to risk a collision, but they took the opportunity to land a few solid shots where it would hurt me most. The fuel tank. I know we can't take any more shots like that, and I also know I need to check the engine cabinet to ensure nothing major has been damaged. The twin Caterpillar supercharged 650 HP diesel engines sit side by side, beautiful even to someone like me who knows next to nothing about them. A few bullet holes won't sink the boat, but a few bullet holes in a fuel line or tank will eventually leave us dead in the water. We can't risk that, and I'm hardly a boat mechanic. There's little I can do from here to fix anything broken. That leaves only one option. We need to fight back. I can hear Joey's pistol firing at the speedboat, now heading away from us, but I know it won't be enough. We need more firepower if we have any hope of winning this battle. That's why I'm down here. I swing the closet door open and start unlocking the safe. With a click, the lock disengages and the heavy door falls open a few inches. I pull it open farther and reach inside, already knowing exactly what I'm reaching for. My hands close around the weapon, and I pull it out of the safe. I leave the safe open for now, quickly turning and walking back out of the room. As I leave, my mind goes blank, then fires up again with a singular focus on my mission. It's like a computer that's been reformatted and booted into a mode, allowing only one program to run. Kill the bad guys. It's a cheesy program, I admit, but it's what's going to keep me alive. Men I've served with called it different things, but it's essentially a massive adrenaline boost followed by an animal-like focus on survival. I developed the skill long ago in the service, honed it for years afterward, and still rely on it today. As a bartender, it isn't so useful, but for my moonlighting gig, it's critical. Chapter 25. You've got to be kidding me, Joey says. You bought an AR-15? I nod, checking the magazine and balancing the weapon on my shoulder, preparing for the speedboat's inevitable return. When? Couple weeks ago, I answer. Felt like it was time to upgrade the arsenal. Joey whistles. Well, I'd say that was a good investment. Frey is his typical wide-eyed self, still lying on the carpeted floor. Joey and I stand by the doorway that leads to the main deck. I glance down at our third passenger to see if he's been shot. He looks up at me. I'm fine, he says. Just a little tense. Well, that's allowed, I say. Why don't you head down below, away from the mess up here? He shakes his head. I'll stay close to the bridge. Like you said, if you need someone to steer, I can handle that. I nod. Thanks. I'm hoping we won't need a quick getaway this time. We can't outrun that thing, and if they make another pass and take some pot shots at us again, we're going to have real trouble, and steering won't help. Still, Frey says, I feel better at least seeing it coming. I nod, understanding completely. If I'm going to die in a blaze of glory, I at least want to stare it down. I respect that, Frey. Stay out of the way, though. I don't want to step on you. He shifts, sliding backward on the carpet until he's in the center of the room. Then he stands up and walks to one of the chairs, sitting down, peering out from behind me, trying to see the boat. The speedboat has nearly finished its wide arc and is now preparing to bear down on us again. I nudge Joey with my elbow. Ready? He nods, not taking his eyes off the enemy craft. Gonna have to be, I guess. Yep, I say. The boat comes straight at us again, and this time the shooter is standing on the back, his foot braced against the seat in front of him for balance. It won't do much if the boat hits a wave, but unfortunately it looks like the ocean is on their side. The sea stretches long and flat, the distance between our vessels shrinking by the second. Get ready, I say. The man fires, but the shots fall wide. Not yet. He fires again, and I hear a bullet smash into the doorframe above my head. Shit, Joey says. That was close? Hold, I say. 3 more seconds. Those 3 seconds tick off like we're in slow motion. I see every detail of the boat, the man driving, the man aiming at us, the roaring engine behind it all. The boat grows larger, and I can now make out the men's faces. Both are unrecognizable, but they have a menacing, I've been here before look. They're stiff but relaxed, perfectly poised for fighting. They're prepared. Hired guns, I think. The 3 seconds are up, and I know our window has arrived. Now, I yell. All 3 weapons, my AR-15, Joey's 9mm, and the man's pistol, erupt in gunfire at once. I'm too committed to duck, and apparently we all feel the same. Joey lets off 2 shots while my 3-round burst sounds 3 times in quick succession. 11 rounds from us, total to the man's 3. One of the bullets zings past my elbow, grazing the top layer of skin on my lower arm, and pounds into the wall behind me. Joey's still standing. The boat's still coming. Then I see it. Their shooter is reloading, scrambling for another magazine. His teammate, however, is slumped over in his seat, the driver's seat. One of our bullets must have hit the mark, killing their captain. The boat is no longer being controlled, and the shooter has no idea. He's digging in his pockets for more ammunition, staring us down the whole time. They're going to hit us now, Joey says. Yeah, I say, they are. I'm faced with a dilemma. I could aim for the man still alive, kill him, and we'd be safe from further attack. But there's no way to navigate out of the way before their boat smashes into oars. Or I could let him live and hope he notices his teammate is dead. Frey makes the decision for me. The Wasima saw lurches sideways again, but this time it's because of a sharp turn. Frey has rolled the wheel hard to the right, and we're nearly knocked off our feet. Our slower speed allows for a sharp turn, and while we're still in danger of a collision, the movement of the boat seems to get the shooter's attention. I see him look at us, then down at his dead teammate. Recognition flashes in his eyes, followed by fury as he looks back up at me. Please make the right call, I think. Live to fight another day. He raises his pistol, and I track him with my rifle. There's no way he's getting a shot off from there. And the boat is still hurtling toward us, maybe 5 seconds until it hits. Come on, man, I'm foresaid to wait him out. I can't shoot him. He's the only thing keeping us all alive. It's up to him. He's not going to do it, Joey says. He's going to let it. The man suddenly leaps forward, landing hard on the passenger seat. He leans over, the gun slipping from his hand. Then in one fluid motion, he yanks the wheel hard to the left. I watch as he almost loses his balance but manages to hold on. The speedboat surges out of the water, hitting a wave at just the right moment to send the dead driver, the shooter, and the ton of plastic and metal flying into the air. But they miss us. If Frey hadn't pulled us right, and the shooter hadn't pulled left, we'd all be bailing from 2 sinking vessels right now. The man turns and looks at me as the boat hits the water again. It doesn't slow down or turn. He keeps his hand on the wheel, but the driver's head slumps onto his arm. Still, he holds on. Joey fires a few more shots, but they all miss. You gonna take a shot? He asks. I look at Joey, then down the barrel of my rifle. It's an easy shot from this distance, and even though we're pulling apart, I know I can make it. So I do. The 3-round burst sails through the air, and I know it's a direct hit before it lands. You missed, Joey says. I shake my head. Look again. He does, and I wait. Suddenly, a plume of smoke surges from the engine, and the boat stops moving. You hit the engine? The man runs to the back of the boat and kneels by the motor, but another surge of smoke and fire causes him to fall back onto the seats. He's not going anywhere, I say. Why not just finish him? Joey asks. Bastard tried to kill us. We don't need to. He's toast. You think he's taking on water? I nod, then fire 3 more rounds. 2 hit. Yeah, he is now. The man screams, likely obscenities directed at us, but I can't hear a word. We just bought ourselves time, I say, and I'd like to head over and see if he'll talk. He's not going to give us anything, Joey says. He'll either give us something or die. His call, not ours. Joey nods. I'll have Frey turn us around, pull up next to him. Thanks, Joey. I look at him, then at the dead speedboat a quarter mile away and walk inside. We're going to get her back, I say. I know, he answers. But we could use a drink to clear our heads, I say. Agreed? He forces a smile, a genuine grin of encouragement, though his eyes are filled with concern, and nods. Agreed. Chapter 26. No one drowns on purpose. It's one of the major themes of humanity. If you're a relatively normal, well-balanced person, you don't drown yourself. You can't even do it on purpose without help from someone or something else. You need a weight or a strong individual who's willing to hold you down, or else an unfortunate accident. The man in the speedboat has none of those things. He's far too distant from the shore to attempt to swim. In fact, the coastline is no longer visible from here. There are no weights, no accomplices, and no apparent hazards on his boat. This means he's not going to drown himself. He's destined to be ours. It's merely a matter of time, and we're not in any rush. Technically, yes, in the grand scheme of things, we are in a hurry, but in this particular moment, in this specific situation, there's no urgency to reach him quickly. We let him wait, floating alone on the vast expanse of water. The silence of the open sea envelops him, broken only by the gentle lapping of waves against his boat. We observe from a distance, patient and calculating. Our presence remains undetected, but our influence on his fate is undeniable. With each passing moment, his options dwindle, and our inevitability grows. The man in the speedboat may not realize it yet, but his destiny is already sealed, written in the very waters that surround him. So I let him wait. I walk inside, letting Frey steer me towards the bar, where Joey is already anticipating my order. The familiar scent of polished wood and aged spirits envelops me as I settle onto a well-worn bar stool. Joey, with his practiced hands, begins crafting my drink of choice, an old-fashioned. I watch, mesmerized, as he selects a decent high-rye bourbon from the shelf, its amber liquid catching the dim bar light. He places a large, crystal-clear block of ice into a heavy-bottomed glass, then adds a single glossy Luxardo cherry, its deep red, a stark contrast against the pale spirits. With deliberate movements, Joey stirs the concoction slowly, adding about 5 splashes of bitters from a mysterious bottle he produces from beneath the counter. The aroma wafting up is complex and inviting. As he slides the finished drink towards me, I can't help but appreciate its perfection. It's exactly what I need to keep my mind occupied while we wait for our enemy to sink a little bit deeper into whatever trap we've set. The first sip is delicious, prompting me to engage Joey in conversation. "What's the bitters?" I ask, curiosity piqued by the unique flavor dancing on my tongue. "Homemade," Joey answers, a hint of pride in his voice. Surprised, I raise an eyebrow. "You're making bitters now?" He shrugs nonchalantly, wiping down the bar with a cloth. "It's not hard. Pretty straightforward, really, and you can make it taste like whatever you want." I nod, impressed by Joey's dedication to his craft. As I take another sip, I can't help but wonder what other surprises this evening might hold, both behind the bar and beyond its doors. I swirl the drink in my right hand and stare at it, trying to decipher and decode its contents. I take a long, deep sniff, then a small sip, just enough to wet my tongue. I swirl the liquid around in my mouth, savoring the flavors as they dance across my palate. After swallowing, I take a deeper swig, this time aiming to detect the bitters with my taste buds. "Chocolate," I say, confident in my first impression. "What else?" when the bartender prompts, encouraging me to explore further. I pause, considering the complex layers of flavor. "Clove," I venture, less certain this time. He nods, a small smile playing on his lips. "Close. It's actually a hint of anise, but in such a small dose, and with the cinnamon added, I can see why you'd think it's clove-like too." I take another sip, appreciating the nuanced blend. "It's good, really good," I admit, impressed. My curiosity piqued, I ask, "What's the base?" "Michter's," he replies, revealing the foundation of this exquisite cocktail. I nod in appreciation, understanding now why the drink has such a rich, smooth character. The bartender's skill in balancing the flavors is evident, and I find myself eager to explore more of his creations. Good choice. We stand there for a minute, Joey behind the bar, me in the middle of the room, waiting. It's awkward, pretending like there isn't a guy who tried to kill us slowly sinking into the Atlantic off our port side. "He's going to shoot at us, you know?" I nod. "Yeah, probably." "What's, you know, the plan?" Joey takes a drink, staring at me the whole time. I can practically hear his thoughts. "Yeah, boss, what the hell is the plan?" I shrug, my eyes fixed on the distant figure in the water. He's literally a sinking ship, not going anywhere. We've got another 2 minutes at this speed before we're even close enough for him to try swimming over, and I'd bet he's willing to try something. Joey's brow furrows in confusion. "Something? What's that supposed to mean?" I lean against the railing, watching the waves lap against our boat. "I mean, he's not going to go for the kill right away. Put yourself in his shoes, Joey. He's drowning, knows his life is on the line, and the only thing, literally the only thing, giving him hope is that we're here, coming toward him. He knows we're a couple of minutes away." We slowly approach the stranded man. I can see the desperation in his eyes, even from this distance. He's treading water, but his movements are becoming increasingly frantic. Time is running out for him, and we both know it. Joey shifts uncomfortably beside me, his hand instinctively moving to his weapon. "So what's our move, boss? We can't just leave him out there, can we?" I consider our options, weighing the risks and potential outcomes. We'll get closer, but we stay alert. He's fighting for his life, and that makes him unpredictable. Keep your eyes open for any sudden movements or attempts to grab onto the boat. We'll throw him a life preserver, but under no circumstances do we let him aboard until we're sure he's not a threat. "So what makes you think he won't just try to take over our boat?" I look at him and smile. This one's easy. I remember a time in my training, early on, when our commander took us into the woods for a survival exercise. We found a deer trapped in a bear trap. It had been left and forgotten by a hunter, or perhaps my CO was a better hunter than I give him credit for. Either way, the deer was squealing, a small, tired bleating that made us all feel sorry for it. As we approached, the animal's eyes widened in fear, its attempts to free itself becoming more frantic. The rusty metal of the trap was digging into its leg, and I could see blood matting the fur around the wound. Our group stood in silence for a moment, unsure of how to proceed. Some of my fellow trainees looked to our commander for guidance, while others seemed to be fighting the urge to rush in and help. The commander's face remained impassive as he observed our reactions. I couldn't help but wonder if that was all part of the test, not just about survival skills, but about how we handle difficult, emotional situations in the field. The deer's cries continued to echo through the forest, each sound tugging at our consciences and challenging our resolve. "What's he thinking?" the CO had asked. "Why isn't he scared of us?" The answer, then and now, is simple. We were his saving grace. We were the only thing between him and a slow, painful death. The deer knew it, and the man in the boat knows it too. He might have a weapon or two lying around and enough brain power to use it, but he also knows that if he does, we'll simply turn around and hightail it out of there. "Because he doesn't want to die," Joey says. I take another sip, not giving him the satisfaction of saying it first. "Because he knows we're his only shot," Joey continues. "He will try something, won't he? But not right away. He knows that. He's figured it out, same as us. He'll wait, bide his time, try to get us to board or get him on our boat, and then he'll make his move." "He's hoping we take hostages." "Yeah," Joey says. Then he looks at me with a strange expression. "Do we?" I turn to the entrance of the bridge of the Wasamasaw and start walking. "Frey," I call. The man pokes his head out as I get close. "Pick up the pace. Let's buzz this guy once or twice and see what he does." Frey nods. "You got it, boss." "Joey," I say, turning back around, "pour our driver a drink. No reason he should be left out." Chapter 27. The three of us, clutching our old fashions, hurry towards the man in his gradually sinking speedboat. He's standing there, waiting with an unexpected patience. It's as if he knows the routine, like we'll approach, attempt to engage him in conversation, perhaps exchange gunfire, and then depart. His expression remains a peculiar blend of fury, bewilderment, and sheer idiocy, but now there's a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. I'm convinced he's hatching a plan. Just as we suspected, this individual is poised to make a move, whether it's for our vessel, our arsenal, or possibly both. It's clear he has no intention of meeting his demise today. The tension in the air is thick as syrup as we draw nearer. The gentle lapping of waves against our boat seems to echo the mounting suspense. We maintain a cautious grip on our drinks, ready to discard them at a moment's notice if the situation escalates. The man's eyes dart between us and our vessel, calculating his next move. We remain alert, fully aware that this seemingly straightforward encounter could swiftly descend into chaos. Hate to be the bearer of bad news. Frey has a good read on the Wasamasaw's movement. He's a capable boat captain, which surprises me, but I guess I've never asked if he's driven before. I don't know if boats are his thing, but he's got a strong, steady hand on the wheel. He moves us out and around the other boat, now halfway submerged and sinking fast. He positions us into the wind, so we'll float back toward the smaller boat on our own, but also so that if we need to get away quickly, we can, without worrying about the currents pulling us too close. All the while, his right hand is poised with his drink. Man after my own heart. Frey might be an odd fish, but he's got some likable qualities. I down the rest of my drink and step out on deck to watch our progress. The man on the other boat is unarmed. He knows the drill. He knows what's at stake. Maybe he'll talk. "How close are we supposed to get?" Frey yells. "I want to smell his breath," I reply. Frey doesn't answer, but the boat turns inward toward the smaller vessel, and suddenly we're on him. The two watercraft bump together, Joey leaning way over the edge of the Wasamasaw to grab the railing of the smaller vessel. "Leave it," I say. The boats drift apart, first a few feet, then almost 10. The ocean is a curious beast, and I've always found it fascinating how we take it for granted. We think we're smarter than the great blue, but we forget how absolutely and unbelievably powerful it really is. Within seconds, the boats are so far apart that Frey has to maneuver us closer again. The waves continue to push and pull, their relentless force a constant reminder of our vulnerability. The salty spray mists our faces as we struggle to maintain our position. Frey's expertise is evident as he skillfully navigates our vessel, battling against the currents that threaten to separate us further. The engine hums beneath us, a reassuring sound amidst the crash of waves and cry of seabirds overhead. As we draw nearer to our companions, I can't help but marvel at the ocean's capricious nature. One moment calm and inviting, the next a formidable adversary. The experience serves as a humbling reminder of nature's supremacy. Despite our advanced technology and seafaring knowledge, we are still at the mercy of the ocean's whims. As we finally come alongside the other boat, there's a collective sigh of relief. The encounter leaves us with a renewed respect for the sea and a deeper appreciation for the skills required to navigate its unpredictable waters. Finally, I'm ready. Need a lift? I call out. The man glares. Just checking, I say. We don't want you to die out here, friend. He yells profanity back at me. I'm not one to cringe at cursing, but whatever he says makes me hesitate. Listen, I yell, come aboard. We can talk. I'm not telling you a damn thing, the man says. Fair enough. Frey, get us moving again, I say, loud enough for the man to hear, knowing Frey is poking his head out the back door of the main chamber, far from the bridge. He looks at me, waiting. What do you want? The man asks. I want answers, asshole. Not that hard to figure out, you know. I'm just here because I was told to stop you. Frey and Joey watch, intrigued. I stand there, AR-15 up and ready, just waiting, begging for the man to make a move. Well, you failed. What's your boss going to do about that? You got a comm in there? The man actually looks around, like he hadn't thought of that until now. Finally, he looks back at me and shakes his head. So, a rendezvous? Scheduled appointment? Another head shake. So you're out here alone, sinking, give it 5 minutes and you're toast, treading water, maybe less. What have you got to lose? I can't tell you anything. Sure you can, asshole. You can tell me who you're working for. He stares. Tell me who's going after Elizondo. God knows you're not making it to that meeting. Am I right? Nothing. I'm coming on board. Want to stop me? The man just stares. Empty. No expression. I've seen this before. He's done, given up, waiting for an opening in the bleak death of failure. And I know exactly what that means. He'd be glad to have me aboard because it might give him a chance. It's a small chance, a sliver of opportunity, but it's a chance nonetheless. He knows it. I know it. I want information. He wants revenge. I can see the wheels turning in his mind, calculating the odds, weighing the risks against the potential rewards. He's desperate, and desperation can be a powerful motivator. For him, I represent more than just a helping hand. I'm a lifeline, a last-ditch effort to claw his way out of the pit he's fallen into. As for me, I'm not here out of altruism. I have my own agenda, my own needs that drive me to this unlikely alliance. The information I seek is crucial, and I'm willing to navigate the treacherous waters of his vendetta to get it. Joey gives me the eyes, but I ignore him. He takes my assault rifle, handing me the 9mm instead. It'll be better up close, and the AR is a better mid-range choice. Frey heads back inside while I throw my leg over the side of the Wasamasaw, climbing down the ladder to the lower decks, which in this case means heading for the water. The sinking boat is about 5 feet away, and the man's legs are soaked by now, but he doesn't move. He waits. I climb down, my eyes never leaving him for a second. Each rung of the ladder feels slippery under my feet, but I maintain my focus. At the bottom, I spin around and leap, my heart pounding. I land precariously on the edge of his boat, which groans and dips dangerously under my added weight. We both struggle to keep our balance as the vessel rocks violently. Water is rapidly filling the bottom of the speedboat, and I slosh through it, my shoes and socks becoming soaked. I trudge up toward the man, my movements slowed by the rising water. My voice is steady as I confront him. Who sent you? The question hangs in the air between us, heavy with tension. I watch as his jaw clenches, the muscles in his face tightening. His eyes dart around, perhaps searching for an escape or contemplating his next move. The boat continues to sink slowly, adding urgency to our confrontation. I raise my pistol. You gonna fight back? He shakes his head. Stupid move, asshole, I say. Chapter 28. I'm armed, threatening you, and I'm your only shot at getting out of here alive. So let me ask you again. You going to fight back? He stares at me, trying to read me. I don't let him. I keep my face calm, stoic even, not giving anything away. I flick my wrist, raising the pistol just enough to show him I mean business and won't play around with any tricks. And that's when the tricks start. He moves immediately, reaching behind his back and pulling out a pistol. I know it's a gun before I even see it. He's doing exactly what I expected, what I've been trained to read, the way he's been standing, on a sinking boat in the middle of the Atlantic. The way his face showed me nothing useful. It was all part of the game, a piece of the puzzle I've been putting together. His move is going to be to try to trick us, to lure me onto his turf. Sinking turf, but still his. I read him perfectly. He's still outnumbered, still underprepared. He doesn't stand a chance. My weapon's ready, his isn't. That half-second difference makes all the difference. I raise mine and fire, sending a shot through his right thigh. Then I twist, readjust, aim, and fire again. Another shot through his knee. A little low, but that'll do the trick. He goes down fast, splashing into the water and disappearing for a second before resurfacing for air. The gun he was reaching for is gone, so I take the third shot without worrying about retaliation. Another shot to his leg, this time hitting the other thigh. Kneecaps destroy mobility, but hitting the thighs does something else. It pisses you off. It's painful, but not enough to pass out, and it doesn't do enough damage to put you out of commission permanently unless you hit an artery. And while I'm a good shot at this range, I know I'm not hitting anything vital. But I hit him where it really hurts, both physically and mentally. He now knows he's not going anywhere. He's stuck, dead in the water, unable to swim the few feet it'd take to reach my boat. I look down at him, flopping like a fish out of water, except half of him is in the water, and feel no pity. Who sent you? I ask again. He struggles, twisting around. This is the moment, I think, if he knows he's telling me now. You taking me off this boat? I shrug. Depends on whether I like your answer or not. The boat shifts, sinking another few inches quickly, then settles again. I'm still amazed at how long it's managing to stay afloat, fighting against the inevitable. You're just going to leave me here to die. Probably, I say, but you get to choose whether it's a bullet to the head or drowning. Your choice. I raise the gun and hold it to the side of his head. You know, he coughs. No blood yet, but that's not far off. You know him. Yeah? I thought you already knew. That's why we're all here, right? He's gasping for breath now, but I need to keep him talking. Who sent you? Simple question. I aim the pistol at his rear, not sure if he cares where I'm about to send the next piece of lead, but he gets the point. It's obvious, man, he says. Nothing about this is obvious. Who sent you? He stares up at me as the boat slips beneath the water for good. I slosh around, wondering if there will be any trouble getting back to the Wassamasaw. It's a few yards off, unanchored, so it's moving with the swells and the wind. If I'm lucky, Frey will keep us steady enough for a short swim. This guy's giving me nothing, so I figure I'll offer an olive branch. See if that jogs his memory. I look up at Joey standing at the edge of my yacht, waiting for the signal. We hadn't discussed much before I jumped onto this guy's boat, but we were clear about one thing, and I'm ready for it. Now, Joey. He gives me a thumbs up and disappears from view for a moment. A few seconds later, he reappears and throws something down to me. I catch it one-handed and turn back to the bleeding man. He raises an eyebrow as he stares at it. A life ring, with the word Wassamasaw painted on the side. A certified flotation device, standard on all marine vessels, though usually just a decorative requirement. You're saving me? He asks. Hardly, I say. But it's a conscious thing, you know. Helps me sleep at night. It'll be hours before anyone finds me. At least, but the water's warm. Maybe use the time to think of something cool to tell your boss, assuming they find you. He glares at me. Or just spend your time fighting off the sharks. I'm sure they're hungry. I turn to leave, my legs now soaked to the thighs, but I'm still standing on the boat's floor. The edge of the boat, now higher than before, is to my left, so I place an unsteady foot on it, like walking up a submerged staircase. The hull of the Wasamasaw is right in front of me now, either thanks to Frey's expert maneuvering or some lucky win. I grab the ladder on the side of the Wasamasaw and start climbing. Halfway up, I stop and turn to look down. The guy is floating inside the life ring, bobbing up and down. His boat is gone. Give me something, man, I say. Tell me who sent you. All I need is a name. The man's glare doesn't change, but I think I see something soften in his eyes. He's given up, resigned. They sent him on a suicide mission, hoping he'd at least do some damage to us. He realizes that now, and I can see it on his face, even through his glare. You should already know this, Dixon. Your father sent us. Chapter 29. What do you mean it's your father? Joey watches me towel off as I drip all over the brand new floor in the main cabin. Fully clothed and soaking wet, I don't care. I need to move, figure things out, take action. The heat rises inside me, a familiar feeling, both a blessing and a curse. It sharpens my focus, keeps me laser targeted on my mission. But if I don't keep it in check, it'll spiral into rage and panic. One benefit of my Army life and post-Army training is that I know myself very well. I understand my habits, reactions, and emotional states. I'm in tune with the inner workings most people ignore, and I've gotten good at managing them. But right now, I don't know what to think. I'm pissed, sure, but I'm not even sure if I believe it. I started this mission thinking I'd be avenging my murdered father, and now the guy who tried to kill us says my father set it all up. It doesn't add up. None of it does. The only thing that does make sense is that if my father's involved, if he's not actually dead, he's in over his head. And that sounds like my old man. I shake my head, watching the last few droplets of salt water flick off my hair onto the carpet. After jumping from the sinking boat, I swam back to the Wasamasaw and climbed aboard via the side ladder. The swim felt good, but nothing else about this moment does. I don't know, Joey. I don't get it either. But he's alive. I don't know, I said. I haven't seen him. But that guy said he was working for him. You think? I have no idea what to think. Frey pops out from the bridge and joins us in the cabin. He glances at Joey, then at me, like he wants to ask something, but doesn't. Instead, he walks over to the bar and starts looking through the bottles. I watch him for a second before turning back to Joey. This sucks. Joey nods. We're going to get her back. Another nod. We're going to get her back now, and then I'm going to have a word with my dead father. Frey approaches, holding a glass of brown liquid. I raise an eyebrow and question. Rum, he says, Flor de Caña. I nod. Good choice, mind pouring me one. Me too, Joey adds. We wait for our drinks. Joey sits on the couch across from me, while I settle into one of the armchairs that came with the boat. I like the chairs, comfortable for my larger frame, and they don't force me to sit perfectly upright. Who are you getting back? Frey asks, his voice catching me off guard. For a second, I'd forgotten he was still here. She was with us before, the last time we were out. Joey's girlfriend. They took her. I'm going to get her back. Frey listens, taking this in as he sips his rum. I wonder if this timid man is up for something like this, but he's proven helpful so far, and we're already out on the water. I'll do whatever I can, guys, Frey says. Joey accepts the offer with a nod, and I silently agree to keep Frey away from anything too dangerous. When the drinks arrive, Joey takes a long sip and then looks at me, expecting answers. I sigh. I don't know, Joey. Well, let's come up with a plan together then. No reason you have to do all the heavy lifting. I nod. Joey likes plans, I don't. But he's right. We need something resembling a plan. It's safer and forces me to consider all the variables. They're racing ahead of the weather, I say. That means we're not going to beat them in a head-to-head race. But they're coming toward us, right? Frey asks. Generally, yeah. Heading north to Charleston. But we need to make sure we're aiming directly at them to intercept. If we want to intercept, Joey says. I frown. What do you mean? What else would we do? Why intercept Elizondo? He's going to have plenty of security on board. And what are we supposed to do if he doesn't want us on board? We're not getting anywhere near him. I nod. True. Okay, but then how will we get to Elizondo? Why would we? We're not supposed to kill him. He's right, of course. I press the back of my hand to my forehead, enjoying a brief respite from the heat. When did it get so hot? It's hurricane season in South Carolina, and it's usually cooler out on the water. But it's sweltering now. It's hot in here. It's in your head, Dixon, Joey says. I look at Joey, then at Frey. The heat is inside me, like he said. Calm down, I remind myself. You're supposed to be in control. But I'm still confused and angry. Maybe a little scared too. We still need to get to Elizondo, don't we? Sure, but there's no point trying to board his ship. He'll be well protected, but we do need to keep him alive. Right, I say. So how do we do that? Frey clears his throat. Maybe we take out the guys trying to take him out? It makes sense. Really, it's the only option. The guys who took Shalice did it as leverage. We're supposed to keep Elizondo alive until he makes his delivery. If Elizondo dies, they've implied they'll kill Shalice. So the best defense in this situation is a great offense. We're going after my dad, then. Seems that way if he's really behind it. I think about it for a moment and then nod. I'm still pissed, but things are starting to make sense. He needed me to be part of the scheme. He knew I'd get the job done, to kill Elizondo, but he wouldn't dare ask me outright, hence all the cloak and dagger, and faking his own death. And that, right, so he's really behind it? There's a lot of money involved, so yeah, I'd bet he's behind it. Chapter 30. I grew up in a small town nestled in the rolling hills of Virginia. While technically not the smallest state in the Union, that honor belongs to Rhode Island, with Connecticut and those often overlooked New England states of Vermont and New Hampshire following close behind. To a restless child with dreams of grandeur, Virginia felt as confining as a birdcage. The irony wasn't lost on me that despite feeling trapped by the state's borders, I found solace in a sense of boundless freedom in the vast wilderness that stretched out behind our modest homestead. This expanse of untamed nature became my true sanctuary, a place where I could breathe freely and let my imagination run wild. The dense woods teemed with life, crisscrossed by babbling creeks and populated by an abundance of wildlife that could sustain generations. Indeed, this bountiful land had been our lifeline. Every weekend, like clockwork, my father and I would embark on hunting expeditions that were as much about bonding as they were about survival. In my youthful naivety, I was blissfully unaware of the complexities of modern hunting regulations. Licenses, permits, and lottery systems were foreign concepts to me. Our approach was beautifully simple. We'd step out the back door, pause for a moment to feel the direction of the wind, and then set off into the wilderness, our footsteps in sync and our hearts full of anticipation for the adventure that lay ahead. These forays into nature not only put food on our table, but also instilled in me a deep appreciation for the land and its rhythms. I learned to read the forest like a book, understanding the subtle signs that indicated the presence of game or the approach of a storm. The skills I acquired during these outings would serve me well throughout my life, fostering a self-reliance and connection to nature that many of my peers, raised in more urban environments, would never know. Sometimes my brother would join us on our outdoor excursions, but more often than not, he'd remain at home with Mom. Together, they'd spend time in the kitchen, cooking elaborate meals or working on what my father dismissively referred to as the more delicate skills. My brother had always been close to our mother, a bond that seemed to infuriate my father to no end. The old man's treatment of my brother was particularly harsh, filled with cutting remarks and thinly veiled disgust. I'll never forget the day my brother finally had enough. He'd met a girl at the local mall, and without so much as a goodbye, he packed his bags and left with her. That was the last time I ever saw him, his departure leaving a void in our family that was never truly filled. To be honest, my father's cruelty wasn't limited to my brother. He treated all of us with a cold indifference that bordered on contempt. In his eyes, I was little more than a pair of arms, useful only for menial tasks like carrying firewood, loading his precious guns, or retrieving whatever unfortunate creature he claimed to have shot during our hunting trips. It didn't seem to matter to him that I had become a far superior marksman by the time I was 12, consistently outperforming him in accuracy and skill. But my brother bore the brunt of our father's hostility. The old man seemed obsessed with questioning my brother's masculinity, constantly accusing him of being gay as if it were some unforgivable sin. These baseless accusations were hurled with a venom that revealed more about my father's insecurities than anything else. The tension in our household was a toxic mix of fear, resentment, and unspoken pain that lingered long after my brother's departure. But worst of all was the way he treated my mother, the sweetest woman I've ever known. She was my rock. She taught me and my brother how to clean and cook fish, how to turn whatever we dragged home into food, and how to take care of ourselves. She was calm, balanced, and knew she only had a little time with us before we figured out the hell we lived in and made a break for it. My mother's gentle nature was a stark contrast to my father's volatile temperament. She would often stay up late, waiting for him to stumble home from the bar, ready with a cold compress for his inevitable injuries or a bucket for when the alcohol made its return journey. Despite the chaos that surrounded us, she managed to create moments of normalcy, teaching us life skills and showing us unconditional love. My brother went first at 16, probably more to escape our father than to follow the blonde he'd met at the mall. I remember the night he left, his backpack stuffed with clothes and a few cherished possessions. The look in his eyes was a mix of fear and determination. I watched from my bedroom window as he disappeared into the darkness, feeling a sense of both envy and abandonment. My mother never forgave herself, though she never let it show. The lines around her eyes deepened, and her smile became a little more forced, but she continued to be our pillar of strength. She threw herself into taking care of me with renewed vigor, as if trying to make up for my brother's absence. I left a few years later, running to the Army as fast as I could. The recruiter's office felt like a sanctuary, a promise of structure and purpose that had been sorely lacking in my life. The clean lines of the desk, the crisp uniforms, and the neatly arranged brochures all spoke of order and discipline, things I craved desperately. When I broke the news to my family, my old man nearly had a hernia. His face turned a deep shade of red, veins bulging at his temples as he processed what I'd said. I braced myself, half expecting the familiar sting of his hand across my face. My muscles tensed, a reflex honed by years of dodging his unpredictable outbursts. But something was different this time. Maybe it was his own military training kicking in, reminding him of the gravity of service. Or maybe he hadn't had a drink in a few hours, leaving him clearer-headed than usual. Whatever the reason, he didn't hit me. Instead, he just stared at me with a mixture of disbelief and something else, something unfamiliar. His eyes, usually clouded with anger or alcohol, held a spark I'd never seen before. For a moment, I almost thought it might have been pride, a father recognizing his son's choice to follow in his footsteps. But I quickly dismissed the notion. I knew better than to hope for such things from him, because that's about the time he started hitting her, my mother, the woman everyone loved and no one wanted to upset. I don't know where it came from. Maybe he thought having a gay son and a runaway was the worst fate for a man, even though neither were true. I wasn't a deadbeat. I was successful in the Army. Very successful. I was sent all over the world and trained by the best. I loved it. But I didn't love the Army itself, which is why I got out as soon as I could. The Army is like a loose-fitting shirt. You grow and change inside it, but it stays the same. The fit doesn't change. You do. At first it fit me, but then it didn't. I'm not a fashion guy, but even I know when it's time to buy a new shirt. After I got out, I vagabonded my way down to South Carolina. I was 38 years old and had no idea what to do with my life. I felt bad for not knowing, but too stubborn to admit that just getting a job might not be the worst thing in the world. I rented a tiny apartment in Edisto Beach, but ended up bartending at a dive bar just south of Charleston. The shifts were terrible, but I found I had a knack for it. I liked people well enough, and I was good behind the bar. I also liked the owner, who let me sample the liquor after every shift, which made me a better bartender but a far worse driver. I stayed there for 5 years before opening my own place in Edisto Beach. The rest is history. Funny how my old man, the one I swore to push out of my life for good, somehow got his claws around my neck again, squeezing with all his might. He was the reason we're all here now. And in a weird way, I respect him for that. He'd pulled me into this business, outside my bar, and lured me into his web of lies, still controlling his son's life, even though we rarely spoke. Now I'm sitting in my favorite armchair in the cabin, thinking about him, Hannah, Joey, Shalise, and even Frey. I'm planning, which feels uncomfortable, but I'm piecing together something that I think will work. Best of all, if it works, it'll end in a climax where, for once in my life, I get to win. I take another sip of Frey's rum, the Flor de Caña, and smile. I'm coming for you, old man. Chapter 31. Wake up, Dixon, Joey's voice calls to me. I open one eye. I'm not sleeping. Good, what's the plan? I stretch, trying to hide the fact that I had been asleep for the past 15 minutes. I shrug. Really? You haven't been sleeping and you still have no idea what we're going to do? I look around, trying to get my bearings. As usual, in the middle of the day on the ocean, it's damn near impossible to figure out where we are. I glance over to the bridge. Frey, I call, where are we? He walks out, still holding his drink, or at least the third version of it, and shrugs at me. Really? We're floating. That's about all I can manage. I shake my head. You got us out of that scrape back there, didn't you? You're a better pilot than you give yourself credit for. Thanks, he says. But I was hoping we'd switch it up now that we're not under attack. He pauses, eyes rolling back as he thinks. Wait a minute. You guys do know how to drive this thing, right? Joey smiles. No, we usually just hang out at the dock. Makes for a great party, and we don't need to learn anything new. I stand up, stretching again, my fingers brushing the laminated off-white ceiling. I walk over to Frey and place my hand on his shoulder. Thank you, Frey. He nods. Yeah, of course. I always wanted an adventure. You married? He shakes his head. Kids? Another shake. Then I hereby recruit you as driver of this little dinghy, Frey. He smiles. I don't really know how. Frey, listen. Every time Joey and I have, done whatever it is you think we've done, we've learned something. That's part of the adventure. We need a driver, and you're the right guy for the job. Why's that? Well, honestly, because you're here. I see. I wait, not wanting to give him any excuse to back out, while hoping he might want to. I'll do it. I smile wider this time. That's the right attitude, Farm. How much does it pay? I stand there, mouth open, unsure what to say. I glance at Joey, who has a stupid grin on his face, almost as stupid as mine. Well, boss, Joey asks, what's this little mission pay? I scowl at both of them and walk into the bridge. Frey, your first lesson starts right now. We need to get you up to speed with this boat, and then maybe we can talk about compensation. Frey follows me in and sits in the tiny chair mounted to the wall near the stairwell. Honestly, I just want to help you guys out. Get Joey's girl back. He pauses. And maybe drink for free. I shake my head as I watch the horizon out the front window. When we're done here, I'll teach you how to negotiate. He laughs, stepping up to the wheel. Fair enough. Where are we heading? We're turning around, I say. Going north. What's north? I'm hoping we can intercept Elizondo's ship. I thought we weren't trying to get to Elizondo anymore, Frey asks. We're not, really. But Elizondo is the target for the guys sent by my old man. So we get to Elizondo, we get to my dad's guys. Got it. And then we kill them. Frey doesn't speak for a moment, but he grips the wheel and handles the wide, sweeping turn to port. I step back and manage the throttle until he reaches down and grabs it himself. He's a natural, I think. Piloting a 131-foot yacht is far different from sailing. There are no lines to adjust, no tacking or jibing, just knots, port and starboard, and making sure you don't crush any small fishing boats along the coast. I found the Wasima saw to be a capable handler, thanks in no small part to its overhaul earlier this year. The brand new twin C8.7 engines are, I've been told, every bit as capable as the originals, but far more powerful. I don't know much about engines, I just need them to work. So far they have worked wonderfully. I've spent so much time on this boat that it feels more like home than my actual apartment. That's not saying much, since my apartment, a single-room place outside Edisto Beach, belongs to a commercial real estate agent who doesn't care about maintaining it. I do the repairs myself, and the only time I hear from him is when the rent goes up every year like clockwork. I don't have any decorations, and my furniture is just a second-hand couch and coffee table. The dishes are what I didn't sell after my late wife passed and left behind our wedding gifts. All in all, I probably own about $2,000 worth of personal belongings, not counting my growing weapon stash. I pay renter's insurance on a laughable $10,000, well above what I actually own. The Wasima saw, on the other hand, is pure luxury. Completely remodeled after a recent incident, paid for by the U.S. government, it's become my second home. Hannah, after deciding the boat reminded her too much of her father, handed it over to me when she ducked off to Europe. I've taken it out as often as I can ever since. It's the best boat around, easily outclassing anything from the local yacht clubs and the rich folks up north. Charleston's crowd is more conservative. Anyone with the money for a $30 million yacht typically doesn't live near Charleston. I love the Wasamasaw, even if the memories on board aren't always the best. I miss Hannah, but more as a friend than anything else. The Wasamasaw is less a reminder of her and more a reminder of who I am. I'm not just a bartender. I'm not just some upstanding, tax-paying citizen trying to pay off his bar. I kill people for a living. It's a good living, too. It lets me do two things I need to do: pay off my bar and rid the world of people who need getting rid of. I'm not surprised Frey goes silent. Until now, Joey and I haven't been upfront with him, so he's only been guessing. We keep things tight, avoid the cops. Most of the time, the local police want the job done anyway. We deal with the kinds of people they wish they could get rid of, but can't because of their vows and oaths. We operate just under the line of legality, and I have no regrets. Anything bigger than local cops means the feds, but they don't care enough to get involved. Besides, I have history with them, and we've always stayed one step ahead. We do our job, clean up the evidence, and feed it to the fish. Jonathan Frey, of course, doesn't know any of this. He's probably made some guesses, but he doesn't truly understand what we do. So I'm not shocked that he is shocked. We kill people, and we make good money doing it. That's not something you hear every day. How do you do it? Frey asks. Depends on what they order, I say. Chapter 32. The Wasima saw had nearly completed its turn to the north, and Frey was handling the wheel delicately, like a true pilot. He's measuring the winds and waves with one hand while nursing the throttle with the other. What they order? Frey asks. I'm a bartender, I reply. So they come in, order a drink, and what? You just decide to kill them? He asks, his voice a mixture of disbelief and disgust. I shake my head, not caring if he sees it. No, not like that, I explain, feeling the weight of my words. It's more complicated. I work with, I almost say my old man, but hesitate, realizing how that might sound. Someone up in Charleston. They're the brains of the operation, you could say. What do you mean? He presses, leaning forward. I sigh, running a hand through my hair. They spend all the time and money researching, finding the people. It's not random, you see. Each target is carefully selected for reasons I'm not always privy to. And then what? He asks, his eyes never leaving mine. Then they give them a little coin. We call it a mark. It's our signal, our way of knowing who's who. Then the mark comes to the bar, right? He says, catching on quickly. Yeah, exactly. I nod, impressed by his understanding. They order a drink or three and pay for it with the coin. It's all very subtle, very discreet. He leans back, processing the information. So that's how you know you're supposed to kill them. The coin is like a death sentence. I don't respond immediately, letting the gravity of the situation sink in. It's a grim business. but it's the only life I've known for years now. I glance at him. He's shorter and a bit rounder than me, but he seems fit. Yeah, although I always verify it myself. How do you do that? I talk to them. Really? What do they say? Do they come clean? I think for a moment, considering the countless conversations I've had over the years, the secrets shared, and the stories told. It depends, I may reply, leaning against the bar. I've always been good behind the bar, and the secret to bartending isn't just in mixing a perfect drink or knowing what they want. It's in the art of conversation, in asking the right questions at the right time. I pause, swirling the ice in my glass. You want them to talk about their lives without feeling like you're prying. It's a delicate balance, really. You have to create an atmosphere of trust, a space where they feel comfortable opening up. Sometimes it's about reading their body language, picking up on subtle cues. If they're alone, it's easier, I continue. They're often looking for someone to talk to unburden themselves. But if they're with someone else, it's trickier. A question at the wrong time could disrupt their flow, or, worse, trigger something emotional that they weren't prepared to deal with in public. I lean in, lowering my voice slightly. The real skill is in knowing when to push and when to pull back. Sometimes people come in carrying heavy burdens, and they're just looking for a sympathetic ear. Other times they're celebrating and want someone to share in their joy. As a bartender, you become a chameleon of sorts, adapting to what each customer needs in that moment. I'm careful, but I'm not perfect. Over the years, I've weathered my fair share of verbal abuse from disgruntled clients. While I've honed my skills at extracting crucial information from my marks, the process isn't always smooth sailing. The majority of my clientele, predominantly male, arrive with a chip on their shoulder. Their faces are like open books, their intentions writ large in their expressions, as clear as oversized text in a large print novel. These folks have typically embarked on long journeys, if not distance, then time, to reach me, driven by a singular purpose. More often than not, they're seeking a specific individual, a living, breathing person they believe I can somehow produce or locate. The anticipation and desperation in their eyes are unmistakable as they stand before me, convinced that I'm the key to unlocking their desires. It's a delicate dance, this moment of revelation. With a mix of professionalism and a touch of perverse satisfaction, I take great pleasure in clarifying the situation. I explain, with carefully chosen words, that while I indeed possess the information they rightfully deserve, it may not align with their expectations or desires. The realization dawning on their faces is a sight to behold, a mixture of confusion, disappointment, and sometimes anger as they grapple with the fact that what they want and what they're entitled to are two very different things. This moment of disillusionment is a critical juncture in our interaction. It's where my expertise truly comes into play as I navigate the choppy waters of their emotions while still maintaining control of the situation. It's a reminder that in my line of work, managing expectations is just as crucial as managing information. Eventually, what I offer is simple. Meet me out back, and I'll bring you what I think you need. Every time, without fail, they follow me through the kitchen, say hello to Joey working the griddle, and walk out to the alley with me. And every time, without fail, I give them what they really deserve. The first few times, it was messy. I was out of practice. But I got it done, no matter what they ordered. A screwdriver? Sure, I've got one of those, and it seems to fit right there, just under the eye, straight through to the frontal lobe. A whiskey smash? I'd serve them my worst bourbon, still better than what you'd get anywhere else. Muddle some mint, add crushed ice, and make it look valuable. Then I'd take them out back and beat them to death with an empty bottle. People don't realize that real whiskey bottles are far tougher than those in movies. It takes a lot of effort to cave in a human skull with one, but that's part of the job. A whiskey smash ordered, a whiskey smash delivered. My favorite, though, is the Irish car bomb. Simple. Guinness, Irish cream, whiskey. Cheapest I have, but with a twist. I let them pour the whiskey themselves, like a last meal ritual. Then I walk them out back, get them into their car. I drive, part of the experience, and head to a beach I like, just 15 minutes away. It's isolated, perfect for a clean job. Once there, I park by a dock, tell them the rendezvous is ready, and pour a bottle of whiskey over their head. Then I light it on fire. They never unbuckle fast enough. By the time they realize what's happening, I'm already dropping a lit match into the gas tank. The trick is to ignite the fumes, not the liquid. The result is more of a slow burn than an explosion, giving me plenty of time to get away. I stand back, finish the whiskey, and watch. It's not an instant blow-up. It's a gradual, beautiful burn. Then I push the car into the water. Job done. Easy. So you just decide they're worth killing and kill them? Frey asks. I nod, acknowledging his understanding. Pretty much, yeah. It's all based on what they order. Different drinks can tell you a lot about a person. Okay, he says, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. What about a sidecar? I furrow my brow, slightly confused by his question. What do you mean exactly? Well, if I were a mark and ordered a sidecar, how would you go about it? He leans in, clearly thinking he's found a way to challenge me. I pause for a moment, stroking my chin thoughtfully as I watch his grin widen. This young buck thinks he can stump the old man? I can't help but chuckle at his naive confidence. All right, let's break it down, I begin, my voice taking on a conspiratorial tone. A sidecar, that's cognac, orange liqueur, and lemon juice, right? It's a classy drink, often favored by those who fancy themselves sophisticated. I lean in closer, matching his eager posture. So, here's how it would go down. I'd serve the drink with a flourish, maybe even compliment their taste. Then once they're good and relaxed, thinking they're in for a pleasant evening, I'd wait for the right moment. My voice drops to a whisper. When they least expect it, I'd grab a bottle of VSOP cognac, the good stuff, mind you, and bash their head in with it. Quick, efficient, and ironically fitting, given their drink choice. I lean back, a wry smile on my face. And of course, I'd do it next to their car. Can't forget the side part of the sidecar. Now, can we? His grin falters slightly, replaced by a mix of awe and unease at the detailed brutality of my response. Very superior old pale? Frey asks. Very specific. I laugh, impressed that he even knows what it stands for. VS isn't worth the bottle it's in, and XO is too fancy to waste. Frey frowns. That seems a bit brutal and too easy. All right, smartass. A sidecar named after the motorcycle attachment calls for 1 part cognac, 1 part orange liqueur, and 1 part lemon juice. But I'm an Mberry fan, so I'd go 8 parts cognac, 2 parts orange, 1 part lemon. And I'd smash his head in with a bottle of VSOP, hopefully 8 times just to stay true to the recipe. Frey laughs. Okay, 8 times the charm. And what do you do with the bodies? That's the easy part, fish bait. Chapter 33. Fish bait? Fish bait. That's what we call them. Joey or I handle the disposal. We take them out to the bay in the dead of night, when the fog's thick and the air's heavy with salt. We dump them in, far enough from shore that the currents will do the work. Nature's pretty efficient when it comes to cleaning up loose ends. We do our part, though. Bleach the bodies beforehand to slow decomposition and mask any identifying features. But really, it's all about patience. Time and nature, they're the real pros at making things disappear. The fish, the crabs, the elements, they all play their part in erasing our little problems. By the time anyone might stumble across anything, there's nothing left but bones, if that. And bones don't talk. And do you have time? Sure, the local cops don't care, and the feds are happy that I'm taking care of it. You have their word on that? Nope. I wait for Frey to make a face, to give me any indication that this arrangement doesn't sit well with him. His expression remains neutral, however, as he stares out at the horizon. He's already taking on the demeanor of a seasoned sailor, seemingly unfazed by the fact that he's in over his head. Or perhaps he's simply accepted that his feelings on the matter are irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. The more I observe him, the more I wonder if he might actually agree with the situation. In all honesty, it's difficult to imagine anyone truly objecting to it when you consider the circumstances. Frey strikes me as the type of person who prefers to blend into the background, avoiding unnecessary attention. He's the sort who diligently performs his duties without fanfare, careful not to stand out too much. His quiet demeanor and unassuming nature make him an ideal crew member in many ways. He's likely to follow orders without question, adapting to the ship's routines and hierarchy with minimal fuss. I can almost see him now, going about his tasks with a quiet efficiency, always aware of his surroundings, but never drawing attention to himself. It's odd he's here, so ready to jump aboard our little harebrained mission. He's nice enough, for sure, but it seems strange to me, the juxtaposition between his desire to help us in something so utterly dangerous it's near suicide, and his level-headed, stay-out-of-the-way mentality. I like having the help, but something about him doesn't fit. Frey, I say. He turns and looks at me. Who are you? Really? He frowns. You've known me for a year now, Dixon. What do you mean? You've known Joey, but I haven't really ever talked to you. What's your thing? What makes you tick? He struggles for a moment, silently chewing something while staring out to sea. I don't know, he says. I'm a distributor. Been doing that for some time. Some time? Enough years that I've forgotten most of them, he replies. You like it? He nods, then shrugs. Sure, yeah. Well enough, I guess. It's a job. But never exciting enough for you? You had to come down and ask us to recruit you for whatever you want to call this? Yeah, I like the job, but my life's boring, I guess. Joey always talks about you like you're some secret vigilante or something. Like Batman. Like Batman? My word, not his. What exactly did he tell you about me? I ask, feeling a renewed sense of suspicion creeping in. Despite my reservations, I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't want to jump to conclusions or manipulate him into revealing more than he intends. That's the interesting part, he replies, his expression thoughtful. He didn't actually say much at all, just some vague, general comments. He mentioned you were a good boss, had a fondness for whiskey, and knew your business inside out. Nothing particularly revealing or specific. I furrow my brow, processing this information. So what made you assume this kind of activity is what we're involved in? That's quite a leap from such innocuous details. He leans in slightly, his voice lowering. It wasn't so much what he said, but what he didn't say. Every time I'd inquire about you or how the bar was doing, he'd clam up. It was like hitting a brick wall. He'd immediately try to change the subject or deflect the conversation. That kind of evasiveness. Well, it got me thinking there must be something more going on beneath the surface. I lean back, considering his words. The implication hangs in the air between us, heavy with unspoken suspicions and possibilities. It's clear that my associate's reticence has inadvertently painted a picture far more intriguing and potentially dangerous than the reality might warrant. So you jump to the conclusion that I'm Batman. Except for the fact that your old man's still alive? Sure. I glare at him. Well, you know, it always seems so mysterious. Both you guys. Your bar's always closing at random times, on random days, for weird hours. I've made a couple runs down to you this year and had to come back later. Then there was that report about old Marley's place. Seemed weird. I wait for his explanation, my curiosity piqued by the mention of old Marley's place. The bed and breakfast, situated just off the main strip in our quaint town, had been a local landmark for years. Its charming Victorian facade and well-manicured gardens had always been a draw for tourists seeking a taste of small-town hospitality. However, earlier this year, the picturesque establishment became the scene of a horrifying tragedy that shook our community to its core. The grisly murders that took place there sent shockwaves through our normally peaceful town. Old Marley, the kindly proprietor known for his warm smile and endless supply of homemade cookies, had been found shot dead in the parlor. The violence didn't end there, though. Upstairs in one of the cozy guest rooms, a younger man, visiting with his sister for what should have been a relaxing getaway, met an even more brutal fate. The details of the young man's murder were particularly chilling. His body was discovered, by me unfortunately, in a state that spoke of unimaginable suffering, with a mysterious phone number etched into his bloodied skin. This macabre detail fueled endless speculation among the townsfolk, who whispered theories ranging from organized crime to occult rituals. Surprisingly, despite the sensational nature of the crimes, the media coverage remained remarkably restrained. Newspapers and local news reports stuck to a simplified narrative, presenting the murders as an act of targeted vengeance. They suggested that the younger man had been the primary target of this gruesome attack, while poor old Marley had simply been an unfortunate bystander, caught in the crossfire of someone else's vendetta. This official version of events left many questions unanswered, and a cloud of unease continued to hang over our town. The once bustling bed and breakfast now stood empty, its windows dark and its future uncertain. The full story was a bit more nuanced, and while it's still raw in my mind, it had ended well enough for those of us who lived through it. The man who was murdered had a sister, Hannah, whose father's boat I now call my own. Joey and I had gotten into quite a scrape trying to save her from the same guys who killed her brother, and though it's all over now, the spoils of war had given me a boat that serves as a constant reminder of that past, and had given Hannah the desire to escape everything and spend some time overseas. What was weird about it? Just nothing like that ever happens here. All the speculation, all the interest, then it just disappeared. Like the local cops were told to keep their mouths shut. It's eerie, you know? One day the whole town's buzzing about it, and the next it's like it never happened. People stop talking about it overnight. Interesting. Sounds like someone pulled some strings. You have anything to do with it? Frey asks, eyeing me suspiciously. His voice is a mix of curiosity and caution. I meet his gaze steadily, considering my response for a moment. Then I nod, a slight smirk playing at the corner of my mouth. Yep. He looks over, but I'm not about to give him details. Not yet. He's a good guy, but he's not a friend or confidant. Depending on how he performs out the gate on this little excursion, I might consider throwing him a bone, but not yet. I watch his brow, furrowing and loosening, a man deep in thought and trying to be perceived as doing the exact opposite. He's a good captain, a capable sailor. Time will tell how capable he'll be when we get into our next scrape. Then, and only then, will I be willing to make a judgment call. Chapter 34. Joey interrupts our little moment shortly after, stumbling in and making a racket out of it. What's the plan, boss? He asks. I noticed we turned north. Yeah, I say. Quite the sense of direction you got there, kid. I look out the left-hand side of the wide, arcing set of windows in front of us and see the South Carolinian coast in the distance. Frey does too, then gives me a look. Give him a break, I say. He's new to this. Not as new as you, Captain, Joey shoots back. He shifts and faces Frey's back. Did he tell you I was a Navy man? Frey shakes his head. No, he left that out. So was I back in the day. Really? Both of us ask in unison. He nods. Spent a good chunk of my younger years chasing the tide. Did a few stints near Korea, China, Japan, some up north in the Bering Sea. Nice, I say. Didn't know that. Seems like there's a lot I didn't know about you, Frey. He laughs. Likewise. Happy to be here, and let's hope we can make something of this. What's in it for you? I ask finally. The words just shoot out, as if they've been fired from whatever is controlling the word cannon in my brain. He doesn't flinch. I told you already, looking for a little adventure. Distribution is a decent line of work, but I guarantee you it's not for the faint of heart. If things like driving 200 miles a day and making lots of phone calls are too exciting for you, I'm not sure if I buy it or not, at least not as is. I can't help but feel like there's something deeper in this guy, something I can't quite put my finger on, even though I can feel my subconscious screaming at me about it. And when I heard about Joey's girlfriend, he continues, that sort of sealed the deal. Yeah, Joey asks. Yeah, not a good situation. Figured I was here, ready for whatever it was you two had in mind, so I thought I'd better commit. He takes a hand off the wheel and faces Joey. Trust me, Joey, I'm going to help you guys however I can. We'll get her back. Joey nods solemnly, thanking him. Then he turns back to me. Never answered my question, boss. I raise an eyebrow. What's the plan? Elizondo's still going to be out on the bigger lanes, coming in hot from the southeast. Are we trying to intercept him to beat him to Charleston? Yes and no, I say. We are trying to beat him to Charleston, but only because whatever's going to go down is going to be a lot easier to mess with if it's out on the water. We wait until they're docked in port and it's anyone's game. Whoever's got the largest army wins? Joey asks. Sort of. The guys that talked to me up in Charleston, the fake detective and his two cronies, they're probably mafia or some sort of organized venture. The whole place stank of it, like they just put out their cigars and rolled up the $100 bills into their suit coats right before I got there. Mafia in Charleston? Frey shrugs. Not out of the question. I heard about a group making the rounds last year, trying to get a weekly payout from some of the bigger shops downtown. Wow, I say. Seems strange to me that they would be, but I guess it makes sense. Sure it does, Joey says. There's money in Charleston. All sorts of it. Clean, dirty, laundered, waiting to be laundered. You know that already, and I'd guess with the rise in the cost of living in some neighborhoods, it's brought in a lot more of a wealthy crowd. Yeah, Frey says, and it's an untapped market. Not a whole lot of crime, per capita speaking, and certainly not a whole lot of organized crime. Okay, makes sense, I say again. So that means we're messing with some big players, at least somewhere out there. Maybe we poked a small bear, but we poked it nonetheless. Your old man poked it, actually, Joey says. I nod. Don't remind me, whatever. We're in it, and we're in it until the end now. Elizondo's guys got Chalice, and even though they're better than the guys that want Elizondo dead, that still pisses me off. Joey nods along. I take a pause, sipping the last of my rum. So we move toward Elizondo, but we focus on the guys moving on him. How do we find them? Frey asks. I smile. We don't have to. They called us off, remember. Whoever they've got now to get the job done is closer to Elizondo. That's why they sent out that little piece of crap to try to take us out. A small price to pay if they lost a guy or two, and if it worked, it would have made their jobs way easier. So we're trying to beat their other crew? Frey asks. The ones gunning for Elizondo? Correct, I say. And there's no way we can beat Elizondo's ride, but I'd put the Wasima Saw up against any yacht on the eastern seaboard. Got it, Joey says. So we try to get to Elizondo because they'll be heading for Elizondo. We catch up with them first, try to get them before they get to him. Something like that, I say. Sounds like a half-baked plan to me, Frey says. I look over at Joey, but Joey's already explaining. He's not big on plans, he says. They scare him, and he knows all plans get changed midstream. Well, I like plans, Frey says, so let me know when this one gets cooked. I'd sure love to know what we're getting ourselves into. Joey laughs, patting Frey on the shoulder. Sure thing, pal. When he finally comes around and sits down with a pencil and paper and writes out a full-fledged brief, you'll be the first to know. Chapter 35. It takes less than 2 hours for me to once again realize why I hate plans. Plans are like a disease, slowly killing you from different fronts until you're completely consumed by them, and then you aren't even yourself anymore. They creep into every aspect of your life, dictating your actions, your thoughts, and even your emotions. Plans require planning, but as soon as you begin to act out the plan, everything changes. The world doesn't conform to our expectations, and reality has a way of throwing curveballs at every turn. So you go back, try to adjust things to make them make sense again, and you lose time. Precious moments slip through your fingers as you scramble to realign your carefully crafted strategy with the chaos of real life. You lose the serendipity of the moment, that small flitter of life just before you do something you know you can't turn back from. The spontaneity that makes life exciting and unpredictable vanishes, replaced by a rigid structure that suffocates creativity and adventure. The thrill of the unknown is sacrificed on the altar of predictability, and with it goes the essence of what makes us truly alive. Sometimes not having a plan fails, but most of the time, at least in my experience, it all works out. I've learned to trust that flitter, that tiny spark of intuition that comes at the right time, somehow already worked out and mushed around into something salvageable by my subconscious. That flicker of intuition is the cornerstone of my success. It's not meticulous planning or flawless execution that sets me apart. Those have never been my strong suits. Instead, it's an innate understanding of what needs to be done and an unwavering belief in my ability to see it through. These two convictions anchor me, providing a quiet but unshakable confidence that somehow things will fall into place as they should. My approach to challenges is straightforward and unyielding. Whether it's a physical confrontation or a moral dilemma, I stand my ground. Despite my years, I often find myself outperforming men half my age in a scuffle. But it's not just about physical prowess. It's about an unyielding commitment to what's right. This sense of justice isn't something I apply selectively. It's a constant in my life, as much a part of me as my own skin. Every patron who's ever darkened the door of my bar has been subject to this unwavering standard. It was the driving force behind my actions with Hannah, a situation that still weighs heavily on my conscience. And now, as I face the complexities surrounding Chalice, I find myself once again guided by this moral compass. There's more on the line this time than with a simple mark or a single woman, but those things, just details in the plan, I know I'm not going to create, can be dealt with later. My father, for instance. I need to see him, to actually look at his face and into his eyes and watch him react when I tell him how I feel about his meddling with my life. The anger burns inside me, fueled by a sense of betrayal and violation. It's not just about me anymore, though. He's dragged Joey and his girlfriend into this mess, and now Jonathan Frey, too. That's crossing a major line, one that I never thought he'd dare to cross. I intend to make him understand the gravity of his actions and the consequences they've brought upon others. But as we approach our destination, a sinking feeling settles in my stomach. Something isn't right. The air feels thick with tension, and my instincts are screaming at me to turn back. That's when the realization hits me. We've walked right into a trap. Our plan, if you could even call it that, was based on the assumption that there would be 1 or 2 boats heading for Elizondo's ship. Not 10. It was a risky move, but we thought we could handle it. We were prepared for that scenario. We weren't prepared for 10 boats. But as I scan the horizon, my heart races and my palms begin to sweat. The sight before me is far more intimidating than anything we had anticipated. 10 vessels of various sizes are cutting through the water, all converging on Elizondo's ship. The sheer number of boats is overwhelming, each one potentially filled with armed men ready to defend their boss. I swallow hard, trying to push down the panic rising in my throat. We're outnumbered, outgunned, and completely unprepared for this level of opposition. As the gravity of our situation sinks in, I realize that our simple plan has just become a fight for survival. 10 speedboats, some larger than others, all of them tearing through the water faster than we are. I've got Frey pushing the Wasamasaw as fast as it'll allow, and it must have been our larger frame and profile that let us catch up with the convoy. The smaller boats have to maintain a slower pace to account for the larger, building waves. It's not much slower, but it's enough. "On the horizon!" Frey shouts, his voice carrying over the sound of waves lapping against the hull. "Yeah," I yell back, squinting against the glare of the setting sun. "I'm seeing it too." "Shit, Dixon," Joey says, his face pale as he lowers his binoculars. "There's what? 10 of them?" I nod grimly, my stomach clenching with a mixture of fear and anticipation. We both walk up to the top deck to get a better view, our footsteps echoing on the metal stairs. Joey and I take turns peering through our shared set of binoculars, the lenses smudged with salt spray. Frey has a better set in the bridge, so the three of us have been rotating shifts, keeping a vigilant eye on the horizon for most of our journey northward. The vast expanse of the ocean stretches out before us, deceptively calm despite the looming threat. Most of the time, we spot innocuous vessels, a sailboat cutting through the waves, its white sails billowing in the breeze, or a smaller yacht probably filled with tourists enjoying a day at sea. Sometimes, out to the east, we catch sight of a larger contract vessel, its hulking form a reminder of the commerce that continues even in these uncertain times. But today is different. The vessels on the horizon are neither friendly nor familiar. We've all been on edge, knowing that most of the sensible boaters have heeded the ominous weather reports. They're hunkering down in safe harbors, battening down the hatches in preparation for the rising storm that's been chasing us relentlessly up from the southeast. The air feels heavy, charged with electricity. Dark clouds are gathering in the distance, a stark contrast to the blood-red sky. The wind is picking up, carrying with it the scent of rain and danger. We exchange worried glances, knowing that we're caught between two threats: the approaching storm and the mysterious vessels drawing ever closer. Yeah, that's what I'm counting. 10 boats all traveling together and in the same direction is not a normal sight. Not unless you're at a boat show, and I doubt there's anything like that happening in the middle of the Atlantic. 10 boats, all speeding towards some unknown location, is even more abnormal. We're screwed, I say. We can't turn around. He's right. If we've spotted them, they've certainly spotted us. While 10 speedboats, heading straight north as fast as physics will allow, is one of the most unusual things I could imagine seeing in this part of the ocean, I also know that a multi-million-dollar touring yacht, bearing down on its location away from the coastline and traveling even faster, is a close second. The situation is tense, and our presence is undoubtedly as conspicuous as theirs. The contrast between the two groups couldn't be more stark. A fleet of small, agile speedboats racing northward with urgent purpose. And our luxurious yacht, a behemoth of wealth and leisure, charging towards them with unexpected speed and determination. The ocean around us, typically a vast expanse of tranquility, punctuated only by the occasional fishing vessel or cargo ship, has become an impromptu arena for this bizarre confrontation. The speedboats, likely chosen for their speed and maneuverability, cut through the waves with precision, their engines roaring in unison as they maintain their tight formation. Our yacht, on the other hand, moves with a different kind of power. Its massive engines propel us forward with surprising velocity, defying the expectations one might have for a vessel of its size and opulence. The incongruity of our presence here, far from the usual cruising routes and pleasure spots, must be as perplexing to them as their unusual formation is to us. They know who's following them, and they've planned for it. 2 of the boats on the flank peel off and begin a long sweep to the right. They're turning. They're coming back here, I say. They'll probably just space out a bit, try to lure us between them. So what's our move? Joey asks. We only have one. I look at him, not wanting to go through with it, but knowing it's our only option. They're going to follow us back to the coast, so either way, we're getting into a skirmish. But what's our move? Do we try to outrun them a bit? Maybe hope they'll run out of gas? No, I say. We play offense. Time to break out the big guns. Chapter 36. It's getting dark, which is my absolute favorite time to be out on the water. The colors the sky is able to summon, blending together into an absolutely stunning collaboration, are one of my favorite features of nature. As the sun dips below the horizon, the sky transforms into a canvas of vibrant oranges, pinks, and purples, each hue melting seamlessly into the next. The light dances off the water's surface, creating a mesmerizing display of shimmering reflections that seem to stretch endlessly into the distance. Early morning on the ocean is my second favorite, with its crisp air and the promise of a new day dawning, but the sunset on a huge yacht, sailing on the open water, takes the cake. There's something truly magical about feeling the gentle sway of the vessel beneath your feet as you glide through the waves, surrounded by the breathtaking beauty of the fading day. But sailing at sunset while preparing for an open water battle against 10 speedboats is not my favorite time. The tranquil beauty of the moment is marred by the tension and anxiety that comes with impending conflict. I've never done it before, so I guess I can't be too specific about my feelings toward it, but I know I'm not excited. Joey apparently isn't either. What do you mean, big guns? I thought you just had the AR and a bunch of pistols? I smile. Well, I may have understated things a bit. Wait, really? Why? He asks. 2 reasons, I say. First, the element of surprise. They know who we are, they probably know how many of us there are, and they know we're at least armed well enough to take out a boat or 2, because we already did. Second reason is Frey, I continue. Why Frey? Because I don't trust him. You don't trust anybody. Fair point, but that's only because I don't know them. I know Frey, at least a little bit now, and I don't trust him. He's a nice guy, Joey says. Never said he wasn't. And you can be nice and untrustworthy at the same time, Joey. Ever met a politician? He chuckles. Still, I'm not sure what you're seeing in him. I know, I say. Me either. But it's a feeling, not really something I can put a finger on just yet. But I know. You know what exactly? That's just it. I don't know. But I know there's something about him. Could be that he's a dead shot with a pistol and will have no trouble at all taking out these boats. Could be, or it could be that he's someone they sent to us to try to get us on his side, and he's just going to kill us as soon as he can. Joey looks out to the left toward the sunset and smiles again. He shakes his head, an expression of disbelief on his face. For the first time today, we don't have drinks in our hands, and I believe it's an unspoken acknowledgement of what we're about to get ourselves into. You disagree? I ask, my eyebrows raised in surprise. I do, man, Joey says, leaning back in his chair and crossing his arms. I really do. I think you're way off base about him. I've spent time with the guy, and I'm telling you, he's solid. I think he's a good guy, and when I say good guy, I mean it in the truest sense. Like us. We're good? I can't help but chuckle at the idea. Given our history, it seems almost absurd. Joey leans forward, his eyes intense. We're better than those guys, he says emphatically, jabbing his finger toward the window. Outside, I can see the group he's referring to, lounging on the street corner, cigarettes dangling from their lips. Sure, we've made mistakes, but at least we're trying to do right. That's more than I can say for them. I consider his words, mulling over the implications. Maybe Joey has a point. Maybe there are shades of good and bad, and we're not as far gone as I thought. Maybe not. But I don't trust him yet, I say. So you didn't tell him you were packing more heat than just the pistol? What good would that do? I shrug. I don't know. Escalate things before they need to escalate. Scare him? Force his hand? You're crazy, Dixon, Joey says. You're just as crazy for going along with it. I'm not going along with any of your opinions on the guy. We need all the help we can get, and he's all we've got. Joey spits, clearing the edge of the yacht and watching as the tiny blob dances through the wind until it smacks into the surface of the ocean. He's on our side and we need him. You and I can argue all day about that, but it's the truth. Fair enough, I say. Doesn't mean I have to give him any of the big guns. He looks at me. What exactly do you have? I smile again, a wide, cocky grin that's never worked on anyone in my entire life, yet still feels completely natural. Remember that buddy of mine? The one in the FBI who helped out with Hannah's case? Truman, how could I forget, Joey asks. He's the reason you got the Wasama saw. I served with a guy named Truman who ended up climbing the ranks of government-style power. Not the political, whimsical kind, but real bureaucratic power, the power of the pen. He'd helped me out of a few scrapes way back when, and he'd also helped after my stint with Hannah, which ended with her foray into European travel and my ownership of her late father's gorgeous yacht. Hannah's the reason I got her, I correct, but he pushed the paperwork through. He did you another favor, I presume. A few, and I'm sure it was no small task either. Lots of paperwork for this sort of thing, and most of the time it's so strictly enforced and tracked, there's no sense even trying it. Joey gives me an odd look. What did you do? I went back for that money. My father gave it to me, but I didn't want it, you know? It seemed tainted, or dirty in some way. So you spent it on weapons? Jesus, Dixon, you're going to be America's most wanted. I nod. Yeah, except that's where Truman comes in. Chapter 37. Hurry, I call back to Joey, running down the stairs behind me. We're going to be within range of them in a few minutes. Our range or theirs? Joey asks. And we head to my private quarters where I keep a couple of gun cases in the closet and another safe under the bed. The room is immaculate, as I'm not much for clutter or mess, and I like the feeling it gives me to keep at least one thing in my life in order. I haven't changed out the sheets or decor since Hannah Rayburn's father owned the Wasamasa, which Joey always thinks is weird and a bit creepy. Thing is, I don't think the guy slept in the room much, and even if he had, it's not like I haven't cleaned the place. I went over the entire boat with a fine-tooth comb, But that was after the FBI cleaning teams and upholsterers finished with it. It wasn't easy to clean blood off the carpet or walls, nor was it easy to fill bullet holes and dents from blunt force impacts, so they'd done a fine job of essentially rebuilding the entire yacht's interior. The comforter on the huge bed is brown, and the accents within the room are brown too, giving it a sort of feel that an interior designer had done some work here, making everything look nice, but stop just before the point of applying real color. I like the look of it actually, since the white cleanliness of the space is offset by just a pop of not white. It has an order to it. Joey follows me to the closet on the port side of the room and waits while I swing it open and start working the lock on the safe. It clicks open and I let the heavy door crack apart from the case behind it. I step aside and let Joey do the honors. He pulls at the door, revealing the contents. "You've got to be kidding me," he says. "Right? You're actually kidding? These aren't real." "Bushmaster M483 assault carbine," I say proudly. "The patrolman—" "I know it," Joey says. 16-inch barrel, 30-round mag. And you've got 2 of them?" I beam. 4, actually. 2 more under the bed." "What the hell, Dixon? How did you get these?" "Ever heard of the Tor project?" Joey's eyes widen. "You're kidding me. You figured out Tor and onion links and all that." I try to hide my confusion, because I actually don't know what an onion link is. But I know Tor. It's the browser I used to find this stuff. Gave me access to the dark web, a super-duper scary-sounding corner of the internet only accessible through special anonymizing software, the Tor browser in this case. It moves your connections through a maze of nodes, making it practically impossible to trace anyone's identity. Through the browser, I discovered an entire world of hidden websites beyond what the average person could imagine. In about an hour of research, I'd learned that I could buy any drug I wanted, from prescription medications to black tar heroin to pure Dutch crack. I could have it shipped through the mail or dropped at a mutually agreed-upon GPS-defined location. Not entirely unlike the way my dad used to dead-drop the money from assignments. I could also buy normal things like I would on any shopping website, but anonymously. Or I could buy insane, unbelievably dangerous items that would get you jailed just for looking at, like weapons. Lots and lots of weapons. Most of the sites I came across were difficult to navigate, not written in any decipherable English. Some of them made me feel as safe as walking through Southside Chicago at night, with a sign on my head saying, "I've got money." But thanks to a tip from Truman and his go-ahead to purchase what I thought I'd need to effectively protect myself in a sticky situation, I quickly learned the inner workings of the dark web and spent 30 grand my father had donated to the cause. I didn't press Truman on the details like why he thought it was a good idea to be arming regular citizens, but I essentially got an answer from him anyway. "People like you aren't just regular citizens," he told me. "We don't ever admit it to ourselves up here in our comfortable offices, but we need help. We can't go places sometimes, or we can't go places and get away with it." That conversation took place in this very room, with Truman pacing between the bed and the stairs, and me sitting nearby in the office chair. "Why? Why me?" I'd asked. "It's obvious, isn't it?" Truman said. "You're a known quantity to me, and you and I both know I'm not stopping you from getting yourself killed. Might as well give you the ability to keep yourself alive, you know? And you've got a serious knack for figuring out exactly the types of people we can't touch, but definitely need to be touched." I'd nodded, taking it all in. When all was said and done, we'd signed a contract. I had to pass my purchases through Truman so he could FBI it, which I took to mean scrubbing it clean of anything that might come back to him. He was a good guy and a rule follower, so I imagine letting a civilian stockpile military-grade weaponry, even on terms he agreed with, probably ate at him a little. But it was done, and I was $30,000-odd poorer for it. Joey is only finding out about it now because I haven't had a reason to use any of it yet. One thing about having special forces level gear is that you realize how unexcited you are to ever need it. But today is different. I didn't want to get into a firefight with 10 enemy boats, and I certainly didn't want to do it while piloting a larger, slower vessel around them. But here we are. Truman had given me one rule, probably to ensure this wasn't the worst idea he'd ever had. Let them fire first. Chapter 38. Joey paces behind me, his footsteps echoing in the same pattern Truman's did just a few months ago. You're telling me he's okay with this? Joey's voice is incredulous, tinged with a hint of fear. Christ, Dixon, he seems like he's one atom short of Hiroshima whenever he's around you. The way he looks at you, it's like he's barely containing himself from exploding. I take a deep breath, trying to find the right words to explain the complexity of the situation. We have a strained relationship, I say, knowing full well how inadequate that description is. Joey scoffs, running a hand through his hair in frustration. What the hell does that mean? People have strained relationships with their fathers, or their brothers or sisters, not with federal agents. This isn't some family squabble we're talking about here. I can feel Joey's eyes boring into the back of my head, searching for answers I'm not sure I'm ready to give. The weight of our shared history, the unspoken truths, and the dangerous game we're playing all press down on me. What can I say? I shrug, trying to maintain an air of nonchalance despite the gravity of the situation. We were friends once. Close? Couldn't be closer. And you're not now. I shrug again. I need a drink. I'm standing just inside the stairwell at the top of the stairs that lead down to my room, and the bar is right behind me. I turn and head toward it as Joey reaches the top of the stairs. We've each grabbed one of the Bushmasters and a box of ammunition, fully loaded magazines organized and stored inside. The weight of the rifle feels both reassuring and ominous in my hands. We've also grabbed 3 grenades each, all supposedly U.S. military commissioned and ready for war. The cold metal spheres sit heavy in our pockets, a deadly secret waiting to be unleashed. And the problem with grenades, of course, is that you can't test them. There's no way to be certain of their effectiveness until the moment of truth, when lives depend on their explosive power. This uncertainty gnaws at me as we move forward. Buying explosives from a Russian-born, broken English-speaking guy using encrypted data streams with no face-to-face contact means I have no idea if these are grenades or snow globes. The thought of pulling the pin only to have glitter and fake snow explode around us in a critical moment is both absurd and terrifying. I hope they're grenades. They've got the weight, the look, the feel. I'm comfortable using them, and I know Joey has at least trained with them once or twice, enough to have a passing knowledge of their timing and force. With explosives, that's about enough, since there's always an element of, I don't know what the hell that was involved with them. Did you hear me? Joey asks again. I nod, reaching for the top shelf. I did. Sorry, it's been a long day and we're just getting started. We've got 2 minutes, Max, he says. I agree. The 2 boats that peeled off are making a much wider circle to the southeast than I expect. They're trying to deep flank us, coming in wide from the south, aiming for the starboard side. Yeah, we're not close anymore. Nothing happened, just time, I guess. You know how it goes. Not really, not with friends, Joey replies. What friends do you have? I ask, immediately regretting the harshness in my tone. The truth is, I couldn't recall Joey ever mentioning any friends or seeing him with anyone besides Shalise that one time at the bar. It had been a surprise to see him with her, considering how much time he seemed to spend either at the bar or working jobs with me. Joey's lips curve into a small smile, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. I've got a couple of friends. Unlike the Army, us Navy boys stick together. His words carry a subtle jab, but there's no real malice behind them. I let the dig slide, choosing not to engage in the age-old inter-service rivalry. Truthfully, I don't have many friends from my Army days, but that was a conscious choice on my part. After leaving the service, I deliberately distanced myself from that part of my life, preferring to forge a new path and new connections. Couple of dudes from Florida and I are close. Call them up every few months, actually, Joey says, as if talking to someone once every few months for 5 minutes at a time is a perfectly legitimate definition of close friend. Well, ain't you smug, I say. I pour from the bottle I've grabbed, Woody Creek, a decent rye I recently discovered, and pour him one as well. I reach for a third glass. Joey, you know me. I'm not really a friend type of guy. No, I got that, he says, his smile growing. I'm just trying to put it all together. You're cryptic, you know that? Again, I'm not really a lay it all out there kind of guy either. Why did you and Truman grow apart? It's just like I said. He wanted a different life, wanted to keep moving up the ranks and eventually got recruited, turned in his gun for a badge and an ID card, then took up a pen and computer and makes his living telling other guys what to do. And you wanted a bar. I wanted a different life. Didn't know what that meant at the time. Do you now? I frown. Kid, you're getting awfully sentimental. Happens when you're about to wage war, I guess. Fair enough. Hey, go give this to Frey. I'm going to set up out here. Try to get some semblance of a plan, since I know you'll just complain if I don't. Sounds good, he says. What should I tell him? I look outside, watching the boats heading toward us. They're side by side, which has benefits for both of us. For them, it means they're strong together, both shooting alternately, so if one has to reload, they won't drop fire. On the other hand, it means they're forcing their enemy, us, to focus our fire on a smaller area. We have the higher ground, the proverbial hill to die on, but we can aggregate our fire toward a singular area, which is definitely my preference. The alternative is that they hit us from both sides, drawing our fire to one boat or the other that's straddling us. It's an effective strategy in old-school naval warfare. During the days of pirates and buccaneers, smaller sloops would face off against man-of-wars by flanking them, knowing at least one sloop would sink. But in the barrage, the larger naval ship would likely take so much damage that the opposing force would win, which tells me two things. They either don't know their naval warfare history or they're really interested in keeping their boats alive. Focus fire from a single location onto another single location. A viable strategy, and regardless of their interest in history, I assume that staying together means they're most interested in killing us off with the smallest chance of losing a boat. Which means they're planning on fighting a bigger battle later. We're the secondary objective. We're the consolation prize. Tell him to keep moving, I say. No matter what, keep moving. Nothing fancy, just give us a solid shot at them at all times. Joey nods and leaves the room carrying Frey's drink. Chapter 39. The first boat to reach us is the one on the left. It's gliding swiftly through the choppy waters, moving slightly faster than its partner. With our own erratic movement, we're heading for a diagonal collision course that seems inevitable. The second boat is only seconds behind, its engine roaring as it cuts through the waves. I can see the determined faces of our pursuers, their eyes fixed on us with unwavering focus. Despite the chaos, I already have a plan forming in my mind for dealing with that second vessel. Joey, you back? I holler over my shoulder, my voice barely audible over the wind and the sound of engines. He's there in an instant, his presence solid and reassuring. In his hands, he's gripping one of the Bushmasters, its metal gleaming in the harsh sunlight. I'm here, he shouts back, his voice steady despite the tension. What's the plan? Shoot him, I say, pointing the barrel of my rifle at the first boat. Got it. Anything more specific? Don't miss. Sounds good, boss. He opens fire. The sound is deafening, even though I'm expecting it. The Bushmaster is a solid weapon, fully automatic or burst fire for the military and police issue versions, around 700 rounds per minute. The opposing team isn't at all ready for the hell that breaks loose. There are 3 men besides the driver in each boat, all armed with small subcompact machine guns, aiming at us. They don't stand a chance. The distance is too great for their weapons to do any damage, and they're clearly not expecting us to be this well-armed. Joey's first burst rips through the water and lands short, only one round hitting the hull at the front of the boat, but the second and third bursts hit their mark. The man standing at the front of the boat spins sideways from the impact and falls into the water. Another man dives backward, though I can't tell if he's hit. I focus on my own target now. The second boat is in range, but I'm not planning on using my rifle. We need to conserve ammo if we're going up against the other 8 boats, so I'm hoping for some luck with the grenades. I grab one, time it, and launch it into the water as far as I can throw. It hits the surface with a splash, about 20 feet in front of the speeding boat. A perfect shot, I think. Let's hope it still works. It's been years since I've tossed a grenade, but the concept is simple. Aim for the thing you want to kill, guess the proper amount of time, and throw it. Don't hold on to it. Don't drop it. Throw it. It works. The explosion is small, as expected from a grenade, but effective. The boat is right on top of it when it blows, sending water and debris flying. The boat lifts out of the water by a few inches, the hull splitting in half from the blast. Two men fall into the gap while the other two tumble into the center of one of the broken halves. "Nice shot," Joey says between bursts. "Thanks, you too." The Wasima saw barrels forward. 8 boats loom on the horizon. I squint. They're watching, waiting. The 2 boats they sent float lifeless. The first driver slumps over the wheel, motionless. The second boat's now just splintered wreckage. Bodies bob in the water. Some float face down, silent. Others thrash and scream, desperate voices lost in the wind. I grip the railing. The engine thrums beneath my feet. I feel its power, its purpose. We plow through the carnage, leaving chaos in our wake. I don't look back. Don't need to. We've left our mark. Sent our message. My jaw clenches. We're done here. On to the next target. The real fight's just beginning. "Let's roll," I say. "Go tell Frey to head for the horizon. We need to figure out what to do about the other 8 boats." I watch the chaos unfold below, a maelstrom of men and machinery. The deck swarms with activity, fragments of the boat scattered like broken toys. Time slips away as I grapple with the implications. The situation's shifted, morphing into something far more complex. This isn't just about one man's vendetta anymore. The scale, the precision, the resources, it all points to something bigger. Mafia involvement? The thought sends a chill down my spine. I'd dismissed it before, but now, the fake detectives in Charleston were just the tip of the iceberg. What if there's an entire criminal empire pulling the strings? My father's role in this mess gnaws at me. Did they find him, or did he seek them out? Either way, he's tangled in a web of his own making, and now I'm caught in it too. I clench my fists, anger and frustration bubbling up. They've played me like a pawn, using my family ties to manipulate me into their scheme. And for what? Money? Power? Revenge? The pieces are falling into place, but the picture they're forming is far more dangerous than I ever imagined. I need answers, and I need them fast. Time's running out, and I'm trapped in a game where I don't even know all the players. They'd pay me off, my father would, per usual, play me for a fool, and they'd walk away richer. Joey and I would go back to business as usual, and no one would be the wiser. But while our motive shifted when Chalice was taken, theirs hasn't. It still makes sense that this could have been orchestrated by 1 or 2 people, stringing me along, but now everything's different. There are 10 speedboats, all fully loaded and well-armed for what was supposed to be a simple smash and grab. Whoever set this up is seriously connected and seriously well-funded. My old man is connected, but I doubt even he could have pulled something like this together. The water calms. We speed through it. Ahead, the fleet slows. I squint, counting silhouettes. 3 men and a driver per boat, all armed. My stomach knots. This isn't my usual fight. Not a back alley brawl or a quick hit. It's war. 3 of us against 24 of them. The math's simple, brutal. I grip my rifle tighter. Sweat beads on my forehead. The odds are suicide. No sane person would take this fight, but we're not sane. We're desperate. The boats loom closer. I can see faces now. Hard, determined. They know we're coming. They're ready. I glance at Joey. His jaws set. Frey's knuckles are white on the wheel. We're outnumbered, outgunned, but we're not backing down. The engines roar. Waves crash. My heart pounds. This is it. Do or die time. I take a deep breath. No turning back now. I glance back at the wreckage floating in the water, seeing a few men treading water, probably trying to come up with a plan. We're already half a mile past them and gaining distance. Looking up to the bridge where Joey and Frey are now, I realize we need another plan. Chapter 40. "We need a new plan," Joey says as soon as I enter the bridge. I scan the horizon. The 8 boats are still there, waiting. "What makes you think that?" "Frey does. His idea." I eye Frey. His hands are still gripping the wheel tightly as if waiting for another attack. "Nice driving back there. Thanks for keeping us tight on them." He nods, jaw clenched. We do need a different plan. So we didn't really have a plan, just thought we'd start shooting and see what happens. Frey's eyebrows shoot up. Is that usually your plan? I nod. Joey nods too, which pisses me off for some reason. You guys need better plans, Frey says. My temper flares. Who does he think he is? You got any ideas, Frey? I snap. He turns to face me, eyes hard. Yeah, I do. We can't just charge in guns blazing. That's suicide. I glance at Joey. He shrugs. Frey continues. We need to be smart about this. Use the boat to our advantage. How? I ask, curiosity overriding my irritation. Speed, maneuverability. We hit them fast, break up their formation, divide and conquer. I nod slowly. It's not a bad idea. And, Frey adds, we conserve ammo. No more grenades unless absolutely necessary. Joey speaks up. What about the Bushmaster? Frey grins. Oh, we'll use that, but strategically. I feel a grudging respect for Frey growing. Maybe having him on board isn't so bad after all. All right, I say, let's hear the rest of this plan. They're heading for Elizondo, he says. Those two boats they sent back, they just wanted to see if they could shake us off easily. Yeah, so? That means we just need to follow them in. If we start something now, we're screwed. There are at least 25 guys in those boats. We don't have enough grenades or luck to take them all out. And then what? I ask. After we follow them? What's the move? He shakes his head. No idea. That's it, I say. Shit, I thought I was the one who hated planning. So we just follow them? They'll get to Elizondo first and what? Frey cuts in. Elizondo is on a ship, 100 times the size of these little things. He gestures out the windshield, and he's going to have his own convoy. Still, we have to do something, Joey says. They've got Chalice. We don't know that, Frey says. She was taken on a smaller boat, right? Who knows if she's even with Elizondo? She could be anywhere. Joey's face tightens, his anger barely contained. I can see the fear and frustration in his eyes. He knows Frey might be right. Chalice could be gone, and we don't have a clear path to getting her back. If we want to save her, we'll need either a rock-solid plan, once again, not my strong suit, or a stroke of luck, or both. There might be something, Frey says. Both Joey and I stare at him, waiting. Frey slows the boat slightly and moves over to a table where the maps are laid out. I've been looking at these, he says, tracing a line with his finger. The Wasamaso is here. He points to a spot near the coast. We're heading toward Kiowa now. I follow the line on the map, seeing Kiowa Island ahead. It's a boot-shaped stretch of land jutting into the Atlantic. That's it over there, Frey says, pointing out the windshield. They'll probably stick to the coastline because the storm's behind us, and Elizondo's ship will have to dock in Charleston eventually. They'll swing wide to miss the jetties, but they'll come through there. It's the only way in. The jetties he's talking about are long rock ledges extending from the mouth of Charleston Harbor, built to create a shipping lane and deepen the bay's entrance for larger ships. Fishermen love the area for its abundance of fish, crustaceans, and sharks, all feeding in the nutrient-rich waters. So we catch them at the jetties? See what's up then? Joey asks. No, I say. Too many fishermen. Even in this weather, there'll be people trying to get a last-minute catch before the storm. Mason's right, Frey adds. Those guys are going to try to intercept Elizondo before he gets through the jetty. It gives them time to do whatever they need in open water without being too far from land. He points at the map, marking the spot just east of the jetties. I know the area well. Joey and I have fished there plenty of times, and we've taken the shipping lane into Charleston before. Joey nods, rubbing his chin. Makes sense. So what do we do? Those guys aren't just going to let us walk away. We're not walking away, Frey says. We're following them, letting them think we're playing along, but we'll tear off to the west at the last minute. Hang out here. He taps the northernmost point of Morris Island on the map. Morris, I ask. Like Kiowa, Morris Island is a stretch of land with marshes and rivers crisscrossing it. It's great for fishing, but a yacht like the Wasamasaw is too big for most of the interwoven waterways. We'd be stuck on the outskirts in the deeper waters. Morris Island is where we set up. We wait for them to come through. I get what he's saying. Morris Island could be a good vantage point, but we're not a lighthouse or a fort. We can't just sit and wait for them to come to us. If Frey's right and all the action happens out east, we'll miss the fight entirely. It'll be over by then, Joey says. If they're intercepting Elizondo, the fight will be on the eastern side of the jetties, not the western side. We can't camp out on Morris and wait. There won't be anything left to wait for. Frey shakes his head. No, trust me, there will be. I step back from the map and size Frey up. He's still focused on the map, running through it again in his head like he's convincing himself he's right. How do you know that? Because, he says, they can't win against Elizondo. Chapter 41. They can't win against Elizondo, I ask. What the hell is that supposed to mean? There are 8 of them, armed to the teeth, and Elizondo's prepared for them, Frey says. I stare at him. Who is this guy? When we met, I pegged him as a bored office drone seeking thrills, a man with no life, desperate for excitement. Now? I'm not so sure. Jonathan Fry isn't just a distributor. He's not the nervous wreck I first thought. Gone is the shy, awkward man who stumbled into our world. In his place stands something else entirely. I see it in his eyes, that same fire I glimpsed when he laid out the plan. It burns fierce, raging behind his gaze. Contagious. Energy radiates off him. It seeps into me, filling my chest with a restless confidence. My pulse quickens. My senses sharpen. This man is dangerous. Not in the way I'm used to. Not with guns or fists. His danger lies in his mind, in the way he can transform himself and others around him. I realize I've been holding my breath. I exhale slowly, trying to clear my head. But it's no use. Jonathan's intensity has me in its grip. Who is he really? What does he want? And most importantly, what will he do next? I have a feeling I'm about to find out, and part of me can't wait. Who are you, Frey? I ask. His eyes widen for a moment, then shrink. He seems to melt down into himself, shrinking back into that nervous weirdo I met at the bar. I watch him do it, like he's just remembered to play a role he forgot about. Joey notices it too. Frey, what's up, man? What do you mean? Frey stammers. I'm not sure. Save it, I cut him off. I get it. You're undercover, sent to figure out what game we're into, right? His eyes widen again. I lock onto them, trying to bore into his soul, to figure out who's pulling the strings and why. My old man sent you, Frey. No, I don't even... Frey, I say, bringing my voice down steady. Jig's up. You're not leaving this boat until you give me something that makes sense. I'm going to ask you again. Did my father... I'm ATF, he blurts out. What? Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, Federal Bureau. I squeeze my eyes shut. Shit. Here we go again. Okay, what does that mean? I work for the ATF, Undercover Policing Division. We target runners, the big players, try to get them off the map. Joey rubs the bridge of his nose. Shit, Dixon, I had no idea. I'm sorry, I didn't... Save it, Joey, I snap. Let me think. We don't have time to think, Frey says. I wasn't asking for your opinion, Jonathan. That even your real name? He nods, reaches into his pocket, flips open a wallet. A badge glints under the harsh light. Metal. Real. Not some cheap knockoff. Jonathan Frey, ATF, I say, reading the ID. We in trouble? He shakes his head. No trouble. You're helping us, actually. How's that? Frey leans in, voice low. Rockford Elizondo. Been on our radar for months. Smuggling, tax evasion, import fraud, the works. My heart races. And we're caught in the middle? More like our unexpected allies. He glances around, then meets my eyes. Elizondo's clever, covers his tracks, but you two, you might have just handed us the break we needed. I swallow hard. What happens now? Frey's expression hardens. Now? We take down Elizondo. I groan. You've got to be kidding me. Wish I were. We've been tracking him for a long time, but he's careful. Stays offshore, mostly in Cuba or the Dominican Republic, only coming in for a shipment once or twice a year. So you're trying to bust him? Yeah, but we can't just storm up to him and slap cuffs on. Why not? For starters, he's better armed than we are. Those guns you got? Child's play. In Cuba, you can buy military-grade hardware for pennies. Hell, they'll throw in a trained killer for free. Shit. What's the plan then? We go in smart, stealth, intel first. One wrong move and we're Swiss cheese. How long? No idea. We watch and wait like we've been doing. When he slips up, we pounce. And if he doesn't slip, then we make him slip. Create chaos. Force his hand. Risky. It's all risky, but it's our only shot. Wonderful, I mutter. That's not all, Frey continues. The gang your dad's tied up with, they're no joke either. Just shy of being classified as organized crime by the feds. They're smaller but still a problem. So we're stuck in the middle of a three-way turf war, I say. Even better. No joke, Joey says. Why didn't you tell us? Frey's eyes drop, his shoulders slump. I had no choice. You and Joey were already in deep. Perfect cover. No need to fabricate backstories or assemble a team. We're not swimming in resources like the CIA. Our budget's a joke. Let me get this straight, I say, my voice razor sharp. Your grand plan was to piggyback on two unstable killers, cross your fingers, and take a pot shot at Elizondo? Frey winces. It wasn't ideal. Wasn't ideal? I cut him off. It was suicidal, reckless. What if we snapped? What if Elizondo's security had been tighter? I mean, it's already proving to be more substantial than any of us thought. I calculated the risks, Frey counters, but his voice lacks conviction. Calculated? More like gambled with our lives. I pace, fists clenched. And what was your endgame? Take out Elizondo and vanish into thin air? Frey's silence speaks volumes. Christ, I mutter. Amateur hour at the ATF. Actually, yeah, Frey admits. And you're far from psychos. I'm connected, Dixon. I heard about you. You're the real deal. They told me you could get it done. Who told you? You know who, and I believed him. I watched you work, saw how you handled the boaters earlier, and I know you've got the gear. I think we can do this. I shake my head, frustration boiling over. Do what, exactly? Are we back to killing Elizondo? What about Chalice? Frey winces, his eyes darting away. That's the part I haven't figured out yet. He turns to Joey, shoulders slumping. I'm sorry, man. I still want to... We're getting her back, Joey interrupts, his voice like ice. Non-negotiable. The room falls silent. Frey nods. I get it. I really do. But my job... You don't have a job on this boat unless I say you do, I say, my words sharp, clipped. It's the truth, and everyone in the room knows it. Frey clenches his jaw, then looks at me. Fine, I get it. Thank you for helping me. We haven't done shit yet, and I'm not sure we're going to do anything. You've helped me get this far, and for that I'm grateful. But I can't do the rest alone. I'm understaffed, and this is our last chance to get Elizondo before next summer. This is his biggest drop, so there may not be a next time. It's now or never for me. I sigh. What's the plan? How do we take him out? That's the tricky part, Frey says, his jaw clenched. I glance at Joey. His look says it all. We're screwed. Frey leans in, voice low. We can't take him out. We have to bring him in. Alive? I ask, disbelief creeping into my tone. Frey nods. Alive and kicking. Chapter 42. I can't believe I'm doing this. The plan is wild, reckless, and barely makes sense, but it's all we've got. Fear and excitement course through my veins, a potent cocktail of emotions that sets my nerves on edge. Part of me wants to back out, to run and hide, but another part, a part I'm not proud of, relishes the thrill. Joey handed me a whiskey sour, freshly made with lemons I'd stashed in the fridge last week. The drink is perfect, tart enough to jolt me awake, but with a sweetness that makes it dangerously easy to drink. I take another sip, savoring the burn as it slides down my throat. The base is something with a high rye content, maybe Wild Turkey 101, or even something more upscale. I shouldn't be drinking, not with what we're about to do, but I need something to steady my nerves. Besides, one drink won't hurt. At least one more. That's what I tell myself as I drain the glass and reach for another. I savor every drop, as if it might be my last, because, hell, it just might be. The plan reeks of desperation. Simple yet monumentally stupid. Chalice is out there, lost in Elizondo's fleet. She could be on any ship, or worse, already aboard his personal vessel. Frey's intel narrows it down. Elizondo's pride and joy is a Handymax cargo ship, a handy-size class. It's a beast, capable of hauling 20,000 deadweight tons. Not quite full this time, but close. Somewhere between 15,000 and 18,000 DWT of God knows what. They call it the Rummer, a fitting name for Elizondo's floating palace of vice. It's built like most cargo ships, a raised bridge towering over the main deck, offering a perfect vantage point for the bastard to survey his kingdom. The bow deck sits slightly higher, while the main cargo area barely clears 20 feet above the waterline. It's a fortress on the sea, and Chalice is trapped inside. Time ticks away. Every second lost is another moment Chalice spends in danger. The Rummer could sail at any moment, vanishing into the vast expanse of ocean. Once it's gone, finding her again becomes nearly impossible. This half-baked rescue attempt is all we've got. It's suicide, but it's the only play left. We move now, or we lose her forever. Elizondo's on board, no doubt about it. Frey dug deep, uncovering a man consumed by control and paranoia. Borderline schizophrenic, Elizondo's mind churns with constant fear. He's the perfect mark for our plan, his obsession with security working against him. Every shadow hides a threat in his world, every whisper a potential betrayal. We need to pinpoint Chalice's location. It's a gamble, but we're betting Elizondo wouldn't risk her on an attack vessel. He's too smart, too cautious for that. No, a man like him keeps his ace close. We've narrowed it down to the Rummer. It's the only logical choice for someone who trusts no one but himself. Elizondo won't let his prized bargaining chip out of his sight, not when she's the key to everything. We move on the Rummer, and we find Chalice. It's now or never. Frey's plan hinges on letting Elizondo's forces clash with the rival gang. He's convinced the gang's boats are no match for Elizondo's firepower, but I can't shake my doubts. My life's been a series of curveballs, each one wilder than the last. Why should this be any different? Every instinct screams that we're walking into a storm, but Frey's cool confidence makes me second-guess my gut. Joey's on edge, ready to charge and guns blazing to rescue Chalice, his trigger fingers itching, and I can see the worry etched on his face. But for once, I'm siding with Frey. Elizondo's too smart to harm his golden goose. We need to play the long game. Let them wear each other down. It's a risky bet, but in this world of shadows and double crosses, sometimes patience is the deadliest weapon. As we hunker down and wait, I can't help but wonder if we're making the right call or if we're about to unleash a hell we can't control. We're racing to Morris Island. The plan's set. We'll hunker down and observe the convoy as it threads through the jetties. Frey's betting on Elizondo's boats being the last ones afloat by the time the Rummer hits Charleston waters. It's a gamble, but if it pays off, Chalice stays out of harm's way. Joey's got the toughest job. He'll take the inflatable dinghy, navigating the choppy waters under cover of darkness. His mission, slip behind the North Jetty unnoticed. From there, he'll dive into the black water and swim to the Rummer. Every stroke could be his last if he's spotted. The success of the entire operation hinges on Joey's stealth and skill. One mistake, one splash too loud, and it's all over. But Joey's our best. If anyone can pull this off, it's him. From there, chaos erupts. Joey takes off to find Chalice while Frey and I handle Elizondo's boats. We've got firepower, enough ammo to last if we're smart, plus a stash of grenades for close encounters. Our job is to play bait, drawing the protection boats away from the main ship. We'll keep them busy, guns blazing, while Joey conducts his search. The plan hinges on timing and precision. We need to create enough of a distraction to give Joey a clear shot at infiltrating the vessel. It's a high-stakes game of cat and mouse on the open water. We're outnumbered, but we've got the element of surprise, plus Elizondo's men won't expect such a brazen assault. That's our edge. As we prepare to split up, tension crackles in the air. Joey checks his weapon one last time before disappearing into the shadows. Frey and I exchange a quick nod, then take our positions. The calm before the storm settles over us. In moments, the night will explode with gunfire and chaos. It's now or never. Joey's weaponry poses a major challenge. Swimming from the dinghy to the ship limits his options. A rifle is out of the question, too bulky and risky. A pistol might suffice, but water compromises its reliability. Still, he'll take one as a precaution. It's better than nothing in a pinch. Elizondo's men are an unpredictable factor. Their tactics remain a mystery. They could split up, surrounding the rummer in a coordinated assault. Or they might focus their entire force on us, leaving Joey exposed and vulnerable. The worst scenario plays out in my mind. Frey and I eliminated. Joey left alone to face the full brunt of Elizondo's wrath. But the crux of our predicament lies in Elizondo himself. We're operating in the dark, relying on second-hand information. Frey's dossier provides cold facts, smuggling operations, a penchant for paranoia, but it can't capture the essence of the man. Is he impulsive, prone to rash decisions, or a calculating strategist, always 3 steps ahead? Perhaps he's a volatile mix of both. This uncertainty hangs over our plan like a sword of Damocles, ready to fall at any moment. We're out of options. Frey's plan reeks of desperation, but what choice do we have? We knock back our drinks and point the Wasamassa north, praying for a miracle. The universe answers with a swift kick. The ship bucks violently. Metal screams. We're thrown off our feet. Gravity shifts. For a heart-stopping moment, we're airborne. Then, impact. The deck slams up to meet us. Bruised and dazed, we scramble for purchase. The ship rights itself with an ominous groan from the billows of the engine room. Silence falls. We exchange grim looks. Whatever just happened, it can't be good. And we're barely an hour into this suicide run. "What the hell was that?" Joey asks. I gulp the whiskey sour. My eyes snap shut. Damn, how could I forget? "It's the fuel tank," I say. Frey and Joey lean in. "Didn't check it after our run-in with those thugs." Silence fills the room. The weight of my mistake settles in. "How bad?" Frey asks. I shake my head. "Could be nothing. Could be everything." Joey slams his fist on the table, just as the Wasamassa sputters, then dies. Silence falls around us, broken only by the distant crash of waves as a storm looms on the horizon. We're out of gas. Chapter 43. Fuel floods the compartment. The tanks hit. Not a line, the tank itself. Pure luck. Their round punch through the plastic hull. Diesel gushes out, drowning the engine. I step in. The stench slams me. My eyes water. Fuel pools at my feet, spreading fast. Bad, real bad. I scan the damage. The hull's compromised. One spark and we're toast. Literal toast. Time's ticking. I need options. Fast. The crew's lives hang on my next move. Do I try to patch it? Evacuate? Both could end in disaster. Footsteps behind me. Someone's coming. Friend or foe? I tense, ready for anything. This isn't just an accident, it's a powder keg, and I'm standing in the middle of it. Certainly not a good sign. I stare at the reserve fuel in the corner. 2 untouched 10-gallon jugs mock me. It's enough to limp into Charleston. Maybe even crawl back to Hunting Island, our home port. But a high-speed chase? An assault on faster boats? No chance. The reality sinks in. We're outgunned, outmaneuvered, and now we're running on fumes. The enemy knows these waters. They have the advantage of speed and firepower. We're sitting ducks out here with barely enough juice to stay afloat. Shit, I mutter. The words become a mantra, repeating in my head like a broken record. Each time it carries more weight, more desperation. We're running out of options and fast. I wade through the inch of diesel covering the floor, my boots sloshing with each step. The acrid smell burns my nostrils as I approach the tank. Plugging the hole might be possible, but first I need to find it. My eyes scan the visible surfaces, searching for the telltale glisten of fresh fuel. The tank sits empty, which means trouble. If the hole were on top, fuel would have spilled only to that level. But we're bone dry. The hole must be below the intake line to the engine. My stomach sinks as I realize the likely scenario. The bullet tore through the ship's outer hull before hitting the tank. Logic dictates the hole is on the far side, pressed against the Wasamasso's hull. It's the one place I can't reach without cutting through the tank itself. Time is running out and I'm out of easy options. I'll have to get creative, fast. I let out a scream, a quick, empty fit of rage. It's not anger, just frustration. I got Joey, Chalice, and now Frey, the undercover ATF agent, into this mess. The realization hits me, and I scream again. The situation is worse than I thought. We're dead in the water. An inch of fuel sloshes on the engine compartment floor. The 20 gallons of reserve fuel are useless. It'll just fill the tank to the hole and leak back out. Starting the engine could be catastrophic. If those fuel fumes catch a spark, shit. We're trapped, surrounded by a ticking time bomb of volatile fumes. One wrong move and we're done. The weight of my decisions crushes down on me. I brought these people into danger, and now I can't get them out. The boat creaks, reminding me of our precarious position. Time's running out, and I'm fresh out of ideas. Okay, think, Dixon. You've been through worse. But have I? Honestly, I'm not sure. I've been in battles I'd rather forget, but at least I was armed, prepared, and backed by professionals. Joey and I have had close calls, but those were on land, where we were in our element. Out here on the water, we're dead. Dixon, Joey calls from above. You down there? Yeah, why? We have company. I squeeze my eyes shut and curse again. You've got to be kidding me. What is it? You'd better just come up and see. I sigh, of course. If it were good news, he'd have just told me. Dixon, there's a dozen Navy SEALs up here who want to help us get Chalice back. Or, hey man, turns out Elizondo's ship just sank and Chalice is paddling over. But it's not going to be anything like that. I don't even need to hear it in Joey's voice. I just know. My mother used to say bad luck came in threes. 3 funerals, 3 divorces, 3 financial crises. I could blame it all on bad luck if I really tried. But that'd be lying to myself. The day started with our fuel tank getting shot to hell. We were sitting ducks, stranded in the middle of nowhere. Then Frey dropped his bombshell. Undercover fed. Sting operation. The words hit like a sucker punch. Now this. Whatever it is, it's the 3rd strike. The final nail in the coffin of this disaster of a day. I can feel it in my bones. Things are about to get a whole lot worse before they get better. If they get better at all. I scan the horizon, searching for any sign of what's coming. I trudge back to the steep, ladder-like stairs leading out of the engine compartment. My shoes are soaked in fuel, squishing with every step, and the smell of gasoline rises from my socks. At the top of the stairs, I hear voices. Frey and Joey aren't talking to each other. They're talking to someone else. I climb the rest of the way to the main deck, another half set of stairs, and I'm at the top, where Joey and Frey are leaning over the rail, arguing with someone. Who is it? I ask. Our buddies from earlier, 3 more boats, Frey says, turning to me. They started shooting from farther out this time. Nothing hit, but they got close, so we took cover. Now they're on us. I peer over the edge. 3 speedboats cut through the water, mirror images of the ones we demolished earlier. 2 hangback, just beyond pistol range. The Bushmasters could reach them, though. Each boat bristles with firepower. 3 men clutching subcompact machine guns plus a driver at the helm. The 3rd boat hugs the Wasamasaw's side. Its driver clings to our yacht, knuckles white against the gleaming hull. 2 gunmen train their weapons on us, barrels steady despite the choppy waves. Joey, Frey, and I stare down the muzzles, muscles tense. A 4th man stands tall in the boat, his voice carrying over the engine's growl. He's the talker, the negotiator. But the guns pointed at our chests make it clear this isn't a friendly chat. We're outgunned and cornered. One wrong move and this standoff turns into a bloodbath. Mr. Dixon, he says, his voice steady and mocking. Welcome. Elizondo's not going to be happy to see you. Chapter 44. We weren't planning on seeing him until after you guys had your turn, I say. My mind races, searching for a way out. Keep them talking. Buy time. Figure out an escape. We figured that out, the man replies. His voice drips with condescension, but his tone remains eerily calm. He takes a step closer, his shadow looming over me. Makes for a decent plan. Maybe Elizondo would honor his end of the deal then. He's still alive, you live. He pauses, letting the words sink in. But the deal was that you were supposed to protect him, no? His eyes narrow, studying my reaction. And sitting back here while all the fun happens doesn't look like protecting anything to me. I feel the walls closing in. My options dwindle with each passing second. The man's words echo in my head, a stark reminder of the impossible situation I'm in. Protect Elizondo or die trying. But how can I protect someone when I'm trapped here, facing down this threat? That was the deal with Elizondo's men, I admit, gripping the railing of our boat. The salt air stings my nostrils as I lean forward. But that's not the deal we had with you. The man nods, bobbing up and down on the front of his vessel. He drifts 15 feet below us, looking almost bored. His weathered face shows no emotion, no concern for the tension crackling between our boats. The gentle lapping of waves against the hulls fills the silence. Quite the conundrum then, he says, his voice carrying easily across the water. His eyes lock onto mine, cold and calculating. You were supposed to take out Elizondo, and you failed. The words hit me. I know what failure means in this business. The consequences are never pleasant. You didn't even give us a chance, I shout. You just came after us while we were... You were called off, Dixon. We had a better team in place. There was nothing more we needed from you. I glare at him. Well, where I come from, that's not how we do business. Yes, that's why we're making you an offer now. An offer, I ask, suspicious. Yes, he says. We noticed you have some appropriate weaponry for the kind of thing we... No, I interrupt, cutting him off before he can finish. The man's smile is cold. He nods to his driver, a silent command. The driver releases the Wasama saw and moves. His steps are quick, purposeful. He reaches the canopy at the boat's rear. Two gunmen shift. Their weapons never waver. The boat rocks, but their aim stays true. They're professionals. Canvas rips. Poles snap. The canopy collapses in a heap of fabric and broken wood. It reveals what's hidden beneath. A shape, human-sized, motionless. No. Mason? A voice calls out from the boat, strained but familiar. Mason, is that you? I drop my head, my eyes closing in disbelief. No. Mason, who is it? Joey asks, clearly confused. It's my dad, I mutter, my voice low. Mason! My father's voice cuts through the night, strained and urgent. You up there? I can't see with the light. Listen, don't trust anything they... A dull thud interrupts him. My father grunts in pain. I hear his body hit the boat floor. He struggles, trying to rise. Another kick lands. The sound of air rushing from his lungs carries up to the deck. I tense. My hand moves toward Joey's gun. Every muscle screams to act, to fire, to protect. The urge to retaliate burns through me, but I freeze, caught between instinct and caution, as the sounds of my father's pain echo in the darkness below. But I don't. It's my father. There's no mistaking him. His face is bruised, his hands are cuffed behind his back, and his body is curled up against the side of the boat, pressed against the bilge pump and live well. Despite everything, despite all the reasons I should hate him, I'm torn. I want to kill these bastards, but I can't bring myself to make a move. Family is a strange thing. You can run from it, deny it, try to escape it, but blood ties are hard to sever. Even when you think you've cut all connections, something inevitably drags you back. It's like an invisible tether, always there, always tugging. I've spent my whole life trying to escape my father's shadow. Running, hiding, changing my name. But now, standing on the deck of the Wasamasaw, I feel that pull again. It's stronger than ever, a force I can't ignore. My father lies there, broken and beaten, a shell of the man he once was. The sight should bring me satisfaction, maybe even joy. Instead, something inside me stirs, a long dormant emotion I can't quite name. Pity? regret, or something deeper, more primal? I clench my fists, fighting the urge to help him, but blood calls to blood, and despite everything, despite the years of pain and betrayal, I find myself taking a step forward, toward the man I swore I'd never speak to again, toward the past I've tried so hard to forget. I hate myself for it, but I care. Shame, anger, grief, and injustice crash over me. The urge to protect him rises, defying logic. Regret crushes my chest for all I swore to hate him for. Yet I stand frozen. My life funnels to this moment, a final test of loyalty to the man who shattered my family, who broke me. The choice looms, inescapable. Do I turn away, walk the path of vengeance I've carved for years, or do I reach out, bridging the chasm of pain between us? The weight of the decision threatens to buckle my knees. My mind races, searching for an answer that doesn't exist. Every heartbeat pounds with indecision. This moment will define me, define us, and I don't know what to do. Mason, my father groans, his voice fading. I didn't want this. I didn't mean for... The men don't kick him again. They wait, watching me, testing me. Dixon, the man calls from the boat, a smirk on his face. Your old man wants to come aboard and say hello. That okay with you? No, it's not okay, but what I say is, yeah, head to the stern. I've got the deck open. Chapter 45. I walk down to the stern myself, Joey and Frey trailing behind. Joey catches up quickly, taking the stairs right behind me, then pulling alongside as we make our way to the back of the Wasamasaw. What's the plan here, Dixon? Joey asks quietly. We can't fight them off. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to do anything. You know how I feel about plans, I mutter. I glance at Frey. He's wide-eyed, but he doesn't look scared. After all, he duped us. He's trained for this kind of thing. But there's something else in his expression. Surprise, maybe. Surprise that I'm not fighting back, that I'm not making a plan, that I'm doing nothing at all. The first man, the one who's been doing all the talking, steps aboard. The Wasamasaw, he says, whistling low. Quite the ride, Mr. Dixon. Yeah, I say. Thanks. The second man comes up next, pulling my father along with him. They both step onto the deck at the same time. My father steadies himself on the more stable boat, then looks up at me. Mason. Dad. That's all we say. 2 words, 2 men standing on opposite sides of a chasm, both thrown together again in a way neither of us wants. I feel the urge to kill him right there, to end it all, but then that familiar feeling rushes in. He's my father. No matter what he's done, I can't bring myself to do it. I follow the first man into the living room, barely listening as he pokes around, examining everything. I've forgotten how people react when they see the Wasamasaw for the first time. It's not the most luxurious yacht out there, but to someone used to speedboats or fishing barges, it probably looks like something out of a billionaire's catalog. The interior's been refinished, but I kept the decor simple. I'm no good at picking out furniture or decorations, and I prefer it this way. You gonna pour us a drink, bartender? The man asks, his tone still mocking. I usually get a name first, I reply, my voice flat. Another man boards, likely the other gunman, leaving the driver to watch their boat. He follows my father and the man holding him, his subcompact weapon hanging loosely by his side. You can call me Jet, the first man says. Chet? I ask, deliberately mishearing him. Jet, he corrects, irritated. Like an airplane. Right, like an airplane. So what's your drink? Damn it, Dixon, I don't care. I reach under the counter, my hand finding the top of a large plastic bottle. I pull it out, keeping the label turned away. What is it? He asks suspiciously. I thought you didn't care, I say, pouring a glass of the cheap liquid and sliding it toward him. And I'm guessing you don't mind if it's on ice. He sniffs it, takes a sip and grimaces, but doesn't spit it out. That surprises me. Thacker, it's vodka. Goes for less than $10 a handle. Tastes awful. Well, maybe next time you'll be more specific. Now, if you don't mind getting to the point, I've got a ship to track down. Jet nods, leaning against the bar. I already told you, we can work together. How's that? We need your guns. And I already told you no. The man holding my father smashes the butt of his subcompact into my dad's gut. He crumples to the floor, groaning. Knock it off, I say, my voice sharp. I already thought he was dead. Why not just kill him now? The man steps forward, pulls a pistol from his belt, and presses it against my father's head. Fine by me. Makes things easier. He flicks off the safety. I tense, my hands itching to reach for something. Anything. But he's watching me closely. That's what I thought, Jet says, smirking. Even for a piece of shit like your old man, you can't watch me do it. Try me, I challenge, though my voice betrays my hesitation. Jet laughs. I don't need to, Dixon. I know your type. You're tough, but not stupid. Killing your old man gains you nothing. I glare at him, but he's right. Even if I did retaliate, his men have the upper hand. Their weapons are made for this kind of close combat, faster, deadlier, and more efficient than anything I have within reach. Let him live, and you might just find out what we need from you, Jet continues. You want my guns. You could have shot your way up here and taken them. Jet pretends to think it over for a second. I could have, sure, but killing you wouldn't get me what I really want. And what's that? You. I lost men earlier, Dixon. I think you took them out. So now I need you to replace them? I see, I say. No. Jet laughs again, takes another sip of the cheap vodka, and steps closer to the bar. Dixon, here's the thing. We've got that cute little girl of yours. I tilt my head. What girl? You know who I'm talking about. Dark hair, dark skin, beautiful eyes, pretty decent body too. Joey's jaw clenches, his eyes narrowing, but he doesn't move. He stands by the railing just outside the living room, unguarded, alone. Don't. I hope he can read my face, but I'm not sure if my expression is sending the right signal. For all I know, I might be telling him to go for it. How'd that happen? Frey suddenly pipes up, drawing Jet's attention. Jet looks confused for a moment, like he didn't even realize Frey was in the room. Who the hell are you? I'm Jonathan Frey, he says, his voice uncertain. Ah, right. Whoever the hell that is. How'd you get her? I ask, bringing the focus back. Jet shrugs. Took her while she was heading back to the rummer. Simple job. A few shots to the engine, a couple more to the hull, and they were sinking fast. We just kept them in our sights until my guys grabbed her. So where is she? Safe for now with my team. She's on one of the boats heading to the rummer. Jet grins. But don't get me wrong, Mason. I'm not opposed to having a little fun with her before we put a bullet in her. Depends on what kind of guy you are. Save the girl before we kill her, or save her before we have a little fun? Both, I say coldly. Well, here's your play then. Help us get to Elizondo's ship. Help us take him down, and we'll give you Chalice back. Alive. Make it hard for us and you'll still get her back. But after we've had our fun, option 3, she dies, you die. Everyone dies. Except Elizondo, and that's the whole point. I nod, thinking it through. This isn't getting easier. Okay, well, can we talk about it? No, I've decided for you. Time to move. I'll go with you to wherever you keep the weapons, and you'll bring them up. As many trips as it takes. I've got 3 Bushmasters. That's it, I lie. Fine. 2 are already over there, he says, motioning toward the M4s resting against a chair. One of his men quickly grabs them, efficiently tucking them under his arm while still holding his subcompact. Any other toys you want to bring? You'll be using these after all. Elizondo's men won't know the difference in the dark, so you might as well be well armed. I had grenades, I lie again. Used them on your boats earlier. Jet nods thoughtfully. That explains a lot. No more left? I shake my head. Fine, let's move. No time to waste. Jet waits for me to lead him to the safe. I glance at Frey, then over at Joey. There's a sudden yelp, followed by a splash. The noise is louder than the low hum of the speedboat's engine, and I know they heard it too. What the? No. I dart out from behind the bar, Frey right on my heels. My father and his guard follow, as do the other men inside the living room. We race across the deck, dodging chairs and anything in our path. But we're too late. The speedboat's engine roars to life, and I see the driver speeding away, Joey's silhouette hunched over as he navigates the boat, weaving and turning to avoid the gunfire. One of the gunmen opens fire, but Joey's smart, zigzagging and making himself a hard target. Within seconds, he's out of range. I look over at my father, who still hangs his head in defeat. Then I turn to Jet. Well, I say, my voice steady despite the chaos. We're only going to need 2 of those M4s now. Chapter 46. The boat sliced through the water, engines roaring. I perch on the bow's edge, muscles tense. The curved surface offers no comfort, only danger. My fingers grip the rail. Spray hits my face as we speed ahead. The boat bounces on each wave, threatening to toss me overboard. I scan the horizon, searching for threats. Nothing but open water. My mind races. What if a rogue wave hits? I'd be airborne in seconds, plunging into the icy depths. No time to react, no chance to survive. Frey is doing the same thing opposite me on the port side of the boat. The guns are between us, but neither of us dares let go of the railing to try firing on the men behind us. The boat Joey stole had only 1 man on it, the driver. The other 4, including my father, were on the Wasamasaw when he'd stolen it and taken out the pilot. One of the 2 remaining boats, hovering a quarter-mile away, took off after Joey's boat, so now the 4-man load of the last speedboat holds 10 men. It's cramped in the back and nearly impossible to hold on in the front. Despite its load, the boat we're in is impressively fast. We zip toward the south jetty, our target choke point in sight. Minutes fly by. We burst through the gap between Morris Island and the jetty. Charleston Harbor opens up before us, vast and choppy. The engine roars as we veer right, aiming northeast. Our eyes scan the horizon. The rummer's out there somewhere, heading our way. We're ready. The trap is set. Now we wait, engines idling, for our prey to appear. Jet's voice cuts through the wind. They're coming, just ahead of the storm. His words carry from the stern, urgent and clipped. The team snaps to attention, fingers curl around triggers, muscles tense, eyes strain against the darkening horizon. Guns up, get ready. Jet's orders are terse, brooking no argument. Shoot anything that moves. A pause, the air crackles with tension. Shouldn't be civilians out here anymore. Jet's tone hardens. But that's not our problem. The boat rocks violently. Waves slap against the hull, each impact a reminder of nature's power. The sky darkens to an ominous gray, mirroring the tense atmosphere on deck. The crew stands ready, muscles taut, eyes scanning the horizon. They wait, primed for action, as the first raindrops begin to fall. I glance at Frey. His face is a mask of calm, but his eyes betray concern. He gives me a subtle shrug, a silent acknowledgement of our predicament. We're in it now. I can almost hear him thinking. His gaze locks onto mine, questioning. What's the plan, Dixon? The unspoken words hang between us, as heavy as the storm clouds above. I'm thinking the same thing. I have no idea what we're supposed to do now. I don't know if Joey's long gone, or if he's managed to outrun the heavier boat and get to the rummer, or if he's gotten through whatever forces Elizondo threw at him. I scan the horizon. Darkness swallows everything. The city's glow fades behind us, leaving only an inky void where water meets sky. Our speedboat cuts through the waves, silent and invisible without running lights. Elizondo's men could be anywhere. We're all blind out here, playing a deadly game of cat and mouse. 2 teams armed and dangerous, racing between jagged coastlines. 3 miles of treacherous water separate us from safety. The night attack was well planned, but it cuts both ways. We can't see them. They can't see us. Gunfire could erupt at any moment. One wrong move, one lucky shot, and it's over. We need to do something. We need to do something fast. I scan the horizon, or what I think is the horizon, once again. A thick layer of fog has settled now, further masking anything that may lay in front of us. I stare at it for a good 3 minutes. None of the men in the boat speaking. Finally, about a mile out in the distance, I see a twinkle, a yellowish light, pale against the fog and smeared outward in all directions by some phenomenon of light. It grows, then is joined by a few other lights. All are off the horizon a bit, raised up from the surface of the water slightly. They grow and rise, and suddenly I know what I'm seeing. The rummer. It's directly in front of us, bearing down, steadily creeping along in the night, We're right in its path, and in another 5 minutes, it'll be on top of us. Then I hear it. Not the rummer, but the boats traveling with it. A steady roar, gently rising in volume, a low, dull note that sounds like a combination of a saw wave synth and a bass drum roll. They've got a fleet coming toward us, one of the men behind me yells. Can you see who it is? They're all coming our direction, he replies, and they're not shooting at each other. I know what he's implying. They're all Elizondo's men, his entire fleet, bearing down on us. If the rummer is going to be on us in minutes, these guys will be on us in seconds. We have very little time to do anything, and once again, I realize my predicament is multifaceted. I'm on an enemy boat, coerced into working for them, trying to fight off a navy of armed boats, and Joey's nowhere to be found. Frey would have been helpful if we were on our own turf, but out here, stuck between two hard places, he's little better than useless. I'm useless. What's the play, Dixon? Frey asks. I was just going to ask you the same thing, I say. I'd suggest getting those weapons ready, Jet says from behind me. They're going to be firing back, hard and fast. And they do fire, but they don't wait for us to fire first. The sky just above the horizon lights up like a pop concert, and I can almost feel the energy flying our way. There must be 1,000 dots of light, all dancing on and off like Christmas lights on narcotics. The muzzle flashes are followed shortly after by the sound, a terrifying wave of noise that totally consumes me. The shots are wide and short, hitting the water in front of us in a field spreading about 100 feet wide and maybe 20 across. It's covering fire, the type used to tell us to get the hell away. But it doesn't stop. It advances, as if ammunition is no concern for these folks. The rectangular field of bullet impacts on the water surface shrinks, narrowing at the sides and growing smaller horizontally, all while pushing closer to our boat. And I'm going to be the first casualty. I do the only thing I can think of. Chapter 47. I shout at Frey to get off the boat. No time to wait. I roll sideways, tumbling over the edge as the engine roars to life. My skull cracks against the silicone bumper behind me. Pain flares, then fades. Adrenaline takes over. The water hits like a hammer. Cold seeps through my clothes, shocking my system. It's colder than before. The storm must have churned up the depths, bringing icy currents to the surface. I kick hard, fighting to keep my head above water. The boat's wake slaps against my face. I spit out salt water and scan the horizon. The storm looms closer, dark clouds promising chaos. I need to move fast. I surface, gasping. Salt stings my eyes. Frey bobs in the waves across from me, sputtering and coughing. You okay? I shout over the crash of waves. Frey spits out seawater. Not dead, he grunts. Yet. We tread water, scanning the horizon. No land in sight. No debris. Just endless ocean stretching in every direction. The current tugs at my legs, threatening to pull me under. We need to move, I yell, before hypothermia sets in. Frey nods, already shivering. We strike out, swimming parallel to the swells. It's a long shot, but our only chance. Find land or die trying. I tread water, scanning the horizon. The boat vanished, taking our guns with it. Gone. Just like that. The vast ocean surrounds us, indifferent to our plight. What now, Dixon? Frey's voice cracks with panic. Hey, we're alive. I forced optimism into my tone, but doubt gnawed at me. And we're sitting in the middle of the ocean with a hurricane about 15 minutes away. His words hang in the air, heavy with truth. The sky darkens ominously. Wind whips the waves into a frenzy. As if on cue, the skies open up, and a burst of lightning cracks around us. I see the storm, even more evil and far larger than I could have imagined, coming in from the southeast. It's close. Too close. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure about that. I see it now. The boat we jumped from races toward the fleet, a suicide mission. 8 men, including my father, are on board. They're speeding to certain death. The fleet opens fire. Rifles crack in 3-round bursts. Bullets whiz past the approaching vessel. Water splashes where they miss. It's a deadly game of chance. The boat weaves, trying to dodge the onslaught, but it's only delaying the inevitable. I strain my eyes, searching for signs of impact. No visible hits yet, but it's just a matter of time. Soon that boat will join the graveyard beneath the waves. Another wreck lost to the depths. And with it, 8 lives snuffed out, including the man who raised me. The sea is merciless. It swallows secrets and souls alike. Today it's hungry for more, and there's nothing I can do but watch as it unfolds before me. Another lightning blast, another crack of thunder, and then another boat. Another boat. Frey, I say. He looks at me. I point to the north, toward the jetty. Who is it? It's a speedboat, just like the one we'd been on before, just like the 2 we'd sunk, and just like the one Joey stole. It has a single driver, and he's heading directly toward us. Joey, the kid's a maniac, heading straight for us at full speed. I'm not sure if he's seen us or not, but I raise my hands and yell at the top of my lungs. The roar of the boat's engine drowns out my voice. My heart pounds as the distance between us shrinks. I brace for impact, muscles tensed, ready to dive if necessary. Suddenly, the air and water in front of me explode in a burst of daylight. I wince, covering my eyes. Spots dance in my vision. It's a light. The guy on the boat has pointed a huge flashlight at us. The engine noise changes pitch as he slows down. He's now making an approach, the beam sweeping across the water. I squint, trying to make out his intentions. Friend or foe? My hand inches towards my weapon, just in case. That's you, Dixon? I hear Joey ask. Damn, that's lucky. Lucky that you found us, or lucky that you didn't slice our heads off, I shoot back. Yeah, he says, offering nothing more. Here, let me help you guys up. We swim to the back of his boat. He grabs our arms and hauls us over the edge onto the deck. The air hits like ice. It's not just the wet clothes, a tempest brewing. The storm's here, maybe minutes out. And it's going to be bad. This hurricane's different. It's been building, growing, feeding off the warm waters. Hasn't hit land yet. All that power, all that rage, it's coming for us. And when it hits, it'll hit hard. Destruction's coming, and we're right in its path. I'm about to ask what happened, how he fared, when a crackling sound comes from the tiny speakers near the wheel. A voice breaks through, asking for support. Gunshots punctuate the distress call, coming through the speakers just after I hear them in the distance. The battle is raging, and there's no telling how long Jet's single boat can fend off Elisondo's fleet. Joey's eyes dart to the crackling radio. That's how I knew. When I took this boat, the chatter was nonstop. Calls for backup, screams for help, then gunshots, one after another. He pauses, his voice dropping. It went quiet after that. Dead air. I think their whole force is gone. Wiped out. Joey shakes his head, still processing. It was surreal, you know, like something out of a movie. Frey and I nod simultaneously. We jumped ship when we figured out what their plan was. My dad's with them, but they're facing a massive onslaught from Elizondo and may not make it out. Yeah, Joey says. I heard each boat going down. They called in their position, then said something like Elizondo's got way more firepower than they were prepared for. I knew it, Frey says. I knew it. And I heard something else too, Joey adds. I raise an eyebrow. Joey's face is lit up with a grin, but it looks terrifying in the flashing lightning surrounding us. I heard one of them say, they've got the girl, he says. It's Chalice. She's alive, and she's with Elizondo's men. Chapter 48. We drift in eerie silence, a momentary pause from the chaos erupting to the north. The speedboat carrying my father still survives, defying the odds. Sporadic gunfire punctuates the air between thunderclaps, a deadly game of cat and mouse playing out in the darkness. Visibility is non-existent. The world around us is a void, broken only by brief, blinding flashes of lightning. Each illumination paints a stark tableau of churning waves and driving rain, gone in an instant. The storm engulfs us, its fury growing with each passing minute. My heart races, torn between relief at our temporary safety and fear for my father's fate. The sounds of battle, muffled by distance and weather, offer little comfort. We're suspended in a bubble of tense anticipation, waiting for the next move in this deadly chess match. I want out. The urge to flee gnaws at me. Charleston calls, promising escape. Home, back in Edisto Beach, beckons, offering the illusion of normalcy. But reality clings like a shadow. My old man's fate haunts me. I didn't even really care when I thought he was already dead. Not really. Now, now it's my fault if it happens. I try to push the concern aside, but it refuses to budge. The uncertainty eats away at my resolve. Joey and Chalice intrude on my thoughts. The desire to run battles with the pull of responsibility. Escape tempts, but conscience nags. I'm caught in the crossfire of conflicting impulses, unable to silence the voices of duty and concern. And Frey's a wild card. Even if we stop, he charges ahead. He's made that clear without saying it outright. I feel it in my gut. The man's got a mission, and it runs deeper than he's letting on. I can piece it together. He's part of a skeleton crew, understaffed, underfunded, tasked with the impossible. Probably 3 or 4 others back at HQ, pushing papers and running intel. But Frey? He's the lone wolf in the field. No partner watching his back. No local cops to call for backup. It's a dangerous game he's playing. One misstep, and he's on his own. No safety net. No cavalry coming to the rescue. Just Frey against whatever's waiting in the shadows. And from what I've seen, he's ready to throw himself into the fire without a second thought. That kind of dedication, or obsession, makes him unpredictable. And in our line of work, unpredictable can get you killed. He'll charge in, guns hot, mirroring Jet's team. A death wish. No other way to put it. I exhale, resignation settling in. It means I'm not done. Still in the fight. I've never been one for self-praise. Far from it. Most things I'm average at best. But 2 skills I've honed to a razor's edge. Adapting in chaos and mixing drinks. The first keeps me alive. The second, well, it's gotten me out of more than a few tight spots. Making drinks isn't on the agenda tonight, but I've been trained by the Army, by my father growing up, and later through private channels. Most importantly, I'm naturally gifted in the art of battle. One-on-one, perfectly matched in weaponry, I'd bet on myself every time. Even 2-on-1, sometimes 3. Hand-to-hand combat isn't my specialty, but I've won my fair share of scrapes. I prefer doing things the easy way, the way they make sense to me. Run in and figure things out as I go. That way I can adapt and roll with the punches, keeping everyone on their toes. That's where people make mistakes, on their toes. I thrive in those moments. So I know what we're doing. We're running in, trying to get to Chalice. Somehow, some way. Any idea? Frey asks. Joey shakes his head. I grab a small hand towel from a seat compartment and wipe myself down. The cloth reeks of gasoline and oil, but I don't care. It's dry, unlike my hair and clothes. The temperature keeps dropping. Frey glances out the window. Storm's coming in, he says, his voice low. That could be good for us. His eyes narrow as he scans the horizon. Dark clouds loom in the distance, promising chaos. We exchange a look, both knowing what this means. The storm might mask our movements, give us cover. But it also brings new dangers. We'll have to move fast, adapt. The clock's ticking, and Mother Nature's about to throw us a curveball. It better be good for us, I say. We'll use it to our advantage. Go in as quietly as possible, but use the storm for cover. That means we have to wait until there is a storm. At that exact moment, the sky rips open. A torrent crashes down, as if the clouds above burst. Water pummels us from every angle. The deluge hits with such force I fear will capsize. For a moment, panic grips me. The boat seems too small to withstand this onslaught. I picture us swamped, sinking into the murky depths below. But reality sets in as I assess our vessel. The boat's design saves us. Its front end, where Frey and I perched earlier, acts as a lifesaver. It provides just enough buoyancy to keep us afloat. Water sloshes around our feet, but we stay above the frothing surface. As the rain continues its assault, I realize we're not in immediate danger. The boat bobs and weaves but holds steady. We've become unwilling participants in nature's fury, but we're surviving it, for now. Still, the water's annoying. The rain falls in cold, hard sheets, piercing and chilly, and within seconds my hand towel is soaking wet and useless. I ball it up, toss it into a corner of the boat, and look up at the pitch-black sky. I nod at Joey. This ought to work. The plan's coming together. The noise hits like a sledgehammer. It's deafening, rattling my bones. Perfect. It'll swallow our engine roar, even at full throttle. We'll be ghosts in the chaos. Joey grins, a flash of teeth in the dim light. Yeah, he shouts over the din. It'll be more than enough. His eyes spark with adrenaline. Let's do it. We lock eyes. No turning back now. The job's on, and we're all in. Time to move. Frey walks between us. I'm all for moving in on Elizondo's guys, but can we get some idea of a plan? I shrug and roll my eyes. Joey smiles. This is definitely Mason's area of expertise. Frey looks at me surprised. He's kidding, I say. Obviously, but I think this is one of those times when it's best to just follow my lead. And what's that look like? He asks. Just roll with it. Whatever happens, happens. Try not to die. Wow, Frey says, you should write a leadership book. I smile as Joey takes control of the speedboat. We've drifted west, now facing Morris Island's shoreline. The landmass looms ahead, a darker void against the inky blackness surrounding us. Only the faint glow of distant city lights, barely visible beyond the island, confirms we're looking at a solid ground. Joey revs the engine, sending vibrations through the hull. The boat lurches forward, cutting through the choppy waves. Salt spray stings my face as we pick up speed. I grip the side, knuckles white, heart racing with a mix of fear and exhilaration. The island grows larger, its outlines sharpening against the night sky. Joey steers us towards a narrow inlet, barely visible in the gloom. The roar of the engine echoes off unseen cliffs as we enter the channel. Shadows loom on either side, threatening to swallow us whole. It's worked for us before, I say. Just trust your gut and don't get shot. Chapter 49. The plan is simple, but that doesn't make it any less dangerous. We'll wait for Elizondo's ship to pass, then tail it like a shadow. Once we're close enough, we'll maneuver alongside the handy-sized vessel. From there, we're supposed to get on board. The how remains a mystery, a glaring hole in our strategy that leaves my stomach churning. I can't shake the pessimism creeping through my veins. The earlier gunshots have faded, swallowed by distance or drowned out by the relentless rain hammering down around us. It's hard to tell which. The rummer looms ahead, a quarter-mile away and already inside the jetties. We're stuck in our original position, clinging to the northeast coast of Morris Island, where Charleston Harbor yawns open before us. The wait is excruciating, every second filled with tension and the fear of what's to come. The speedboats remain a mystery. They could be stalking the rummer, waiting for the right moment to strike. Or maybe they've gone after Jet, pursuing him and any survivors on his vessel. We have no way of knowing, and speculation serves no purpose now. Our focus needs to be on what we can control. Joey and I have made our decision. We're going for it. It's risky, but inaction guarantees failure. We've weighed our options, and this is the best chance we've got. Frey hasn't voiced any objections. His silence speaks volumes. If he had a better plan, he would have shared it by now. His tacit approval tells me we're on the right track, even if it's a dangerous one. What are we waiting for exactly? I ask. The rummer needs to get fully inside the harbor, Joey replies. That way we'll have the best chance of getting in unseen. They have radar, Joey, I say. They already see us. True, but at least this way, it's only radar that can see us. If we're lucky, if we go in before them, sitting right in front of them, they get a clear view of us, plain as day. So you're hoping they won't care about the little green dot on their screen and just let us through? He shrugs. Yeah, something like that. Great. Lightning flashes, illuminating the harbor. The city's eerie glow casts a sickly sheen over the water. Half a mile out, the rummer cuts through the waves, its broadside exposed. We scan the area. No speedboats in sight, just the target vessel, moving fast and unescorted. The ship's silhouette grows larger with each passing second. I'm also hoping he's true to his word, Joey says. His guy told you we were supposed to protect him, remember? So if they see a single boat heading in, they'll hopefully assume it's you. No one would risk opening fire on a ship while they're in a speedboat, you know? Sure, I say. Let's hope you're right. Okay, Joey says. Almost. The rummer veers northeast, cutting through the churning waters of the bay. Waves crash against its hull as it plows deeper into the tempest. Now! Joey's voice pierces the howling wind. He slams the throttle forward, and our boat surges toward the rummer's stern. The sudden acceleration hurls me backward. My skull cracks against the engine compartment, stars exploding behind my eyes. I stay down, sprawled on the hard floor. The rain pelts my face, but I don't move. It's safer here than battling the elements up front or risking a tumble from the center. The boat bucks beneath me, spray-coating my skin in salt. I grip the nearest handhold, knuckles white, as we race toward our target through the storm-tossed sea. The journey lasts 30 seconds. The ship's presence looms before it's visible. A solid mass blends with the dark sky and choppy water. The horizon disappears. Rain vanishes, replaced by the rummer's hum drowning out the storm. The handy-sized carrier towers 20 feet above the ocean's surface. Its black hull merges with the night, a behemoth barely discernible in the gloom. Frey's description proves accurate. The vessel seems close enough to touch, its massive form dwarfing our small craft. The urge to leap onto its deck tugs at me, but logic prevails. The gap, while deceptively narrow, remains a death trap of churning waves and unforgiving metal. "Grab the anchor," Joey says. "There should be one in one of the compartments. We can swing it up and over, maybe climb up that way." I nod and start rummaging through the cases of equipment on board. There isn't much. The gang that owns these boats kept them sparse, probably because they bought them just for this mission and didn't care about the lack of proper gear. "I'm not sure there is one," I shout back to Joey. "These guys didn't really—" A sudden blast of light floods the deck. I freeze, caught in the act. My hand hovers over the open compartment, fingers inches from the prize I came for. Heart pounding, I weigh my options. Jump ship? Fight? Neither seems possible now. The night air fills with crackling static. A voice booms through a megaphone, echoing across the water. "We are sending down a ladder." A pause, then the words that seal my fate. "Mr. Elizondo would like to speak with you." I hear the clang of metal on metal. The ladder descends, footsteps above. There's no escape now. I stand slowly, hands raised. Whatever Elizondo wants, it can't be good. But I'm out of choices. Time to face the music. A rope ladder unfurls from the side of the ship, landing just in front of the pilot's seat on the convex bow of the boat. I glance over at Frey and Joey. We're all unarmed, unprepared, and soaked to the bone. But the two men remain still and stoic, staring up at the shadowy figures leaning over the edge of the rummer. 3 men, 2 of them with rifles trained on us. More than enough to keep me quiet. "Well," Joey says, breaking the silence, "I guess a ladder's easier to climb than a rope." Chapter 50. Rockford Elizondo defies easy categorization. His dark, deep-set eyes and brown hair hint at South American heritage, but his skin is ghostly pale. The contrast is jarring, almost unsettling. At first glance, he could pass for Italian or Spanish, until he opens his mouth. When Rockford speaks, all bets are off. His accent is pure New England, dripping with old money and privilege. Words flow fast and smooth, like a seasoned con artist or a trust fund kid who's never heard the word no. It's a voice that belongs in ivy-covered halls or exclusive country clubs. The disconnect between his appearance and his voice is impossible to ignore. It's as if 2 entirely different people were merged into one body, creating a man who doesn't quite fit anywhere. Rockford Elizondo is a puzzle, and everyone who meets him can't help but try to solve it. "Welcome," he says. "It's good to meet you face to face." I give him a single nod. We're on the bridge. It towers above the rest of the ship. I'm toweling off again. 3rd time today. My shoes squelch with each step. Water oozes from the soles. Blisters form on my toes. I can feel them, raw and painful. The stench hits me. Fuel. It clings to my shoes and socks. Nauseating. I want to rip them off, but there's no time. No spare clothes either. We're in the middle of a crisis. I toss the towel aside. It lands with a wet slap on the metal floor. The ship creaks and groans around us. Something's wrong. We need answers fast. But first I need to focus. Ignore the discomfort. Push through the pain. Lives depend on it. There are 6 people in the room. Joey, Frey, and I stand facing Elizondo. 2 armed men flank the doors, their fingers twitching near triggers. Elizondo takes center stage on the bridge, his back to the panoramic windows. He poses like a general surveying his troops, hands clasped behind his back. His lips form a thin line, neither smile nor frown. The guards attempt to mirror their boss's stance. They fail. The AK-47s in their white-knuckle grips betray their tension. These aren't standard-issue weapons. They're black market specials, favored by mercenaries and rebel groups. It tells me everything I need to know about the caliber of men we're up against. Elizondo's eyes sweep over us, calculating. The silence stretches, punctuated only by the hum of electronics and the muffled sound of waves against the ship's hull. We're in the belly of the beast now, and Elizondo holds all the cards. Or so he thinks. These guys are hired muscle. They're here to fight for Elizondo and protect his product. No questions asked, just fists and firearms at the ready. I glance out the window. The ship's bow stretches before me, completely blanketed in stacks of square crates. They're everywhere, covering every inch of available space. My mind races. Each crate must hold several 53-gallon barrels. And those barrels? Likely full of aging rum, the good stuff, worth a fortune on the black market. I can't help but wonder about Elizondo's endgame. How does he plan to smuggle this massive haul into the country? Customs isn't exactly known for turning a blind eye to cargo ships laden with contraband. There must be a plan, a clever scheme to slip past border control. Whatever it is, it's big and dangerous. The kind of operation that leaves bodies in its wake if things go south. You failed, Elizondo says. I frown. You're alive, aren't you? I am, but that's thanks to my men and my boats, not you. You sat back, waiting for everything to end. Seemed like a good way to stay not dead, I reply. And it was, Elizondo admits, but it wasn't what I requested of you. Oh, I say. I didn't realize it was a request. It sounded more like an order, and I'm not really one to take orders. I figured that, he says, which is why we took some collateral. Chalice, Joey growls, his fist clenching at his sides. That her name? Elizondo asks. She wouldn't tell us. I had my men remove her clothes, one piece at a time, until she was down to that cute swimsuit you must know well. Joey takes a step forward, but forces himself to stop. By then, we didn't care what her name was. I just needed to know who you 2 were. And, I ask. I was satisfied. Navy, Army. You 2 had decent service records. Washed up now, though? Just running a bar in a city no one lives in. Something like that. But it was this person I was most interested in. He strides over to Jonathan Frey. Frey is back to his usual self, nervous, shifting his weight from foot to foot. What's your name? Elizondo asks, his voice sharp as a blade. The man's eyes dart around the room, sweat beading on his forehead. He swallows hard, Adam's apple bobbing. Frey, he stutters, hands trembling. Jonathan Frey. Elizondo leans forward, his gaze boring into Frey. The distributor. Frey nods, a quick jerky motion. Yes. And what do you distribute, Mr. Frey? Elizondo's tone is deceptively casual, but his eyes never leave the man's face. Well, I have all kinds of... Frey starts, words tumbling out in a rush. Elizondo cuts him off, voice dripping with sarcasm. Liquor, I presume? The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken threats. Yes. Well, in that case, Elizondo says, we're competitors. He lifts his head slightly and motions to one of his men. The guard at the portside door turns, raises his rifle, and fires. Frey is too slow. He lurches forward, but the bullet catches him in the side. He crumples to the floor, blood already pouring out. I scream, sprinting toward Elizondo, my heart pounding in my chest. The guard at the other door snaps into action, ready for me. I catch him in my peripheral vision and change direction at the last second, instinct taking over. Diving to the floor, I hear the rifle cough. The bullet whistles over my head, missing me by inches, and shatters the glass behind me in a spray of glittering shards. I hit the hard laminate floor with a thud, the impact knocking the wind out of me. For a split second, I can't breathe, but adrenaline surges through my veins. I refuse to stop. Gasping for air, I crawl forward on my elbows, desperate to put distance between myself and the shooters. I roll sideways, using desks and instruments on the bridge as makeshift shields. The smell of gunpowder and fear fills my nostrils. Joey's grunts echo through the room. He's engaged one of the guards. Good. That leave is just one shooter and Elizondo. I crouch behind a desk, heart pounding. Sweat trickles down my neck. The fluorescent lights flicker, casting eerie shadows. I need to move fast. My mind races. One shooter, Elizondo, two threats. I pat my pockets. Empty. No weapon. I scan the room. Filing cabinet. Computer monitor. Stapler. Nothing useful. Time's running out. Joey can't hold off the guard forever. I need to act. Now. I take a deep breath. Formulate a plan. It's risky, but it's all I've got. I tense my muscles, ready to spring into action. The remaining shooter's footsteps approach. It's now or never. Suddenly, Elizondo is right in front of me, looking down with a gun. Never mind. Get up, he orders. No, I'm good down. He kicks at my head, missing but slamming into my side instead. It hurts just as much as if he'd hit my skull. Get up, he says again. I push myself up. My pants cling to my skin, damp and uncomfortable. The stench hits me again. Fuel-soaked shoes. My stomach churns. I've never gotten used to that smell. I inhale deeply through my nose, trying to clear the fumes from my senses. It doesn't work. The acrid odor lingers, a constant reminder of where I am and what I've done. My legs wobble as I steady myself. Follow me. He strides toward the port side door without a backward glance. His guard steps aside, granting passage. I move to follow, stepping over Frey's crumpled form. Blood pools beneath him, seeping through his fingers as he clutches his side. His chest rises and falls, still alive. Every instinct screams to help, to stop the bleeding, but the guard's rifle tracks my every move. The message is clear. Try anything, and I'm next. The metallic scent of blood fills my nostrils as I force myself forward. Each step away from Frey feels like a betrayal, but survival demands I keep moving. The guard's eyes bore into me, finger hovering near the trigger. One wrong move, and this deck becomes my final resting place. I focus on the man ahead, matching his pace, leaving Frey and any chance of helping him behind. I nod and cross the threshold, trailing Elizondo down the stairs we descended earlier. The purpose behind our climb remains a mystery. Was it a power play? A test? Elizondo's motives elude me, but the nagging sense of manipulation lingers. Frey's warning echoes in my mind. Elizondo is borderline schizophrenic, a control freak. The description fits. I've encountered similar personalities before, individuals who cling to rigid routines and arbitrary rules. They construct their own realities, forcing others to navigate their labyrinthine thought processes. Elizondo's insistence on this detour suddenly makes a twisted kind of sense. It's not about efficiency or logic. It's about control. Every step, every decision must conform to his internal blueprint of how things should be. As we descend, I remain alert. Dealing with unstable individuals demands constant vigilance. One misstep, one challenge to their perceived authority, and the situation could explode. I've seen it happen before, and I'm not eager for a repeat performance, especially not here, not now, with so much at stake. The guard follows behind me, with Joey and the last guard bringing up the rear. Great, 3 on 2, and the odds aren't in our favor. We're unarmed and soaked, which just makes everything worse. No one likes fighting in wet clothes. Chapter 51. We follow Elizondo down to a floor beneath the main deck. The narrow hallway opens into a cavernous space that hits like a kick to the throat. It's not crew quarters, not by a long shot. The room stretches 2 stories high, matching the main deck in square footage. But that's where the similarities end. From floor to ceiling, both walls disappear behind rows of oak barrels. They line every inch of available space, stacked with military precision. The air hangs heavy with the scent of spirits. Trails of liquid seep from between barrel staves, leaving dark stains on the wood. The floor glistens in places, slick with spilled booze. It's a warehouse of contraband, hidden in plain sight on the open seas. Elizondo gestures at the room. My supply. I scan the dimly lit space, eyes adjusting to the gloom. Rows of barrels line the walls, stacked floor to ceiling. The air hangs heavy with the scent of oak and alcohol. Rum barrels? I ask, stepping closer to inspect the nearest cask. Mostly, Elizondo replies. He moves between the rows, running a hand along the rough wood. Some brandy and a few experimental whiskeys my partners are working on. I pause, mind racing. The sheer volume is staggering. They're all full? I ask, unable to keep the disbelief from my voice. Elizondo's smile doesn't reach his eyes. The implications of his silence send a chill down my spine. Whatever's in these barrels, it's worth killing for. He smiles. Quite full. Each one holds 53 gallons. My team checked each of them just this morning. I raise my eyebrows. The operations scale staggers me. Row after row of crates stretch across the deck, each one a potential fortune. Each crate on the top deck holds 4 more barrels, he adds. The implications hit me. This isn't just big, it's unprecedented. Joey leans forward, his voice low. How do you sneak it all in? The question hangs in the air, heavy with risk and intrigue. Elizondo turns. His face hardens. Sneak? He spits the word out like it offends him. I don't understand. His eyes narrow, scanning us. The temperature drops. We've crossed a line, and now we're in dangerous territory. All of this is illegal, Elizondo, isn't it? I ask. Not to mention your security force out there, shooting at anything that moves. His laugh echoes through the warehouse, a high-pitched giggle that sends chills down my spine. I see what you think, he says, eyes gleaming. But you'd be surprised. Every item here has an import license. All legal, all above board. I scan the stacks of crates, the suspicious packages. No way this is legit. Bullshit, I spit out. He smirks, unfazed by my accusation. Believe what you will, but look around. Notice anything missing? No Coast Guard, no Port Authority. They leave me alone because my business is squeaky clean. He spreads his arms wide. I'm a model citizen, following every letter of the law. I clench my fists, mind racing. If he's telling the truth, this just got a lot more complicated. But my gut says he's lying through his teeth. I need to find proof, and fast, before the snake slithers away. Yeah? Then why go through all this trouble, Elizondo? Why hire these grunts to shoot at us, protect you, and bring you in safely if you've got the entire United States government behind you? I challenge. His eyes gleam, and a slow smile spreads across his face. Ah, he says, drawing out the word. That's just it. I do not have the United States government behind me. I stare at him, puzzled. I'm sorry? He leans forward, his eyes narrowing. Think about it. Who controls what comes into and goes out of this country? The government, I venture, unsure where this is headed. Correct. Now, who decides specifically who gets import and export contracts? I shift in my seat, uncomfortable with the intensity of his gaze. The government again, I suppose. Indeed. He nods, a hint of approval in his voice. And here's the million-dollar question. Who pays the government for that privilege? His words hang in the air, heavy with implication. I feel a chill run down my spine as the pieces start to fall into place. I narrow my eyes. I'm going to guess. People like you? Elizondo leans back, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. He takes a moment, letting the silence stretch between us. His fingers drum on the armrest of his chair. Finally, he speaks. Yes, he says, but not me. Others, yes, but not me. He stands up and paces the room, hands clasped behind his back. I've been in this field for years, and I'm good at it. Damn good. He stops and turns to face me. But I haven't gotten the contracts I need. My products, completely legal, yet I can't bring them into the United States. His jaw clenches, frustration evident in every line of his face. Something's not right, and I intend to find out what. Joey scoffs. Then it doesn't really sound legal, Elizondo. Elizondo glares at Joey. It would seem that way, but there's no constitutional limit on the amount of product that can enter or leave the country, except during famine or embargo. What you're talking about is called an oligarchy. A few suppliers who are in tight with the government, forcing out the smaller players like me. You don't seem so little, I say, hoping a small compliment will keep him talking. He seems to be enjoying his villain monologue. This isn't a movie, though, and I need to figure out where he's keeping Chalice. I'm guessing she's either in his private quarters near the bridge or in a brig below decks. Either way, we have a lot of ground to cover, and I'm sure Elizondo won't let us snoop around his ship freely. You don't understand, he says, leaning forward. His eyes lock onto mine, intense and unwavering. Being little isn't about numbers on a balance sheet. It's about power, influence, connections. The big players have it all, and we don't. He pauses, runs a hand through his hair. The American alcohol industry is a fortress. Has been since Prohibition. Breaking in? It's like scaling a sheer cliff with your bare hands. Washington holds the keys. The power players there? They've got the industry locked down tight, and we're on the outside, pounding on doors that never open. Yeah, I know, I run a bar, I say flatly. At this he laughs, a genuine, deep laugh. I'm not sure if he's mocking me or relating to me as a fellow businessman. I decide to take it as an insult. This is my way of telling the industry what I think of them, he says. He turns back to the barrels, leaving his two guards to do their job. Rifles low, but still trained on us. Joey gives me a look, his slight frown saying what we're both thinking. He's weird. I nod, definitely off. Chapter 52. What are you showing us this for? I blurt out. Why now? If you're going to kill us, just... He laughs again, but this time it echoes throughout the enormous room. It's a bold, hearty belly laugh, completely out of context for the man in the situation. I am not going to kill you, Mr. Dixon. Why would I do that? Look around, asshole, I say. Your men killed how many guys today? My father was one of them. The man who wanted to kill me, he mutters. Seems ironic. And yet here we are. Joey and I got into this because we were lied to. Whatever you're going to do to us, I'd sure like to find out. And you shall, all in good time. But I thought you'd like to see your little prize first, he says. Chalice, Joey asks. Follow me. Elizondo starts off again, walking through the natural hallway formed by the towers of barrels stacked on either side of the room. Each tower is strapped down using an interesting combination of buckle straps and cordage, holding the barrels upright and against the walls at the same time. I've never been to a rickhouse before, but I know enough about the methods of moonshining and whiskey making from my research. The distillate is usually mixed with a bit of water to a certain proof that ages well, then stored in 53-gallon barrels resting on their sides for years. For straight bourbon, it's 4 years, and up in virgin American white oak barrels, the federal standards of identity for bourbon is a jokingly real government entry in the Code of Regulations that stipulates what can and cannot be called bourbon. Other aged spirits are kept in their barrels for differing time frames. The point of a rickhouse is twofold. First, by storing the barrels on their side, they can be moved and sloshed around easily, allowing the distillate to interact more with the oak wood, enhancing the color and flavor profile. The second reason is temperature. The higher a barrel is in a rickhouse, the more it experiences temperature swings between day and night. In bourbon country, temperatures at the top of a non-climate-controlled rickhouse can reach 130 degrees Fahrenheit in summer, then plummet in winter. By rotating the barrels from the top to the floor, the distillate benefits from the wood expanding and contracting throughout the year. Sunlight, temperature, and regular contact with the wood are all major variables in aging a great spirit. This rickhouse seems nothing like what I expect. It looks like the barrels were put here not for proper storage and aging technique, but just to cram in as many as possible. Odd, just like Elizondo. We reach the other end of the room toward the bow of the ship, when Elizondo makes a hard right and leads us through another open door and into a hallway. This hallway stretches from the bow halfway to the stern, following the starboard side of the hull. Individual rooms with narrow doors line both sides. The crew's quarters. The rooms are numbered in descending order. The odds on the left, evens on the right. We're between rooms 13 and 12, so we're close to the front of the ship. The end of the hallway is about 50 feet ahead of us. She's in room 2, Elizondo says. We can see her? Joey asks, his voice rising with cautious hope. Indeed you can, Elizondo replies. In fact, I'd suggest you spend as much time with her as possible. He stops in front of room 2. I listen, but can't hear anything from inside. Why's that, Elizondo? What's this all about? Elizondo steps forward, knocks on the door, then sticks a key in the lock and turns it. The door swings open. The room is sparsely furnished. A chair, a desk, a bed, a mirror on the wall, a small toilet behind a curtain. No shower or bath. Chalice sits on the bed. She looks up when Elizondo opens the door. She's in a swimsuit, just like he said. Joey pushes past him and rushes in. Are you okay? He asks. Did they hurt you? She's crying, but she hugs him back. She shakes her head. No, not really. They roughed me up a bit, scared me. They took my clothes to get me to talk. I didn't know what to say. I glance back at Elizondo. His thin mouth is back to its nonchalant shape. You're going to pay for this, Elizondo. He nods almost reverently. I'm sure I will, but we're running out of time. I'd like you to stay with Chalice, to keep her company. Where are you going? I have an appointment. He turns and walks out. I follow, but am met by the ends of the men's weapons. What's this about, Elizondo? I ask again. He turns to face me. It's about money, he says. It's always about money. Your father, I hear he was told there was money involved. Take me out and take over my business. Something like that? I nod. He was right. There is money here, but it's not as easy as they think. I told you a bit about that. You don't just walk into this business or steal your way into it. It takes time. And even then, even when you've paid your dues, the big guys cut you out because they can, because you're competition to them, and they've got the government on their side. I shake my head confused. I'm not sure if Joey's even listening. I don't get it, Elizondo. What's this about? He smiles, then shrugs. I tried to make it work, he says, but I've got a nice life down in Cuba. Great house, plenty of servants. I wonder why I ever wanted to work up here. I should have just stayed down there, focused on the Caribbean. So go back, I say. I'm not stopping you. I know, he says. You certainly aren't, and I will. But like I said, I have an appointment. He rolls his wrist out and checks a watch he wears with the face on the wrong side of his arm. It's gold, gaudy, and probably real, as ugly as it is. He shakes it, the watch disappears into his sleeve, and he walks away. One of the men with guns slams the door in my face, while the other points his weapon at me to discourage any funny business. I hear the first man fumbling with a key, then the lock slides into place. I wait until I assume they've left, then slam my shoulder into the door. Chapter 53. The door gives, just a bit, but it's going to take some work to break it open. It's a simple construction, just a couple of sheets of plastic with a forming layer of aluminum or some lightweight material sandwiched between them, like a cooler lid or a screen door without the screen section. Odd again that he'd leave the three of us in such an unsecured room. He knows it's easy enough to break out. It's a wonder why Chalice hasn't already figured out how. What are we going to do? Chalice asks. Joey hugs her again. We'll figure something out, he says. We always do. We're going to get out, I say. But the men, she says, they'll shoot us. Those two goons? I ask. They're not worth the scruples he's paying them. No, she says. All the other guys, there were at least 40 of them, all over the place, in the rooms around us, on deck, everywhere. Joey and I exchange glances. I shake my head. Those guys are gone, Chalice. There wasn't anyone else on board. Maybe 3 guards. Only 2 were with us once we got up to the bridge. She frowns. Where'd they all go then? Could be they were on the boats, Joey says. He had an army with him. A navy, more accurately, I add. Maybe, she says. We sit there for a moment, thinking, trying to figure it out. This is weird, Joey says. Yeah, I picked up on that. What's his move? What's the point of all this? Grab us, stick us in here with Chalice, then leave. Why not kill us? Maybe he plans on killing us later. Chalice's eyes go wide, but I don't care. She's been through the worst of it, so a few words won't hurt her. Joey shakes his head. That wouldn't be an intelligent use of his resources, and it sounds like everyone's leaving the ship. It was a ghost town out there. Yeah, you're right, I say. And all that rum, he adds, just sitting there. He's floating a ship full of hard liquor into Charleston, all... It's not liquor, I say, realizing it just as he says the word. I hear liquor and something clicks. Or rather, something doesn't click. It hasn't added up, and now I know why. It's not. Joey, I say, you ever seen a rick house? He shakes his head. I've seen pictures. It's where they store whiskey for aging. Distilleries use them, and they're just warehouses full of barrels. Like the one out there? Joey asks. With a major difference. You store barrels in a rick house on their side, so you can roll them easily and slosh around the insides. All the barrels out there are stacked, and the towers are at least 3 deep on each side, probably so you can fit more in, but there's no way to move any of them around, ever. Maybe it's just for transport, Joey says, but he said they were full, remember? 53 gallons each. Checked them this morning. Yeah? When you age liquor, there's something called the angel's share. It's a percentage of distillate lost to seepage, then evaporation. So the barrels wouldn't be full? Never. Maybe they're close to full when first filled, but if that were the case, we'd see a lot more of them seeping. The black lines where the planks of wood touch each other, there'd be bubbles and slow, sugary distillate seeping out of every one of them. What are you saying? I'm saying he's not transporting rum, I say, or any other spirit. If the stuff was brand new and each barrel was full, he'd leave them in Cuba or wherever he first filled them. It's way cheaper to store it down there than to transport it here, unload it, and get it into a rickhouse. That doesn't even include land costs. If he were bringing rum into the States, he'd bottle it there, then ship it in. So what's inside the barrels? Who knows, I say, but it's not going to be any good for us. Whatever it is, help me with this door. Joey grabs the metal chair, lifts it over his head. I think we can just break the handle off, he says. This isn't the most secure room. You can say that again, I reply, watching him swing. He aims for the handle and brings it down with force. The loud crash rings throughout the room, but I wonder if it's audible in the hallway. Or maybe they've already left, I think. Joey strikes again, and the handle pops off, crashing to the floor and bouncing before resting against the curtain, hiding the toilet. He tries the door, but it's still locked. Damn, I thought that would work. It did work, Joey, I say. It's just stuck. Here, move over. Joey steps aside and I step back a few feet. Focusing on the spot where the handle had been, I pull my foot up and kick as hard as I can, landing it flat against the door. It pops open easily, and I find myself staring into the room across the narrow hall. There, I say. Let's go. Help Chalice. He's already one step ahead, holding Chalice around the waist. She's able to walk but is tired and weak, not refusing the help. We step outside and turn left. I hope we can get back upstairs without trouble, but I have no idea what's happening down here. If Elizondo wanted us locked up, he didn't try very hard. That means we're either not important to him or it doesn't matter anymore. Because no one's left on the ship, I suddenly realize. Because they're all gone already. Because I smell another whiff of fuel as my squeaky shoes hit the floor. The open passage leading to the large storage space must have wafted some air into my nostrils. Smells like gas, Joey says. Yeah, it's been like that since they brought me here, Chalice says. I've had a headache ever since. I freeze, voices. One comes through a handheld radio, the other from a man operating it. Yes, sir, he says. Confirmed, 4 minutes, 37 seconds. Over. I listen, then creep forward. The voice is just around the corner, inside the warehouse of barrels. What in the world? I pause, trying to determine if the man is alone. I hear no other voices or movement. I turn back to Joey, lowering my voice to the barest whisper. I'm going to see who this guy is. Probably one of the guards. Stay here with Chalice. He nods. I move into the warehouse, knowing the tower of barrels to my left will keep me hidden a few more seconds. Slowing, I crouch and lean sideways to catch a glimpse of the man. It's one of the guards who'd accompanied us to the bridge and then back down with Elizondo. His rifle sits on the floor next to him, on his right side, away from me. He's kneeling, holding something in his hands, like a tablet. I can't tell an iPad from a graphing calculator, but I know this is some sort of touchscreen device. The screen glows, illuminating his features. It's encased in a thick, rubbery rectangle, likely able to survive a fall from the top of one of these towers. Time to make my move, I think. The guy is busy, programming something related to what Elizondo told him over the radio. 4 minutes, 37 seconds. He finishes, frowning once and then nodding to himself. Holding the device in one hand, he grips the radio with the other and brings it to his mouth. "Sir, we're live. Give me the signal." Chapter 54. I hear the voice, Elizondo's, crackle back immediately over the radio. Good. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Set. Set. The man's fingers dance across the screen. He taps a button, then punches in a sequence. His movements are quick, purposeful. He sets the radio down. Both hands grip the device. In one fluid motion, he presses it against a barrel's front. It sticks. He waits, eyes locked on the device. Seconds tick by. Satisfied, he nods. The gesture is sharp, decisive. Whatever he's planned, it's in motion now. No going back. "Time's up, buddy." I rush him. No hesitation. He's oblivious, just 5 feet away. I tackle, my elbow locking around his neck. A swift move, and we hit the ground hard. He lands on the gun. Perfect. I throw my leg over his torso, squeezing tight. He struggles, but I've got the advantage. My free hand reaches for the rifle. He twists, trying to break free. I tighten my grip. The rifle is just out of reach. I stretch further, feeling the strain in my muscles. His breathing is ragged under my weight. I can almost touch the cold metal. Just a little more. I realize he's stronger, fitter. He writhes sideways like an alligator, trying to shake me off. I hold on, but I'm not hurting him. He twists, turns, grunts. My arms strain to maintain my grip. Sweat trickles down my forehead, stinging my eyes. His muscles flex beneath me, a reminder of the power difference. I can cling to him all day. It won't matter. Unless he passes out, this stalemate continues. And right now, he shows no signs of weakening. My mind races. I need a new strategy, fast, before he finds a way to break free or my strength gives out. The clock is ticking, and I'm running out of options. He tries to bite my arm, but I've got it tucked below his chin. He kicks with his boots, but my legs are out of reach. We're at a stalemate. Neither of us is getting the upper hand anytime soon. Then Joey appears. He must have heard the scuffle or been expecting it, but suddenly he's standing over us. He glances at the guy, then at the tablet stuck to the barrel, then back at me. He kicks, just a quick tap with the point of his shoe. But it works. It hits the guy square in the eye, and he howls in pain. I feel him weaken and take advantage, tightening my grip around his neck. He coughs, struggling to breathe, and I know I've got him. Joey's foot lashes out, targeting the man's other eye. The fight drains from his opponent as realization sets in. Defeat. The man goes limp, but I don't ease up. My grip tightens, muscles straining with effort. Time crawls. 15 seconds stretch into eternity. Then it's over. The man's chest stills. No breath escapes his lips. His body lies motionless on the cold ground. Silence descends, broken only by our ragged breathing and the distant hum of traffic. We exchange a look, knowing there's no going back now. I groan. The sound escapes my lips before I can stop it. "You okay, boss?" The voice comes from behind me, concern evident. "Yeah," I say, pushing myself up. My eyes lock onto the crumpled form across the room. "But I wanted to take him myself." I spit the words out, frustration building. "You ruined it." Joey grins and thrusts out his hand. I grab it, muscles straining as he pulls me to my feet. My eyes dart to the doorway. Chalice hovers there, face pale, eyes wide as saucers. "It's okay," Joey says, voice low and steady. He glances at Chalice, then back to me. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple. "We're okay." The words hang in the air. I nod, not trusting my voice. Joey's grip on my hand tightens for a moment before he lets go. We both know it's a lie, but sometimes lies are all we have. She swallows hard. Her eyes dart from me to the lifeless body on the floor, then to Joey. The tension in the room thickens with each passing second. Finally, her gaze locks onto the tablet perched atop the barrel. Joey breaks the silence, his voice tight. 4 minutes and some change, he says. His words hang in the air, heavy with implication. I'd bet we don't want to be anywhere near here when it hits 0. The urgency in his tone is unmistakable. We all know what's at stake. The clock is ticking, and with each moment that slips away, our chances of survival dwindle. The dead guy on the floor serves as a grim reminder of what awaits us if we fail to act fast. I won't take that bet, I say. Let's go. I grab the man's rifle while Joey reaches for his radio. Holding the assault rifle in one hand, I rummage around his belt with the other, searching for anything useful. Keys, information, anything. I find handcuffs. I pocket them, nod to Joey and Shalise and say, back the way we came, run. They don't need any more encouragement. Shalise, despite the awkwardness of being in nothing but a bikini, sprints fast. Joey hustles to keep up, and they're 20 paces ahead by the time I follow. Head up 1 level, I call. Main deck. Find a way off the boat. Where are you going? Joey asks. I've got an appointment. Chapter 55. I take the stairs 2 at a time, adrenaline pumping through my veins. The bridge looms ahead. My footsteps echo in the stairwell, each one bringing me closer to confrontation. I burst through the door, the same one I've passed through twice before in this hellish night. My eyes dart right, scanning the room in a split second. There, by the console, stands Elizondo. His fingers dance over buttons and switches, orchestrating chaos. I don't hesitate. There's no time for second-guessing or moral quandaries. This ends now. I shoot him, twice right in the back of his left leg. No hesitation. He crumples to the floor with a howl of pain, his body slamming against the metal deck. Coughing and seething, he scrambles desperately, his hands groping for anything to use as a weapon. I don't give him the chance. In 2 quick strides, I'm on him. My boot comes down hard on his arm, pinning it to the ground. He lets out another yelp, more frustration than pain this time. I tower over him, my gun still trained on his writhing form. Sweat beads on his forehead as he glares up at me, defiance burning in his eyes despite his compromised position. The ship's engines hum beneath us, a constant reminder of the danger we're all in. What the hell is this, Elizondo? I demand, my voice cutting through the mechanical drone. He sputters. I told you. I stare down at Elizondo, his face contorted with pain and fury. The realization hits me like a freight train. This isn't about power or money, it's about ego. This is your little way of telling everyone else what you think of their system, isn't it? I spit the words out, disgust rising in my throat. He glares up at me, silent defiance etched into every line of his face. But I see the truth in his eyes, the petulant child lurking behind the mask of a powerful man. This is just a little toddler acting out, huh? A rich kid who didn't get his way? I press on, each word a dagger aimed at his inflated sense of self-importance. You couldn't stand being told no, could you? So you decided to throw the biggest tantrum in history. Elizondo's mouth opens, closes, then opens again. It's not like, he starts, but I cut him off. I've heard enough excuses. It's exactly like that, except you're richer and crazier than a toddler. You're not going to kill me, he says, his voice a mix of defiance and fear. You can't. I lean in close, my eyes boring into his. I could, I say, my tone cold and matter-of-fact. You'd better believe I could. I want to. I've done it before, and I wouldn't lose a wink of sleep over it. Guys like you are better off dead. Really, there's no sense waxing philosophical about it. You're a cancer on society, Elizondo, and sometimes the only cure is to cut it out. His eyes narrow, a hint of challenge creeping into his expression. Then do it, he spits out, daring me to pull the trigger. Well, you know, I've had a little time to think. About 30 seconds on my way up here from down below. Here's what we'll do instead. I seize Elizondo's wrist and wrench it violently. The handcuffs emerge from my pocket in a flash. Metal snaps against flesh, then steel. The cuffs lock onto his wrist and the console's support post in quick succession. This post, anchored to the ship's frame, guarantees he's not going anywhere. Elizondo's face contorts in confusion and fear. His voice quivers as he speaks. What? What are you doing? The dim light from the surrounding consoles casts an eerie glow on his face. His eyes, dark and intense, reflect the blinking apparatus around us. The complexity of these controls is beyond my comprehension, but their importance is clear. Elizondo knows it too, and the realization of his predicament dawns in those deep, brooding eyes. I'm making sure you get to lie in the bed you've made, Elizondo. I glance out the front window. The ship stretches out before me, black waters of Charleston Harbor just ahead, and city lights twinkle in the distance. We're moving fast, heading straight for the port. Right for a cluster of ships docked there. Handy-Mac size ranging from just smaller than the Rummer to about twice the size. No, you don't understand, he says, nearly whining now. I nod. But I do. I've got about 3 minutes to figure out how to stop this ship, buddy. You want to help me out? He glares. That's what I thought. I'd recommend sitting quietly then. Could be a long 3 minutes. I scan the bridge. The wheel dominates the center, surrounded by a dizzying array of controls. Buttons, knobs, and levers cover every surface. Their function's a mystery to me. But one thing stands out: the throttle. It's the most familiar element, and right now it's my best shot. I have no idea if simply yanking back on the throttle is the proper way to halt a vessel of this size. Under normal circumstances, I'd worry about damaging the engines or worse. But those concerns are irrelevant now. This ship is destined for the bottom of Charleston Harbor within the hour, one way or another. Any damage I cause trying to stop it pales in comparison to what's coming. I grab the throttle, steeling myself. It's now or never. Whatever happens next, I know this is my only chance to prevent catastrophe. With a deep breath, I prepare to bring this behemoth to a halt. Or at least try. I yank it backward. The ship groans, creaks. I hear popping sounds, either from the tons of steel working against physics or de-stressing into their new positions. The ship slows immediately. We're still floating, still moving, but we've slowed considerably and continue to slow. Next step, I scan the console, looking for a button or lever. I find it near the wheel. Just off the right side of the control panel, everything's mounted on. Anchor. I punch it hard. At first I hear nothing, but then a deep, groaning sound. Come on, I think. 2.5 minutes. I'm guessing, but I figure I have at least that long. I hope I have that long. The anchor's descending, or so I hope. Something down there is moving, and I figure that's good enough. I hope it's good enough. I take one last look at Elizondo. He glares up at me, helpless and fuming. His eyes burn with rage, but he's powerless now, handcuffed to the console. In the corner, Frey lies motionless. A pang of loss hits me, but I force it down. There's no time for mourning. The bridge doors beckon on either side. I choose the nearest one, yanking it open. A white staircase leads down to the main deck of the Rummer. I race down the steps, my footfalls echoing in the night air. The ship's hull looms above me as I reach the side. I peer over the edge, searching for any sign of escape. Nothing but inky blackness meets my gaze. The water below is a void, promising only death if I jump now. From the other side of the ship, I hear the sound of an engine starting, one of the speedboats. I run over to the starboard side and peer over the edge. "Let's go, man!" Joey yells. "Hurry up!" I see the rope ladder they used to get onto the boat and the rope holding the smaller boat to the Rummer. I untie the knot and take the ladder down. As soon as my feet hit the deck, Joey slams the throttle into forward. I lose my balance and fall into the center of the boat, right where I was before, lying down, stretched out, my head uncomfortably but securely resting on the carpeted side of the engine compartment. "How much time?" Joey yells down to me. "No idea," I shout back. "Just keep driving until we can't see the Rummer anymore." He nods and focuses on a spot where the harbor narrows into one of the rivers that spills into it. We're safe, heading away from the ship and in the home stretch. That's when the Rummer explodes. Chapertinoun. Chapter 56. The detonation of the ship unfolds in a terrifying sequence. Flames are up first, licking skyward in violent orange tongues that illuminate the night. The heat wave hits us next, a wall of scorching air that slams into our speedboat. nearly capsizing us as Joey struggles to maintain control. We're tossed about like rag dolls, clinging to whatever we can grab. The sound follows, a cacophony of destruction that defies description. It's not one singular explosion, but a series of blasts that tear through the rummer's hull. Each detonation adds to the crescendo, ripping upward into the rain-soaked sky. The thunder overhead seems tame in comparison, nature's fury overshadowed by man-made devastation. The explosions continue, relentless, as if the ship itself is being torn apart atom by atom. We're far enough away to avoid immediate danger, but the spectacle holds us transfixed. Joey kills the engine, and we drift to a stop. Neither of us speaks. We just sit there, watching the inferno consume what's left of the rummer. The rain hisses as it hits the burning wreckage, creating a hellish fog that shrouds the harbor. It's impressive in a horrifying way. The destruction we've narrowly escaped serves as a stark reminder of how close we came to oblivion. The hurricane looms off the coast, its presence felt in the heavy rain pelting our faces. The wind, while not yet at its full fury, whips around us with growing intensity. We huddle together, Joey, Chalice, and I, our eyes fixed on the wreckage before us. The cold seeps into our bones, a bone-deep chill that makes every movement a struggle. Our clothes, soaked through, offer little protection against the elements. As we watch the destruction unfold, a sense of urgency grows. The hurricane won't stay stalled forever. Soon it will push inland, bringing with it a level of devastation we can scarcely imagine. We need to move, to find shelter before the full force of the storm hits. But for now, we're rooted in place, unable to tear our eyes away from the scene of chaos and ruin spread out before us. The weight of what we've just lived through, what we've narrowly escaped, keeps us frozen in this moment of shocked silence. The explosions rip through the night, a cacophony of destruction that lasts for a full minute. The rummer, once a mighty vessel, now crumbles into a fiery wreck on the dark waters. Steam hisses and metal groans as the ship's remains settle, smoldering in the harbor. The rain pelts down, evaporating instantly as it strikes the scorching debris, creating an eerie mist that shrouds the devastation. In the distance, the unmistakable flash of Coast Guard lights pierces the gloom. They're closing in fast, drawn by the chaos. Then from the north, another set of lights appears, cutting through the darkness. Emergency responders converge on the scene, their sirens wailing in the night. The harbor, once peaceful, begins to teem with activity as rescue efforts begin, and the full extent of the disaster unfolds before our eyes. "They'll want to talk to us," Joey says, his voice tense as we speed away from the burning wreckage of the rummer. I nod, my mind racing through the implications. "I think we'll be okay," I reply, trying to sound more confident than I feel. "We've got Frey's testimony about Elizondo's operation and what he was really up to. That should give us some leverage, at least enough to explain our involvement." Joey's brow furrows, doubt etched across his face. "Will they believe it?" he asks, voicing the concern that's been gnawing at me since we escaped. I shrug, my eyes fixed on the receding glow of the explosion. "Does it matter?" I say, more to myself than to Joey. "The guy brought 1,000 tons of gasoline into Charleston Harbor and aimed it at the port. He could have taken out everything in a half-mile radius. The evidence is pretty damn clear, even if they don't buy our story right away. The destruction speaks for itself." For a moment, no one speaks. I glance south toward the port, following Joey's outstretched arm. The harbor's dark waters reflect a constellation of lights from the cluster of ships gathered near the docks. These aren't just any vessels. They belong to one of the major distillers. Frey's intel had been spot on. Every distributor in the area was scrambling to beat the clock, rushing to unload their precious cargo before the impending hurricane made landfall. The scene before us paints a picture of frantic activity. Cranes swing back and forth, their metal arms reaching out over the water like giant mechanical insects. Dock workers scurry about, their shouts barely audible over the din of machinery and the growing wind. It's a race against time, with millions of dollars worth of product hanging in the balance. The irony isn't lost on me. All this effort to protect their investments, while we've just narrowly escaped a catastrophe that could have wiped it all out in an instant. and they're more focused on unloading than on the smoldering wreckage of the rummer. How did he get it? Joey suddenly asks. The fuel? He probably made it. Corn fuel is like unaged whiskey, just stronger, usually around 180, 190 proof. It wouldn't need to be refined much or altered chemically, especially since it wasn't meant for vehicles. And he wanted to blow up all these other ships? They're the other distributors. They were all coming in this weekend to beat the storm. They probably used the same port and docks, so it was a perfect plan. Get them all at once, where it really hurts. Joey closes his eyes, processing everything. Wow, he says. Wow. Yeah, I agree. That's pretty much what I've been thinking. The sound of a large engine draws closer, coming around the smoking hull of the rummer. It's a Coast Guard vessel, speeding toward us. It pulls beside us and slows. Floodlights burst to life, bathing our small craft in harsh white light. Shalais flinches away, shielding her eyes from the glare. Joey and I, however, stare defiantly upward, squinting against the brightness. A figure appears at the railing of the larger boat, silhouetted against the night sky. He's holding something, a megaphone. The man leans over the side, his stance authoritative. Even through the patter of rain on metal and the gurgle of water around us, his amplified voice cuts through clear as a knife. You all have anything to do with this? He bellows, the megaphone's volume cranked to maximum. The question hangs in the air, loaded with suspicion and barely concealed hostility. We exchange quick glances, knowing our next words could determine our fate. I nod. You know what happened here? I nod again. We're also looking for a man named Jonathan Frey, ATF agent. You seen him? Yeah, I say. We've seen him. Will you come aboard our boat? We'd like to discuss it. I look at Joey, then at Shalais, still barely dressed. Then I turn back to the Coast Guard vessel and shout up at the man. Yeah, I think we'd like that, but we'll need something to eat. The man turns to someone out of sight, and they talk for a moment. And a drink wouldn't hurt either, I add. Chapter 57. The sea gives up its grim secret 3 days after the chaos. A body washes ashore, distended by salt water and time. Despite the bloating, there's no mistaking who it is. My father. The coroner's report arrives with clinical detachment, laying out the facts in stark relief. Cause of death, a single gunshot wound to the head. It wasn't an execution, no calculated hit. Just a cruel twist of fate amidst the mayhem. I replay those frantic moments before Frey and I leapt from the doomed ship. Gunfire had erupted everywhere, a deadly storm of lead. Bullets ricocheted off metal, splintered wood, and tore through flesh. In that chaos, one found my father. A random trajectory, a life snuffed out in an instant. The finality of it hits me like a physical blow. The image of his body, battered by the sea, haunts me. It's a stark reminder of how close we all came to sharing his fate. The thin line between survival and oblivion has never felt more fragile. As I process this loss, I'm struck by the brutal randomness of it all. In the firefights frenzy, death dealt its hand indiscriminately. My father paid the price, while Frey and I escaped by mere inches and seconds. I step into the morgue, my footsteps echoing off cold tile. The medical examiner nods, then pulls back the sheet. I stare down at the lifeless form, my father, the man who'd tormented me for years, now reduced to this pale, motionless shell. I feel nothing. No grief, no relief, just a hollow emptiness where emotion should be. That's him, I say flatly. The examiner makes a note on his clipboard. A nearby police officer shifts uncomfortably, perhaps expecting some display of filial piety. He won't get it from me. I've already wasted too much of my life on this man. The Coast Guard representative clears his throat. We'll need you to sign some forms, he says. I nod, not really listening. My mind is already racing ahead, plotting my next move. What to do now that this chapter of my life is finally irrevocably closed? What about funeral arrangements? The coroner asks. I turn to leave, not bothering to answer. Let them deal with the body. I'm done here. As far as I'm concerned, my father died when I was a kid. This is just paperwork, a formality to close the books on a man I never truly knew outside of being a drunken abuser. I push through the double doors, leaving the sterile chill of the morgue behind. Outside, the world continues as if nothing has changed. For me, everything has. I'm free now, untethered from the weight of expectation and disappointment that's dogged me for so long. It's time to start living on my own terms. Joey and Shalise are taking some time off in Charleston, staying at her place. The decision to recuperate together seems natural after the harrowing ordeal they've endured. Shalise, despite the trauma, is showing remarkable resilience. Elizondo, for all his fanaticism and grand schemes of destruction, proved to be more bark than bite when it came to personal violence. His men, following his lead, kept their distance. The incident with her clothes, while deeply unsettling, amounted to a forced stripping at gunpoint. It's a far cry from the nightmarish scenarios that had plagued my imagination. The reality, while still traumatic, offers a sliver of relief. It's a testament to Shalice's strength that she's already looking towards recovery, surrounded by the comfort of familiar surroundings and Joey's unwavering support. The aftermath of the Rummer's destruction unfolds on a national scale, drawing attention from multiple federal agencies. The ATF launches an investigation into Elizondo's alleged illegal importing activities, but it's the FBI and CIA that compete for control of the case. Ultimately, the FBI takes the lead, asserting their jurisdiction over the domestic terrorism aspect of the incident. As the days pass, I receive an unexpected call from Truman. His voice is measured, professional, but I detect a hint of urgency beneath his calm exterior. He assures me that our conversation is off the record, a courtesy I appreciate given the sensitive nature of the situation. Truman explains that I won't be required to testify, a relief considering the potential danger of being publicly associated with the case. According to the official narrative crafted by the federal agencies, I'm nothing more than an innocent bystander who had the misfortune of being on the Wassamasaw at the wrong time. The FBI's report paints a carefully sanitized picture of our involvement. We're listed as kidnap victims. Our presence on the ship explained away as a tragic coincidence. Our escape is attributed to pure luck, a fortunate turn of events that allowed us to survive the explosion and its aftermath. It's a convenient story, one that neatly absolves us of any responsibility while simultaneously keeping us out of the spotlight. As I listen to Truman outline these details, I can't help but marvel at the efficiency with which the truth has been reshaped to fit the government's preferred narrative. Fine by me. The further I can distance myself from all of this, the better. My bar has been closed for 3 days, a necessary precaution given the chaos we've endured. The familiar rhythm of pouring drinks and chatting with regulars feels like a distant memory now. I expect it'll stay shuttered for at least a few more days, maybe longer. There's a mountain of paperwork and logistics I'll be ignoring, but the emotional toll of recent events is hitting hard. Without Joey around to help manage things, I need time to regroup and get my bearings. The thought of facing curious customers and their inevitable questions about my absence makes my stomach churn. For now, the closed sign stays up, a barrier between me and the world I'm not quite ready to rejoin. But I can't wait until I am ready. I miss my oldies, my regulars. I know I'll get back in the saddle soon enough. Jonathan Frey's funeral is a small, somber affair held in Washington, D.C. I choose not to attend, the weight of recent events still heavy on my conscience. Joey mentions he might make the trip north, but I don't press him for details. The loss of Frey hangs between us, a reminder of the high stakes we've been playing with. The ATF website lists Frey's death, though the details are frustratingly vague. It's clear the agency wants to keep a lid on the true nature of his work and demise. The most surprising revelation is Frey's dual role as both a distributor and an ATF agent. The mechanics of how he managed this balancing act escape me, raising more questions than answers about the inner workings of the agency and the world of illicit alcohol. Frey's absence leaves a void in our operation. His connections and expertise were invaluable, and now we find ourselves scrambling to fill the gap. The need for a new supplier in Charleston is pressing, a task that falls squarely on our shoulders. It's been a stressful week, but I feel good. I'm alive, and I did the job. The ever-changing nature of plans, the main reason I don't ever make them, makes me realize that by not having a plan, things often go more smoothly. My new philosophy, after thinking long and hard, is that having a plan is necessary. Even if it's destined to change, it provides a framework, something to rely on. Having no plan at all is like planning to fail. I finally understand what that means. During these 3 days, I think a lot about morality. Am I doing the right thing? Do I even care if I'm doing the right thing? Like I always thought, morality is like death. You can fight it, but who you are is always going to come through. Death will find you, and so will morality. I don't know if I'm good or bad, or if there's really a difference, but I know that whoever I am, that's it. That's what I've got, and there's no sense in fighting it. I'm good at fighting, but I figure that's one battle not worth fighting at all. For more Mason Dixon, start Mark My Words today. Afterward. If you like this book, or even if you hated it, write a review or rate it. You might not think it makes a difference, but it does. Besides actual currency, money, the currency of today's writing world is reviews. Reviews, good or bad, tell other people that an author is worth reading. As an indie author, I need all the help I can get. I'm hoping that since you made it this far into my book, you have some sort of opinion on it. Would you mind sharing that opinion? It only takes a second. Nick Thacker. Classy drinks for classy people. A preview. Well, you've read the stories about me, but did you know that I've been dabbling in writing as well? That's right. Me, Mason Dixon, author, has a nice ring to it. Before the events in the book you just read, I'd been working on a bartender manual called Classy Drinks for Classy People. It's part tongue-in-cheek drinking history and part recipe book for classy parties. Get your copy now, or read on to get a taste for what you can expect. See what I did there? Purchase your copy of Classy Drinks for Classy People here. Introduction. I've been drinking a long time, not quite as long as I've been alive, but very likely as long as you've been alive. Much of that drinking time in the early years was spent holding warm, foamy light beer in red Solo cups, swaying at the end of a card table while trying to force my eyes to focus long enough to launch my ping-pong ball on the most non-drunk trajectory I could muster. Drinking, thus, was a medium for something more important: engagement and social interaction. As I grew older, my priorities changed. My drinking habits followed suit. Red Solo cups grew into objects made of real glass. The light natural urine ice beers grew legs and became vodka sodas, flavored martinis, and lemon drop shots. The social interactions became purposeful events: how to meet her, how to get to know him, how to not seem like a fool. Marriage happened, and again the setting changed. The glasses took on specific shapes depending on what was being poured into them and who was coming to visit. The relationships and interactions became even more targeted: who was coming to visit. And the garishly decorated and cloyingly sweet beverages matured into simply their base spirits served on the rocks, depending on who was coming to visit. As happy as I was, life found a way to change things up yet again. I became a cynical, sarcastic, bitter old man, or as I like to call it, a wisned sagi. My drinking preferences grew old with me, and now I find myself sipping cognac, always spelled with a capital C because it's a place, you barbarian, from a palm-warmed thin-walled tulip. I pour a finger and a half of bourbon, not capitalized because place doesn't matter nearly as much when it comes to bourbon. There has only been one distillery active in Bourbon County, Kentucky since 1919. When I'm sipping in my study, the gross old couch in my apartment's living room, and that extra half finger is to counteract the giant cube of frozen water I add. I might enjoy a scotch-like whiskey from Japan neat, a Barbados rum with a cinnamon stick stir, or a heavy agave-laden tequila from the hills of Mexico. I'm not terribly particular about the type of drink I'm enjoying, but I'm terribly particular about the quality of it. And quality goes beyond just the spirit itself. Everything from the glass used to the ice added to the way it's imbibed, strawed, sipped, slurped, or anything in between, is critical. It's history in a glass, or a coffee cup, or a tin, or a faux copper mug imported from China to make your also fake Moscow mules. I'm a fan of mixology, but I'm not a fan of mixology for mixology's sake. What I mean by that is I like good drinks. I'm a huge fan of figuring out how to make a drink taste better and be an overall better experience for the drinker. But I don't unnecessarily garnish. No flowers just because they look pretty. No skewered cornucopias of pineapple, maraschino cherries, and orange slices in my Mai Tais, and no inch-deep sludge of macerated cherry blueberry lime mush at the bottom of my old-fashioned. I want to drink good things, and I want my customers to drink good things. And that's that. If it doesn't make it taste better, it doesn't go in my drinks. People have come to expect this sort of quality control from me. They visit me to get to the root of a drink, the essence of the elixir, the clarity of the concoction. They don't come in expecting $2 you call it's because they know that what I'll call it is a get out right now. That said, I'm an easy guy. If you want a real drink made the right way, I'm the guy to ask. I'm happy to oblige your requests within reason. Never tasted a blackberry old-fashioned? You're missing out, and I'd be more than happy to whip one right up. But if you ask for your old-fashioned, seasoned with those fake red nuclear cherries and topped with a spritzer of soda, because that's how Granddad made them, then I'm sorry. You're wrong. Sorry, Wisconsin. So if you're here to learn a little about mixology from a guy who's seen or done most of it, I'm your guy. If you're here to cut through the crap, to learn how the masters and the legends, the guys that actually invented this stuff did it, I'm your guy. At the same time, I fully recognize that you're most likely not a bartender. You're probably not interested in spending your last 2 months' worth of paychecks at the liquor store in order to fill your home bar with every obscure liqueur and every shade of dryness of sherries and vermouths in order to make a 1,000-ingredient-long drink recipe. You just want to impress yourself and your spouse, and occasionally a friend or three. You want a good drink that lends itself to smooth enjoyment, welcomes discussion, and brings people together. You may not be classy, but you want to feel classy. This book is for you. Let's start at the beginning, shall we? Think about how you usually go about making a drink. You must first determine what you want to drink. A daiquiri? Margarita, maybe? Switch styles altogether and go for a rum and coke? Get crazy and try to replicate that fuzzy navel shot you had in South Padre 30 years ago? Easy. You know what you want. Then you go and find a recipe for it by typing it into a search engine on your phone. Or you wait a few minutes and totally forget about it because the lasagna is about to burn, opting instead for that open can of beer that's already in the fridge. Hell, why dig through an ancient piece of furniture to find the single bottle of rum? Just rum, not Jamaican rum, or Cuban, or, God help you, coconut-flavored rum. Besides, it's all the way in the other room. But the thought doesn't go away. You're at the supermarket. You remember last weekend with the gals, and aside from Lucy and her ridiculous laugh, it wasn't an overly annoying night. You might even do it again next month. You had fun, actually. You even told them that next time you'd whip up a batch of mojitos, the perfect summer drink you remember reading on Pinterest. So there you are in the supermarket recalling your glory days, and what's that? Right across the way from the off-brand diet sodas, a whole shelf full of mixers and drink starters. Everything from I can't believe it's not margarita mix to pre-squeezed and somehow, maybe it's magic, but it's a whole bottle of it real lime juice. Pineapple juice that promises to wait at least a few months before it starts to go bad? Check. Cosmopolitan mix that urges you toward its beckoning curves? You know it. Then you spot it on the bottom shelf. But that's just for picking out scotch, right? Surely bottom shelf doesn't mean anything in a supermarket, but it's there. Mojito mix, right there on the label. They even put the quotes around the words for you so they won't get sued for false advertising. Limey something, preservatives and sugar, a dash of mint-flavored juice, essential oil, and shake it all up with your favorite, read that dusty bottle from the bottom of Granny's bequeathed furniture, rum, and you've got mojitos. Or is that mojitos? Emphasis on the question mark. Something seems off, but you're not sure what it is. You've had a mojito before, but it was after you'd already had 6 Mai Tais and a Bahama Mama, when the guy at the bar in that place you've all but forgotten about, that was probably Mexico, whose head was perpetually shaking, tried to coax you to a more reasonable and respectable drink choice. It was your honeymoon after all, and you were going to, wait for it, get slammered. You did. You felt great. Or something. You definitely felt something the next day. But after the hangover wore off and the pictures were deleted, you kept that one special memory. I like to drink mojitos because the fancy guy at the bar told me in Spanish that I would like it. So you grab for the mojito mix without thinking twice about it, check out and go home, and whip up a batch. Again, something's different. You're not wasted this time. Maybe that's it. Intelligently, you decide to drink 14 of them in rapid succession because that's how the scientific method works, as you remember it from middle school chemistry class. And you need to set up the experiment exactly as the control specified. Still, something's wrong. Not horribly wrong, but definitely something in the realm of, okay, I'll drink this, but I don't want Lucy to because she'll do that, snorty laugh. Crap sort of wrong. Damn it, Lucy. Lucy ruined your store-bought mojito. It's okay, though. I'm here to help. I'm here to take your fojito back out of Lucy's sweaty fingers. Reclaim it for what it's worth. An actual, real summertime pleasure. I'll show you how to make it. Hint, it involves 3 of the same ingredients we mentioned earlier. Most importantly, it leaves out something that rhymes with preservatives. I'll also show you how to mix it, how to serve it, what to serve it in, when to serve it, when to think about it, when not to think about it, what to listen to when drinking it, and maybe even more. You'll learn the basics of what a good drink is, and what you need to do to make sure it'll taste as awesomely samely every single time, no matter how slammered you get. Everyone at your parties will hail you as their official drink chief or chiefess, handing you empty glasses and demanding that you pour them another, all night long. You'll even learn a few of the tricks of the trade, the sort of thing that take drink making from the miserable dregs of pseudo-housekeeping into the realms of Navy SEAL level awesomeness. You'll learn how to mix drinks quickly, efficiently, and perfectly, making sure your concoctions are the same no matter if you're making one for the hubby or 20 for the bunco group that meets every other Thursday in your too-small living room. You'll be a pro, or at least you'll look like one. And that's all that matters, right? It'll be fun, unlike Lucy before she's drunk. It'll be like your honeymoon, but you'll remember most of it. Ready? Chapter 1. Ingredients. First things first. Let's talk about what goes in the drinks you want to create. The stuff you'll want to have on hand for those random drop-ins from friends and family. The stuff you'll want to just buy whenever you're doing the grocery shopping because it's cheap, easy to find, and can last a little while in the fridge. Regardless of how much drinking you do, there's not a lot of money required to get into having a decent setup for just about any occasion. People tend to either not buy fresh ingredients because they drink too much. They don't want to be going to the grocery store for limes every 10 minutes. Or because they don't drink often enough to make it worthwhile. This is exactly why the mixers, just add whatever mixes, and pre-mades got popular. They know you can store a bottle of lemony sugar water in the fridge a lot longer than you can store lemons. And the price seems right, but again, to reference the introduction and beat a proverbial dead horse, you don't like mixers, you don't like pre-made drinks. You think you do, but you are wrong. I am right, so listen to me. And it might surprise you how little you can make do with. Ready? Here's what every aspiring mixologist's kitchen needs to have in terms of fresh ingredients. Limes, lemons. Did you get all that? Now you cheapskates out there, looking at you, Lucy, might think something along the lines of, well, citrus is citrus, and when I bake tilapia, I just use whichever one I have on hand. Stop it. Stop thinking that. Lemons are not limes, and limes are definitely not lemons. Limes are probably more unlike lemons than lemons are unlike limes, though don't worry, it's science. You need both, but good news. If you live in a place that rhymes with Jumerica and it's not 1950, lemons and limes are copious and affordable. Last I checked, I'm nowhere near where limes and lemons are born, and they're still like $800 for $1, or at least $6 for $1. If you need $1, send me an email. I'd be glad to spot you, just so I can watch your head explode when you try a real whiskey sour for the first time. Now let's get a bit more down and dirty. There are other things you'll probably want on hand, but there's a good chance you already them. Things like eggs, oranges, mint leaves, some sort of berries, strawberry, raspberry, blueberry, chokeberry, dingleberry, lemon lime soda. And that's it. Seriously. Making fine cocktails is an art as much as it is a science. But there's a universal truth that I just made up about it. Use the finest ingredients, and it doesn't really matter what the hell is in it. If you start with some fresh, real fruit, add in some not shitty liquor, and pop an ice cube or three, you'll have a drink. It might not win a mixology award. Those are real, by the way. But it'll work in a pinch. There are special fancy ways to mix that drink and those ingredients together, but the gist of it is simple. Fresh, real ingredients, plus not shitty spirit, chances good drink. It doesn't really get any simpler than that. Okay, let's continue. You'll need sugar, but I didn't include that on the list above because there's really no such thing as fresh sugar. It doesn't matter if you have to tear it out of a tiny packet or scoop it out of a bag, and just about everyone already has sugar. If you don't have sugar, you're a hippie and need to go live in Boulder, Colorado with all the other hippies. And then go buy sugar. You'll also need some way to make ice, or buy ice, but cold water would technically work. You'd be able to make an historically accurate old-fashioned with no ice, but your frozen margaritas will be a little bit squishy. Finally, if you want to get really fancy before you even get started, do yourself a favor and find a liquor store that sells some of those ridiculously expensive cherries. Luxardo is highly recommended, as is Woodford Reserve, but with the latter you'll pay an extra $1 because their name shares a name with a popular whiskey. Luxardo cherries are just the right amount of sweetness and real cherry flavor, without taking over whatever drink you're popping them in. If you just thought to yourself, my gosh, I could save the money and just use the jar of those bright red maraschino cherries I've had in my fridge since my daughter's 8th birthday party when they wanted to make sundaes, then stop reading this book right now. Go grab that jar and smash it over your head. I assume no liability whatsoever if you actually smash a jar of any kind over your head. Continued. Maraschino cherries, at least the kind that we Americans know about, are not anything close to real maraschino cherries. To make them, they're marinated in high fructose corn syrup and red number 5 for weeks. But only after they've been bleached with some crap called calcium chloride and sulfur dioxide until they turn yellow, hence the red number 5 later in their life. Don't buy bright red nuclear maraschino cherries. Do not buy bright red nuclear maraschino cherries. Okay, back to the ingredients. You've got a short list of inexpensive list, with the possible exception of the fancy cherries, of fresh ingredients to buy for drink mixing. If you went to the store and bought nothing else, then went to the liquor store and bought what you find in the next chapter, you'd be set. All of the drinks in this little manual can be made with those items on those lists, and when it's appropriate, I've included some substitute ingredients that can either make the drink more exciting, more fun, or just more interesting. The key to drink making, in my mind, is to learn the fundamentals first. Learn the formula for a sour, a martini, an old-fashioned. Then branch out with your ingredients and experiment. Or don't. It's up to you, but let's make a deal right off the bat. You will no longer purchase mixers of any kind. Got it? Good. Full shopping list for this section. Lemons, limes, oranges, berries, mint leaves, eggs, lemon lime soda, sugar, ice. Chapter 2. Booze. Ah, the booze. The reason you drink. The only thing separating an ice-cold cola from a damn it I drank too much hangover. The juice of champions. Booze is, surprisingly, a required ingredient in every single cocktail, mixed drink, and alcoholic beverage. I know, right? It's found in many forms, and none of the styles within those forms are created equal. For that reason, I've dedicated an entire, albeit short, chapter on the subject. First things first. Let's talk through what your home bar setup needs to have, in generic terms. Don't go rushing out to the store yet. as we'll get specific later. For now, here's an overview of what liquors you'll want to have on hand at any given time. I mean any given time. If I come over to your house before 7 a.m., I'm going to need a mimosa or a Bellini, or at least a shot of bourbon. Your basic liquor cabinet: white rum, bourbon, gin, vodka. That's it. Again, dead simple and to the point. Now let's get into why I've chosen these and not others. First, I like them. All of the things on this list, with the slight exception of vodka, because it's flavorless if it's any good, tastes great by itself. Rum can be close to vodka in terms of neutrality of taste, but since there are about 1 million different styles of rum that all have completely different flavors, it's still a great I want to feel like a pirate shot if you're being lazy. Second, these 4 magical liquids will allow you to create countless mixed drinks. Mix one of these with any of the ingredients in the previous chapter, and you have a specific, unique beverage. It probably already has a name, so don't get too excited, but you can already see how easy it is to experiment. And these 4 will get you through a party where you play bartender, and your guests should all be able to order something they enjoy that you've got the ingredients and recipes for. Sound crazy? It is. It is crazy easy to make drinks that taste amazing. So let's get a little fancy. There are a few other things I've left off the required liquors list that you may want to grab if time and budget permits. Dark rum or spiced rum if you must, though these aren't exactly interchangeable. Tequila, the scotch. Again, a short list. See a theme here? And what's better, all of the liquors in your cabinet, not including scotch, should be pretty close to bottom shelf in terms of price. Don't get the cheapest one you can find, but certainly don't drop $50 on the top shelf version of tequila at your local liquor store. Why? Well, you're just starting out. You may not know what you like. If you do, then realize that in these recipes, you're mixing these liquors with other ingredients. So some of the stuff you're paying for with high-dollar versions, age, smoothness, auxiliary flavors, gets a bit lost in some of the drinks. I'll always be an advocate of using the finest ingredients, especially liquor you can afford, but when you're looking at an initial purchase of over $500 just to get started, I'd say start slow, start cheap, make the drinks I'm talking about here, and get to know them. Make them again. Ask yourself if they wouldn't taste a bit better with better spirits to start with, or whether you'd like it with a different type of rum or whiskey if you want to get pedantic. Then drop the cash. Splurge on the best bottle of VSOP you can find, or the go-to favorite rye that you know will just absolutely crush your Manhattans and make Sarah's new rich husband so damn happy he'll just have to invite your family to the company picnic. That's not to say you shouldn't get the most expensive brand that you can reasonably afford now. Like I said, don't grab the plastic bottles, get glass. It's not exactly science, but the shitty stuff goes in plastic and the not quite shitty stuff and above goes in glass. That's about all you need to know the first time you're standing in the aisle of a big box liquor outlet, hoping for inspiration from the spirits. The bathtub booze-flavored stuff is in plastic, and that's as bad as using bright red maraschino cherries. Don't use bright red maraschino cherries. I would recommend a bottle, 750 ml, in the $15-25 price range for all of your liquors to start off, and then purchase more expensive brands as your tastes and preferences improve. I also mentioned scotch, and that it's not included in the keep it inexpensive mantra. That's because scotch rarely works well in a mixed drink, and it's got such a pronounced taste it's going to shine through anything. If it's cheap, it'll make your entire drink taste cheap. Vodka, on the other hand, and to some extent rum, can be dirt cheap, and not many people will know. If you're mixing with Coke, the soda, your booze just gets lost in it anyway. But don't mix it with Coke. There are so many better things to drink. So we've got a liquor cabinet built and stocked, and our ingredients picked out. We're ready? Wait, one more thing. You need something called bitters. Bitters are a crucial, and often overlooked, ingredient for cocktails. They're not really bitter, but they're not really not bitter. They're a bit in between. You don't drink bitters by itself, and you only ever put it in your drink in measures of dashes, so it's never a lot at a time. But what it does to your drink is amazing. It's sort of like squeezing a bit of lime juice into your food. It tends to gel the flavors together, yet allow each of the ingredients' unique characteristics to shine through. Add a dash or two of bitters to even a rum and coke, and you'll notice a huge and amazing difference. There are two bitters brands worth looking into, Angostura and Peychaud's. Angostura is the most popular and the most versatile, and it's usually on the shelf of any grocery chain. But Peychaud's has a very unique, very distinct flavor that can further elevate your drink to headsplosion levels. Grab both if you can afford it, otherwise stick to or start with Angostura. Whew. Okay, now we're ready. Shopping list for this chapter. Rum, white and dark unspiced. Bourbon, gin, vodka, tequila, scotch. Bitters, Angostura, and Peychaud's are the most popular. But if you can find a little travel sample kit, pick one up. They're a ton of fun. Additional liquors I use quite often in my own bar. Brandy or cognac. Vermouth, dry and sweet, but start with dry. Campari, orange liqueur, triple sec, Cointreau, etc. Even though these have different ABVs, they are interchangeable most of the time. I'll specify which is needed if it's important. Absinthe, Chartreuse, Pisco, Cachaça, Orgeat. Chapter 3. Tools. Every barman or barwoman needs the right weapons. Tools. These tools are a requirement for doing business, even if that business is simply mixing up a batch of rum punch for a block party. So many people are used to substituting one thing for another because they don't have the right stuff on hand. Don't have sugar? Use honey. No butter? Use oil. Don't have baking powder? Stop trying to bake and go cook your food outside over an open flame like God intended. Tending bar like the classy pro that you are deserves more than just your late Aunt Milda's treatment of tools. Use what you have on hand, or just substitute. No shaker. Just give it a jiggle while it sits in the glass on your counter. No fruit press? Just give that lemon a solid squeeze, and to hell with those seeds. No bar spoon? Just use a real spoon. Actually, that last one works just fine. And that's my point. When it comes to making a great drink, you've never had anyone tell you which things you can safely sub and which things you'd better leave alone. It's okay, though. I'm here now. Let's start with the basics. Chapter 4. Glasses. You drink drinks out of cups. Glasses, red solo cups, chalices, ram horns, conch shells, whatever you can find that works. If you're wanting to get fancy, though, put the right drink in the right glass. There are always exceptions, but the glasses I mention here are generally going to get you through anything your weird neighbor Bill throws your way. There's a chapter I'll add at the end for the real fancy types that'll explain all the different glassware you might want or need, and when to use them. But for a basic, get-it-done quick and cheap way, here's what I would start with. Rocks or lowball glasses. These guys are the most used glasses in the classic bar. A thick, heavy base that can take a bit of beating with a muddler, yet short enough that they'll look great with any decor. Serve just about anything in these except frozen drinks and fissies and some of the fancier stuff. Think of these glasses when your drink is of the type you'd want to sip from, then set it down. Highball or tall glasses. Talls are for, well, tall stuff. More drink than you can fit into a rocks glass, but often they're for presenting the drink itself. Maybe it's more colorful, or built up, or there's just a bunch of ice in it. Long Islands go here, as do the vast majority of your frozen, blended drinks, and anything with a straw. Again, there are always exceptions. Wine glasses. Well, you know, pint glasses. The workhorse of the glasslands, I like to say. These babies can hold beer, obviously, but they're also great for mixing drinks and then pouring them into the proper glass. Have a few on hand for that never graduated from college guy who's always just preferred a cold beer, brah. That's it, really. Having these 4 styles on hand will get you through just about any scrape, whether it's of the last-minute daiquiri style, use a tall, or a strange custom Sazerac your buddy who just got back from New Orleans requested. Low ball. There are more, of course. If you've got the money and the space to store them, these glasses make great additions to the enthusiast collection and will help you enjoy new drinks with the proper implements. Martini glasses. For martinis. Anything that ends with "ini" goes here, except for bikinis. Snifters. If you've got something in the bar you haven't tried, especially whiskey or whiskey, grab a snifter and throw some in. The tulip shape of the relatively small glass will allow the aromas to be concentrated up and toward your nose in the perfect geometrical arc of yada yada. They look cool and make you feel fancy. Champagne flutes. If champagne's your game, drink it in style. Margarita glasses. Dito. I'm not big on having a lot of one-trick ponies in my collection, looking at you, butterscotch schnapps. But if you're a big summer on the patio margarita fan, go all out and get some of the garish, ridiculous, over-the-top colorful glasses. Get different sizes. Hell, while we're being sacrilegious, grab some plastic ones too, because everyone knows Lucy's going to pass out in the kiddie pool and drop hers all over the driveway. Chapter 5. Equipment. You own a lawnmower because you have a lawn. You own a television because you're not a barbarian. And you own drink-making paraphernalia because you have a soul. I've been in the business a long time, and I've seen just about everything there is, from the cute one-off novelty items like apple cores and spiral peelers, to the elaborate useless gimmicks like alcohol vaporizers that allow you to inhale your drink. Literally. I've used just about everything as well, and let me tell you, you do not need a lot of fancy gear to make a fine drink. Case in point, grab a glass from your cupboard and pop in a splash of bourbon. There you go, you mixologist, you. Okay, maybe you want to make something a bit fancier. There are a lot of utensils, tools, and doohickeys that can help you get that fancy drink happening in your very own kitchen. These days you can buy centrifuges, blenders, sous vide machines, and chemicals for washing whiskeys and clarifying fruit juices. Are they fun? You bet. Are they necessary? Pfft. But whatever your fancy, whether it's keeping things classy and simple, my approach, or getting crazy with layered deconstructed Mai Tais with clarified mango juice and Scotch floats, there's hope. Much of the equipment you see at upscale bars is available on Amazon, a kitchen supply store, or even in your local grocery chain. Just start looking around. The well-known brand Oxo, for example, sells a lot of this stuff in the cooking-baking aisle. There are few handy implements you'll want to have, read, requirement, and many more that you'll want to have, read, birthday present. Those that I require are listed below, and I'll include a section on fancy implementations at the end of the chapter. For now, trust me, I've been there, I've done that. Most of the crap you see advertised is useless to the home bartender, and even for the experienced pro, the tool is so specific it's faster to just do the technique the old school way without the tool. So what should you go rush out and buy right this moment? Honestly, nothing. Just read, enjoy, and make a list of things you could see yourself using. There are tools that I'd say are requirements, yet you may not ever have a need for them because your friends, family, and guests don't ever drink these sorts of concoctions. As you read and gain familiarity with these tools, though, you'll start to understand their importance in the fully stocked bar and begin to develop a list of prioritized acquisitions. For example, swizzle sticks are hardly what I'd call requirements. These little sticks with smaller sticks breaking out from them perpendicularly at the end are used for tiki-style drinks. You can make one of these drinks without a swizzle stick. I have and do. But if you're a big rum drinker and love mixing fruity rum-based drinks and punches, swizzle sticks can take your home bar game up quite a few notches. And they're cheap too. So read this next section with the excitement of a young kid looking through a toy catalog, but also with the measured wisdom of the kid's older sibling. You probably can't get it all this Christmas, so choose wisely. Unless you've got enough money to drop on this stuff, focus first on making the purchases that will elevate your home bar the most, then branch out as you master their techniques. Section 1. Required tools. Your bar tools should all play a role in accomplishing one singular role, making damn good drinks. When someone says a drink is damn good, they are commenting on the quality of the beverage, and that quality comes from a few different factors. Taste, flavor, or what a drink is, comes from the non-alcoholic ingredients mixed into a drink, as well as from the booze itself. That's all covered in previous chapters and later recipes. The other crucial factors in making a quality drink come from the how, the method you've used to build a cocktail. And all of these factors are related to the tools and the techniques you've used those tools. Examples of these factors include the texture, the temperature, and the dilution. There are more, but these are the big ones to get right. As such, you can use many different tools to get you to the end goal. Some are more correct than others depending on the drink you're making, and sometimes it's your call. Just knowing these main characteristics of a good, high-quality drink will help you make decisions behind the bar. Shakers. If anything in this section is actually essential, it's shakers. Preferably more than one, for reasons I'll outline below. First, let's talk about what a shaker does. If you guessed shakes things, you are correct. But it really plays a crucial role in lowering the drink's temperature to its properly chilled level, giving the drink the proper texture, and it dilutes the beverage. Both of these factors play a major role in the quality of the finished drink. As I mentioned above, you can get texture, temperature, and dilation correct using other tools, as we'll see, but the shaker is probably the most used implement in cocktail building. It's fast, brutally efficient, and, let's not forget, it looks cool. Learn to use your shaker and you'll never settle for a wine cooler ever again. There are two main types of shaker, the Boston shaker and the standard, more boring, shaker, Boston shaker. The Boston shaker is really two pieces, a metal cup and a pint glass. The metal cup is larger than the pint glass, and when you build a drink and then place the metal on top and smack it down, then start to shake, the cooling that takes place inside actually shrinks the metal to form a seal around the glass. It's fast, effective, and while it takes a bit of practice, I find that it's my go-to shaker, as the two cups are easy to clean. They're also not specific to the bar. Just two cups. You probably have half of a Boston shaker assembly in your cupboard already. Any pint glass will do the trick. But I lied. There's really a third piece you'll need, a strainer. More on that later. While I do think the Boston shaker is the go-to shaking apparatus, there is an inferior and somewhat easier option. Jiggers and shot glasses. The jigger is the awkwardly named little cup used to measure liquids. They typically come in 0.5, 1, and 1.5 sizes. If you can't find a set of jiggers, you can substitute a shot glass or glasses, but make sure you measure how much liquid each one holds. An ounce is 2 tablespoons, and there are 3 teaspoons to a tablespoon. See the appendix for more measurements. Many bartenders swear by measuring their cocktails. Other bartenders make subpar drinks. Don't run a subpar bar. Bar spoon. There is a benefit to finding a decent bar spoon, that long, twisted hunk of metal with a teaspoon at the end. But you don't have to wait until you have one to mix drinks. A spoon works, or a knife, and hell, I've been known to grab whatever fork currently resides in the sink, and the food that currently resides on the fork, to twist up a drinkable tipple. But there's something to eat said for a long-handled, twisted metal bar spoon, with its oddly proportioned handle and tiny cup. It's far easier to stir more than one drink at a time with a real bar spoon than with anything else, though it takes a bit of practice. Muddler. This is a stick. That's pretty much it. We use them to gently crush the flavory goodness out of anything that needs crushing. Berries, mint leaves, bacon bits. I don't know, maybe. Any stick will do. But over the years, bartenders worried about the ergonomic downsides of pressing the sharp end of a stick against one's palm have adapted these sticks into fancy little fruit-crushing rods. The muffler, therefore, is now a widened wooden cylinder with a rounded end for muddling and a nifty smooth nubbin for palming. There are plastic models too, but if you want your muddler to be a classy showpiece, go with a decorative wooden version that tickles your muddling fancy. Strainers. You'll need something to strain out those fruit chunks, mint leaves, and bacon bits after you've muddled and shaken them, and that's where a good strainer comes in. You've got a lot of good options to choose from. But I run a regular racket with just a hawthorn strainer and a fine mesh strainer. Another option I like that's not technically a strainer is a citrus juicer. Stick half of a citrus face down in one of these, squeeze and delicious fruity nectar squirts down and out through a set of holes on the bottom, hopefully into your mixing glass. There are specific drink styles that require a certain type of strainer, and for good reason, but generally you can get away with straining anything with any type of strainer. When you're getting started or aren't allowed to fill drawers with a bunch of drinking paraphernalia, go with a good old Hawthorne. Section 2. Fun toys. What's a home bar without a little bit of you in it? These implements are zany, specialized, and sometimes downright weird, but they're the kinds of things that can start great conversations and make very interesting and delicious drinks. Swizzle stick. Commonly used for tiki-style drinks, the swizzle stick is a thin stick with a few tiny branches poking horizontally out of the bottom. Imagine a medieval torture weapon shrunk down and made out of lightweight wood. You swizzle a drink by rolling the swizzle stick between your two flattened palms. Want more? Read on by grabbing my guide to classy drinks here. Deathmark, Mason Dixon, Tropical Mysteries, Book Number 2. Copyright C, 2024 by Nick Thacker. Published by Conundrum Publishing. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents either are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance of fictional characters to actual persons living or dead, business establishments, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. All right reserved. No part of this publication can be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic, photocopying, mechanical, or otherwise, without prior permission of the publisher and author, except in the case of brief quotations embodied in critical articles or reviews.